If these words have found you, it is no accident. Your soul has already chosen breakthrough. You did not stumble here by mistake. You were led. Invisible threads of divine timing pulled you into this very moment. The door you have been waiting for is no longer distant. It is here, right now. Look closely at your life. You have carried burdens. You have replayed cycles. You have asked, why does it always end this way? One moment of hope, followed by delay. One step forward, followed by resistance. The pattern has felt unbreakable. But today something inside you rises to say, no more. That voice is not just willpower. It is your soul, shaking you awake, like a trumpet sounding in the night, calling you to remember what you are. You are not stuck. You are not lost. You are not cursed. You are standing at the silent gate of destiny, and it is beginning to unlock. Fear has whispered to you, convincing you that your prayers were unanswered. Doubt has wrapped around your mind, telling you that time has passed you by. But divine law does not delay. Divine law does not forget. Every word you have spoken, every longing you have carried, has been heard in the great orchestration of spirit. This is not punishment, it is preparation. The long wait, the confusion, the endless turning of the same wheel, it was not wasted. It was aligning you. It was pressing your spirit toward this very moment of awakening. Hear me now. The very fact that your eyes are on these words means your breakthrough is not in the distance. It is in motion. Like dawn pushing back the night. Like a river breaking through the dam. Like a key turning in the lock of a sacred gate. Imagine it with me. Close your eyes and see your soul standing before a great door. For years it has felt sealed, heavy, unmovable. But today, you hear a click, a shift, the sound of divine timing aligning, and suddenly the impossible, it begins to move. This is your moment. This is your opening. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that nothing is by chance. The words we speak call forth the law that governs us, and right now, this message is your decree. The law is already unfolding in your favor. Subscribe to this channel and step into a community where faith becomes substance, where words become wealth, and where your spirit learns to walk in divine order every day. You may have believed that you were waiting for God, but listen carefully. God was waiting for you, waiting for the moment you would stop resisting, stop doubting, stop clinging to fear, waiting for the moment you would step into faith with both feet. That moment is now. The struggle you have felt is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of your soul preparing for expansion. Just as a seed must break to release the tree, just as night must deepen before dawn arrives, so too has your pain been the precursor to power. Breathe. Feel this truth moving through you. Fear and faith cannot live in the same house. Delay and divine timing are not the same. Chaos is not stronger than peace. Today, you trade one for the other, from confusion to clarity, from resistance to surrender, from repeating the old to walking into the new. This video is not just words. It is a turning point. It is a declaration to your subconscious, to your spirit, and to the unseen law that governs life. A declaration that your breakthrough is here. So I ask you now, do you feel it? The stirring in your chest, the whisper in your mind, the holy certainty that something has shifted. That is your confirmation. And if your heart is ready, if your soul longs to stay connected to this flow of truth, take one sacred step. Subscribe now, not as a casual act, but as a declaration. Say with your action, I am ready to live in divine alignment. I am ready to walk daily into my breakthrough. This is more than a channel. This is a spiritual journey. Each day we will walk together into deeper truth, into higher law, into the very flow of divine abundance. And today, with this first step, your journey begins. The gate is opening. The key has turned. Your breakthrough is no longer waiting. It is here. Step through. You have been waiting. You have been praying. You have been declaring words with faith, yet part of you whispers in secret moments, why hasn't it happened yet? This question sits heavy on the soul. It is the place where doubt tries to plant its roots. But today, I give you the master key, and once you hold it, no wall can keep you locked out, no door can stay closed. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed a principle so simple and yet so hidden that most miss it. She called it the law of non-resistance. To resist is to choke the flow. To resist is to tighten your grip on the very thing God is trying to place into your open hands. When you resist, you declare silently, I do not trust the divine order. But when you release, when you let go and allow, you step into the law that governs breakthrough. Picture a river held back by a dam. The water pushes, it gathers force, it roars in silence behind the wall. You may think nothing is happening, but underneath, the pressure builds. The water is not denied, it is not destroyed, it is waiting for one shift, one release, one opening, and the moment resistance is lifted, the flood bursts forth with unstoppable power. That river is your good, that river is your healing, that river is your wealth, your freedom, your answered prayer. Breakthrough is not born when you see it, it is born in the invisible, the moment you stop resisting and start trusting. Resistance is fear clothed as control, surrender is faith clothed as alignment. Now hear this truth, divine timing is never late. Divine timing is never rushed. The invisible clock of God ticks in perfect rhythm. Your soul's desire is already on schedule. You may believe you missed your chance. You may believe you are behind. But what if I told you, you are exactly on time? The delay you feel is not denial. The waiting is not punishment. It is preparation. The divine cannot give you something you are not yet prepared to carry. What good is a harvest if the soil is not ready? What good is an open door if you are not strong enough to walk through it? Divine timing is the wisdom of heaven ensuring your breakthrough does not break you. So when you ask, why hasn't it happened yet? I invite you to reframe it. Say instead, I am being prepared. This shift removes the poison of doubt and replaces it with the power of trust. Let us now anchor this law into your spirit with a holy affirmation. Speak it softly or boldly, but speak it until the words echo in your chest like a drumbeat. I release resistance. I align with divine timing. My breakthrough cannot be delayed. Again, I release resistance. I align with divine timing. My breakthrough cannot be delayed. As you declare this, feel the dam inside you begin to crack. Feel the waters of blessing pressing, ready to surge into your life. See with the eyes of your spirit the divine clock ticking, each moment aligning, each second carrying you closer. Now close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You are standing before a great golden gate. On the other side is everything you have prayed for. At first it looks locked, but as you stand in faith, you notice a clock above it. The hands are moving perfectly without hesitation. You realize the gate does not open by force. It opens in rhythm. It opens in time. And when the moment strikes, no hand can hold it shut. This is the truth of your life. You do not need to push harder. You do not need to fight against what appears delayed. You need only to stay aligned, surrendered, open. Now listen within. What are you still resisting? Is it fear of lack? Is it the memory of failure? Is it anger at how long the road has felt? Release it. Place it into the river and let it be carried away. Resistance cannot coexist with breakthrough. Remember this. Breakthrough is not something that might come. It is not a gift God is still deciding to give. It is already written into your soul's story. You are not hoping for it. You are aligning with it. The law of non-resistance says, let go. The law of divine timing says, trust the clock. Together they form the invisible law behind every breakthrough. So the next time your mind whispers, it hasn't happened yet, speak back with the authority of heaven. Say, it is already moving, it is already aligning, it is already mine. Do not measure your progress by sight, measure it by faith. Do not mark your calendar with impatience, mark it with trust. Just as the seed breaks the soil not a second early and not a second late, so will your good emerge at its perfect hour. Your task now is to walk each day as though the breakthrough has already begun, because it has. Each step, each breath, each choice to trust over fear is part of the unfolding. Say to yourself often, the river is building, the clock is ticking, my breakthrough is in motion. Let your inner dialogue be gentle but firm. When fear rises, replace it. This is the law of substitution at work. If the thought is, I am left behind, replace it with, I am right on time. If the thought is, nothing is happening, replace it with, everything is aligning. This practice rewires the soul. Now lift your chin, feel the shift inside you. The key has been placed in your hands. You no longer wait as one forgotten. You wait as one prepared. You wait as one already chosen. The law has been unveiled to you. The resistance is dissolving. The divine clock is ticking in your favor, and the river of your good is pressing against the walls, ready to pour into your life. Stay open, stay aligned, stay surrendered, because your breakthrough is not coming. Your breakthrough is already forming, and as we move forward, you will see how to align even deeper, how to speak words that command this invisible law into visible reality. You pray for abundance, yet in the quiet hours of your day, your tongue still rehearses lack. You speak of what you do not have. You repeat stories of delay. You whisper defeat over your own destiny without even knowing it. You envision the life you want, yet when you close your eyes, the shadow of failure rises taller than your dream. You imagine rejection more vividly than acceptance. You see the door closing more clearly than the gate opening. Your subconscious paints the picture of loss with sharper strokes than the vision of gain. And when the divine asks you to trust, to release control, to let the river carry you, what do? You grip tighter. You clutch at outcomes. You rehearse what might go wrong. You circle the same fears like footsteps wearing grooves in the floor. This is the labyrinth of the mind, a self-made maze where the walls are woven of doubt, where every turn leads back to the same familiar echo. You are not moving forward, though you feel exhausted. You are walking in circles inside your own thought patterns. And the law is precise. It does not judge. It does not punish. It reflects. It multiplies whatever seed you plant. Words of lack bear fruit of lack. Images of defeat grow into experiences of defeat. Fear rehearsed becomes fear lived. It is not cruelty. It is simple reflection. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the power of the tongue is a creative force, shaping circumstance as faithfully as the potter's wheel shapes clay. And yet, many live unaware that their daily speech is crafting their tomorrow. Every casual complaint is a command. Every anxious prediction is an order to the unseen. Every sigh of doubt writes another line in the script of delay. Perhaps you know this struggle. You pray, but the words of your prayer are cancelled by the murmurs of your everyday talk. You visualize wealth for a moment, but the second thought is of debt. And you affirm healing, but your tongue quickly circles back to illness. This is why the breakthrough feels distant, because you are sowing and uprooting at the same time. But hear this. You are not your struggle. You are not the maze. You are not the looping story of lack. You are the soul learning how to wield divine law. The struggle is not proof of weakness. It is proof that you are awakening. Because only when you see the prison of thought can you reach for the key. Consider the law of substitution. You cannot banish a thought by force. To fight fear is to feed fear. But you can replace it. You can take the image of failure and, instead of wrestling with it, you lay another image over it. The vision of success, the picture of open doors, the silent gate of destiny swinging wide. That is the healing whisper of substitution, replacing the shadow with the light until the shadow dissolves on its own. Consider the law of non-resistance. What you resist will persist, pressing harder against the door of your mind. But when you stop wrestling, when you say, I release this into divine order, suddenly the weight lifts. Resistance is a rope pulling you back. Release is a wind pushing you forward. Your soul longs for this release. You can feel it, even now, the tension in your chest, the racing thoughts, the tight grip on outcomes. It is not your true nature. Your true self is calm, expansive, certain of divine timing. The soul does not beg. The soul knows. The soul rests in the rhythm of the divine orchestra where every note plays at its appointed time. So I ask you gently, how long will you keep circling the same labyrinth? How long will you grip chains that were never locked? How long will you let words of defeat script your future? The door is waiting. The key is in your mouth. Say with me now, not as ritual but as truth. I speak life over my path. I choose words that agree with God's abundance. I release the grip of fear and I trust the divine order. I am not the struggle. I am the soul rising above it. Let those words sit in your chest. Feel them vibrate. Aid is more than sound. Feel them reshape the very atmosphere around you. This is not imagination. It is law, and when the old thought returns as it will, do not fight it, do not scold yourself. Instead, practice substitution. Replace it. If the thought says, I am failing, respond, I am unfolding in divine order. If the thought whispers, I am alone, answer, I am divinely accompanied. If the thought warns, I will lose, declare, I am already standing at the silent gate of victory. This is how you break the cycle, not by resisting the struggle, but by remembering you are not the struggle. You are the one who commands the law, the one who can speak new worlds into being. The journey is not about becoming worthy, you are already worthy. The journey is about alignment, about bringing your inner language into harmony with the truth of your soul. Every time you replace lack with abundance, fear with faith, resistance with surrender, you are tuning yourself to the divine frequency, and the law will reflect it. It cannot do otherwise. Now pause and breathe. Place your hand over your heart. Listen, not to the noise of fear, but to the steady pulse within. That rhythm is the reminder that you are carried, that you are connected, that you are more than every doubt that has ever spoken against you. Before we step into the next part of this journey, I want to leave you with a question, not to answer quickly, but to sit with in stillness, like a prayer whispered to your own soul. Where am I still resisting what God is trying to give me? Let this question open the door. Let it reveal the walls of your labyrinth. And know this, the moment you name the resistance is the moment you are free to release it. The story begins with a traveler, not a traveler of roads or maps, but a traveler of the unseen, one who has walked through valleys of fear and deserts of waiting, one who has carried heavy questions in silence, wondering if the universe has forgotten them. They walk until they reach a clearing, and in the clearing there it stands, a massive golden gate, shining with a light not of this world. It is not made of metal, but of spirit. It glows with a brilliance that feels alive, like sunlight woven with breath, and upon seeing it, the traveler knows, deep in the marrow of their soul, this is it, this is where my breakthrough lives. The gate is towering, so high the eye cannot see its end. Its frame holds engravings, symbols of prayers once spoken, tears once shed, dreams once carried in secret. And there is no lock, no chain, only the mysterious silence of its closed weight. The traveler approaches, heart racing, hands trembling. They place their palms against it and push. The golden gate does not move. They push harder, shoulders pressed, teeth clenched, breath shallow with desperation. But the gate stands firm, unmoved by human force. The harder they press, the heavier it feels, as though the gate grows stronger in resistance to their struggle. Frustration rises. The traveler pounds upon it, fists striking, voice shouting, "Open, open to me, I deserve this, I need this." But the silence deepens. The echo of their force returns to them, hollow and unanswered. They fall to their knees. Exhaustion takes the body. Despair weighs upon the soul. The traveler whispers, "Why have I come this far, only to be denied?" And the air itself seems to breathe a reply, though no voice is heard. This is not a door of force. This is a gate of alignment. The traveler weeps, and in their weeping something begins to soften. The armor of control loosens, the weight of striving slips away. They remember words they once heard. What you fight, you strengthen. What you resist, persists. For the first time the traveler stops fighting. They close their eyes. They place a hand upon the heart and say, "I no longer force. I no longer doubt. I align," and the gate opens. A stillness comes. The silence is no longer heavy. It is alive, like a divine orchestra tuning before a sacred song. And then, without warning, without strain, the golden gate swings open, not by push, not by demand, but by surrender. It opens as if it was never locked at all, as if it was always waiting for the traveler to remember the law. The traveler rises, trembling not from fear but from reverence. They step through the threshold, and beyond the gate is not just land. It is a world transformed. The air feels lighter, the colors richer, the horizon wider. It is the landscape of answered prayers, of divine alignment, of breakthroughs already prepared. The gate was never a barrier, it was a mirror. It reflected the inner state of the traveler. When they pressed with fear, it stood with resistance. When they surrendered with faith, it moved with grace. And so it is with you. This golden gate is not far away. It is here. It is your breakthrough. It is the opportunity, the healing, the abundance your soul has been journeying toward. And the key is not in struggle, not in demand, but in your words and your surrender. Hear this truth deeply. Every time you declare, I must force this, I must make it happen, I must push until the universe bends, the gate holds firm. But when you declare, I align, I trust, I release, the law responds, and the gate swings open. This is the law of non-resistance. It is not passivity, it is spiritual mastery. It is standing as one with the divine current rather than thrashing against it. It is knowing the river of destiny carries you faster in surrender than you could ever row in fear. You may ask, but how do I surrender when the pain is loud, when the waiting feels endless, when my heart is tired of hoping? The answer is not in silence but in sacred dialogue. It begins with the words you speak to yourself in the quiet. Your words are levers, your affirmation are keys. They unlock inner gates that the outer world must then reflect. So take this affirmation not as a phrase but as a living law. I no longer force, I no longer doubt, I align. And the gate opens. A stillness comes. The silence is no longer heavy. It is alive, like a divine orchestra tuning before a sacred song. And then, without warning, without strain, the golden gate swings open, not by push, not by demand, but by surrender. It opens as if it was never locked at all, as if it was always waiting for the traveler to remember the law. The traveler rises, trembling not from fear, but from reverence. They step through the threshold, and beyond the gate is not just land, it is a world transformed. The air feels lighter, the colors richer, the horizon wider. It is the landscape of answered prayers, of divine alignment, of breakthroughs already prepared. The gate was never a barrier, it was a mirror. It reflected the inner state of the traveler. When they pressed with fear, it stood with resistance. When they surrendered with faith, it moved with grace. And so it is with you. This golden gate is not far away. It is here. It is your breakthrough. It is the opportunity, the healing, the abundance your soul has been journeying toward. And the key is not in struggle, not in demand, but in your words and your surrender. Hear this truth deeply. Every time you declare, I must force this, I must make it happen, I must push until the universe bends, the gate holds firm. But when you declare, I align, I trust, I release, the law responds, and the gate swings open. This is the law of non-resistance. It is not passivity, it is spiritual mastery. It is standing as one with the divine current rather than thrashing against it. It is knowing the river of destiny carries you faster in surrender than you could ever row in fear. You may ask, but how do I surrender when the pain is loud, when the waiting feels endless, when my heart is tired of hoping? The answer is not in silence, but in sacred dialogue. It begins with the words you speak to yourself in the quiet. Your words are levers, your affirmations are keys. They unlock inner gates that the outer world must then reflect. So take this affirmation not as a phrase, but as a living law. I no longer force, I no longer doubt, I align, and the gate opens. Speak it slowly. Let each word carry the weight of release. Let your inner voice rise with authority, as if heaven itself is leaning to listen. Say it when your heart feels heavy. Say it when doors appear closed. Say it when you wake with uncertainty. Say it until your soul begins to believe the truth that was always within you. The gate opens not by demand, but by divine law. Close your eyes now even as you listen. Visualize yourself as that traveler. See the gate before you, radiant, golden, towering with divine promise. Feel the urge to push, to press, to pound, then pause, breathe. Place your hand upon your heart and say, I no longer force, I no longer doubt, I align, and the gate opens. Watch as the gate begins to glow. Watch as it swings open without resistance. Step through, step into the land that is already yours. The land where prayers have already been answered, where provision is already prepared, where your soul was always destined to walk. And as you step through, feel the truth settle deep within. Your breakthrough is not something you must conquer, it is something you must allow. The gate is your surrender. The key is your alignment. The opening is inevitable. The traveler is you. The golden gate is before you. The moment is now. Say it once more with conviction, not as a wish, but as a command of truth. I no longer force, I no longer doubt, I align, and the gate opens. And as you speak, the universe rearranges. The unseen aligns. The invisible laws conspire to bring you through. The gate has opened and you are walking into your breakthrough. You have reached the gate, and you have witnessed it swing open not by force but by surrender. But now comes the path beyond the gate, the way of alignment, for it is not enough to touch a breakthrough once. You must walk in it daily. You must live as one who has found the rhythm of divine law, and chooses to stay in harmony with it. Alignment is not a mystery, it is a practice, a daily turning of the heart, a tuning of the inner strings, as though you were an instrument placed in the hands of the divine conductor. And just as no orchestra plays in beauty without tuning, no soul lives in peace without alignment. The path is simple, but sacred, and if you take these 3 steps each day, you will feel the shift. The chaos will quiet, the doors will respond, the heavens will move on your behalf. The first step is words of power. Every day your tongue writes decrees upon the invisible scroll of destiny. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your word is your wand. What you declare is not empty sound but the shaping of substance. So you must choose words that carve paths of light, not prisons of fear. Speak them daily, not as wishes but as commands. Speak, I align with divine order now. Every detail of my life harmonizes with the perfect plan. Speak, I no longer struggle, I no longer delay, I declare abundance, health, and peace flow through me today. When you rise in the morning, let your first breath carry power. Do not say, another hard day. Say instead, this day is holy, this day is mine by divine right, I am guided and supplied. And when you rest at night, let your final words seal your spirit. I release all worry, I trust the unseen law. My life is held by God's perfect hand. Every declaration becomes a seed. Some sprout quickly, some grow slowly, but none return void. If you wish to align, begin by mastering the current of your words. The second step is sacred stillness. You live in a world addicted to noise, to rushing, to filling every silence with thought, but the soul does not find its compass in noise. The compass of the soul turns true only in silence. Take 5 minutes each day, no matter how heavy the burden feels, and be still. Close your eyes, unclench your hands, breathe slowly, and picture peace. Not the chaos of what could go wrong, not the storm of unfinished battles, but peace like a river flowing through you. See yourself already delivered, see the bills already paid, see the healing already complete. Visualize not the storm but the calm. Florence taught that what you imagine with feeling becomes your reality. Stillness is not wasted time, it is the highest work. For in those moments you align with the divine blueprint where everything is already resolved. Even 5 minutes shifts the atmosphere of your entire day, for the mind, when quieted, becomes a clear channel for the voice of guidance. In silence solutions rise like dawn. In silence strength renews like spring. In silence the soul remembers its home. The third step is the law of substitution. This is the art of replacing fear with truth, for fear will knock daily at the door of your mind, but you are not powerless. You are the gatekeeper. Every thought that enters must be examined, and if it carries the poison of fear, you cast it out and substitute it with a word of life. When the thought says, "It is too late," replace it with, "Divine timing is never late. What belongs to me arrives on time." When the thought says, "I will fail," replace it with, "I walk in divine success. My steps are ordered by God." When the thought says, "I am not enough," replace it with, "I am supplied by the infinite. In God I am whole. In God I am more than enough." This practice is not denial. It is divine correction. It is taking the raw clay of thought and shaping it into truth. It is choosing to tune the instrument of your mind until the music of your life is harmonious. And here is the sacred image. Imagine your life as a grand harp. Each string is a thought. If left untuned, the sound is harsh, chaotic, painful. But when you align, when you tune thought by thought, word by word, the harp begins to sing, and the music of your soul draws blessings. draws provision, draws peace, for nothing attracts divine orchestration more than a life in harmony. Alignment is not a one-time act, it is a rhythm, a walk, a daily song. Some days you will forget, and you will feel the dissonance, but remember, even then, you can pause, retune, realign. The law does not punish, the law simply reflects. When you return to alignment, life returns to flow. Now, I want you to speak it aloud. Wherever you are, whisper if you must, but let your soul hear your voice. Say, I align with divine law now. I choose words of power. I choose stillness over chaos. I choose truth over fear. Again, stronger this time. I no longer force. I no longer doubt. I align, and the gate opens. Do you feel it? The resonance is not just in your body. It is in the atmosphere around you. For words are not air, they are energy. They command angels, they shift unseen matter, they call forth the pattern of your destiny. And as you walk this path daily, you will notice subtle shifts. Anxiety loses its grip, answers come where confusion once reigned, opportunities rise where doors seemed shut, and most of all, your heart becomes light, unburdened, free. For alignment is not heavy labor, it is sacred ease. It is walking in step with the eternal rhythm already designed for you. Let this be your prayer today. O divine conductor, tune my heart to your music. Align my words, my thoughts, and my silence with your law. Let my life be a song of harmony that blesses not only me but all I encounter. This is the path of alignment. It is the daily act of remembering who you are. It is the sacred work of speaking, of stillness, of substitution. And as you walk it, the breakthroughs you once chased will begin to chase you. For alignment magnetizes blessing. Say it once more, as if engraving it on your soul. I align and the gate opens. And from this place, the next revelation N is ready to unfold. For alignment is not the end, but the preparation for the greater vision that awaits you beyond the horizon. Breakthrough is not a faraway promise, it is not waiting on some distant horizon, hidden behind locked doors or buried under years of struggle. Breakthrough is a seed already planted within you, quietly alive, silently unfolding, even in this very moment. The question is not when will it come. The real question is, will you choose to live as though it is already here? So many souls wait at the edge of their own blessing, pacing in circles around the gate of destiny, unaware that the gate was never locked. The key has always been in their hands. That key is faith, not faith as vague hope, not faith as fragile wishing, but faith as substance, as Florence Scovel Shinn declared, faith as the very material of things not yet seen, faith as the invisible blueprint shaping the visible world. Imagine the seed buried in the soil. You cannot see its roots stretching, you cannot see the stem rising in the dark, yet you water it as if life is already there. You trust that the unseen is working beneath the surface. That is the way of true breakthrough. You do not ask, will it grow? You live in the reality that it is already growing. This is the shift of power. This is the movement from waiting into embodiment. You are not chasing. You are not begging. You are not standing in delay. You are inhabiting your answered prayer now. You are walking as the one who already carries the promise. Say it aloud with me. I am already aligned. Again, with more authority. I am already aligned. Now listen to the vibration of your own voice. That is the sound of your soul tuning to the divine orchestra. That is the resonance of breakthrough echoing through your body, making every cell a sanctuary of faith. The world tells you to wait until you see it, wait until you hold it, wait until others confirm it, but the divine law moves in the opposite direction. Creation begins within. You see it first in your spirit, then in your imagination, then in the rhythm of your words, and finally, it crystallizes into form. If you wait for evidence before believing, you chain yourself to delay. But when you believe first, when you speak first, when you act as though the unseen is already substance, the world cannot help but rearrange itself in your favor. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture the one thing you have prayed for most. The home, the healing, the freedom, the overflowing abundance. See it as if it is already yours. Now breathe gratitude into it. Whisper, thank you God that it is already done. Let your heart soften in that gratitude. Gratitude before the evidence is the fragrance of faith. Gratitude is how you tell the universe, I am already living in the reality of answered prayer. When doubt speaks, it will say, but nothing has changed. When fear whispers, it will say, but you don't see it yet. That is when you practice the law of substitution. You replace the false thought with divine truth. You answer the lie with authority. You say, my breakthrough is unfolding now. You say, I live in the reality of answered prayer. You say, what is mine cannot be withheld. Your words are not empty sounds. They are spiritual seeds. Every time you speak with conviction, you plant substance into the unseen soil. Every time you declare, you accelerate the birth of what was promised. Heaven hears and the law responds. Listen, living inside breakthrough is not about pretending, it is about aligning with truth that is already alive in the unseen. The oak tree is already in the acorn, the harvest is already in the seed, the answered prayer is already in your soul. To embody it now is to harmonize with what is already yours. Think of a symphony. The conductor lifts the baton before a single sound is heard. The musicians hold their instruments ready, already living in the reality of the music that is about to rise. Oh, unfold, that is your posture. You are standing in faith's orchestra, ready, alive, vibrating with the certainty of divine timing. You are not wondering if the music will play. You know it already exists. So today, act from certainty. Do not wait until the bank account is full to feel wealthy. Walk as though divine supply is flowing through you already. Do not wait until the relationship appears to feel loved. Live as though love is your present reality. Do not wait until the door opens to celebrate. Dance in advance, for the law of life responds to your energy, not your hesitation. When Florence Scovel Shinn taught that faith is substance, she was showing us that every invisible truth carries its own body. Faith is not shadow. Faith is material in the higher dimension, waiting to take form in this one. When you declare, it is already mine, you give that invisible body permission to step into visibility. Let us affirm together. Say, I am already aligned. Say, my breakthrough is unfolding now. Say, I live in the reality of answered prayer. Feel the power in your chest as those words move through you. This is no longer theory. This is embodiment. This is living the law in the present tense. Breakthrough is not waiting for you tomorrow, it is breathing in you today, and as you anchor yourself in this awareness, life will mirror it back. The call will come, the opportunity will knock, the money will arrive, the healing will unfold, not because you begged for it, but because you dared to inhabit it before your eyes could see. This is the soul's compass. To live now as the person who already carries the victory. To walk as if the gates of destiny were never locked. To breathe gratitude before the evidence, to plant your words like sacred seeds and trust the divine soil to do its work. Step into this reality fully. The waiting season has ended. You are no longer stunned. Ending outside your own promise, you are inside it now. Every word you speak, every thought you choose, every act of gratitude is proof that you are dwelling in breakthrough. And as you continue this path, you will find that what once felt distant begins to draw near, until suddenly it is no longer unseen, no longer invisible, but manifest, alive, undeniable. Not because it appeared from nowhere, but because it was always here. You simply chose to live in it before the world could show it. Hold this truth, speak it daily, let it saturate your being. Breakthrough is not coming, breakthrough is here. This is not the end. This is the beginning of your breakthrough life. This is the moment when you step out of waiting, out of wandering, out of wondering, and you step into the certainty that the gates of destiny have opened wide before you. Every word spoken in this journey has been preparing you for this holy crossing. Every affirmation has been unlocking a hidden door, and now, the doors are not hidden anymore. They stand before you like golden gates shining in the morning light of your soul's awakening. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that life responds not to hesitation but to command. When you decree a thing with the full authority of your spirit, heaven and earth rush to obey. That is what this moment is. This is your decree. This is your sacred declaration. And as these words enter your spirit, you are not just listening, you are sealing the law. Say within yourself, or even aloud if your heart dares, my gates are open, my soul is ready, The divine order of the universe has aligned in my favor. Say it not as a hope but as a decree. Say it not as a whisper of wishful thinking, but as the thunder of a new creation. Your voice carries weight, your words are substance. They are seeds dropped into the divine soil that never fails to yield. Now breathe. Breathe in the atmosphere of answered prayer. Breathe in the fragrance of promises fulfilled. You are not standing outside anymore, knocking and waiting. You are inside. You are home. This is the law of substitution. No longer shall fear take the seat of your heart, for faith has taken its place. No longer shall lack sit at your table, for abundance has claimed the chair. No longer shall delay govern your days, for divine timing has become divine now. I speak this over you with full authority of spirit. Your drought has ended. Your desert has bloomed. Your struggle has bowed before the throne of grace. Your breakthrough is sealed, and from this moment on you will not return to the language of lack. You will not return to the posture of begging. You will not return to the identity of waiting. You are living as one crowned with completion. Do you feel it? That weight lifting off your shoulders is not imagination. That quiet peace rising in your chest is not illusion. That still small voice whispering, "It is done," is the voice of God agreeing with your decree. You are aligned with the divine orchestra now, and every instrument of heaven plays your song. So visualize it with me. Close your eyes if you can. See yourself standing before a radiant golden gate. It is tall, it is majestic, it is glowing with the light of heaven, and as you approach, you realize the gate is not locked. It swings wide at the sound of your steps. The invitation is clear. The path is open. The question is simple. Will you walk through? Take that step now in your spirit. Cross over into the reality of answered prayer. Feel your feet touch the ground of abundance. Feel your lungs fill with the air of new beginnings. Feel your hands touch the fruit of long-awaited harvest. You are not waiting for breakthrough. You are living inside it. You are clothed with it. You are sealed in it. Now declare with me, line by line, as if you are engraving this truth on the walls of your destiny. I am already aligned. My breakthrough is unfolding now. I live in the reality of answered prayer. My gates are open. My soul is ready. The divine order of the universe has aligned in my favor. Let each phrase echo in your spirit like the tolling of a sacred bell. Let it settle, not just in your mind but in your very cells. You are rewriting your subconscious. You are commanding your atmosphere. You are declaring to every power, seen and unseen, that you are no longer outside. You are inside. You are whole. You are fulfilled. Now listen, beloved soul. The law of non-resistance calls you not to fight old battles anymore. You do not need to struggle for what is already yours. You need only to walk in calm certainty, to move with quiet authority, to rest in divine order. Your only task is to keep your words aligned, your vision steady, your spirit open. The rest is already written. So hear me say this one final time as a decree over your life. Your gates are open. Your soul is ready. The divine order of the universe has aligned in your favor. From this day forward, you carry this seal within you. No voice of doubt can erase it. No circumstance of lack can override it. No delay can undo it. It is eternal. It is established. It is done. And now, I invite you into embodiment. If your soul is ready, type these words in the comments. I receive my breakthrough. Speak it with your voice, write it with your hand, and let heaven record it as your signature on this decree. This is not mere interaction. This is ceremony. This is covenant. You are entering agreement with the divine, and as you do, know this, you are not alone. You are part of a sacred movement, a family of awakened souls choosing faith over fear, abundance over lack, destiny over delay. Each share of this message is not just spreading content, it is spreading light. Each subscription is not just support, it is alliance. Together we are weaving a network of divine voices, a chorus of truth that no darkness can silence. So I close this chapter not with farewell, but with a beginning. Walk through the gate, live inside the promise, carry the seal of breakthrough wherever you go, for this is not the end. This is the beginning of your breakthrough life, and it begins now. I invite you now to become part of this sacred movement. Subscribe to this channel and step into a community where faith becomes substance, where words become wealth, and where your spirit learns to walk in divine order every day. Share this message with those you love, for when you spread light, heaven multiplies it back to you. Comment below, declare your faith, and let your voice join the chorus of souls rising into breakthrough. Together we are not just watching videos, together we are writing a new story of destiny. So breathe in, lift your heart, and take this next step. Subscribe, share, declare, and watch as heaven records your faith and opens gates you never imagined could swing wide for you. I had only a word and it changed everything. Not a fortune in the bank, not a secret inheritance, not a hidden business strategy whispered behind closed doors. Only a word, and in that word lived the entire seed of my destiny. What if I told you that the word you speak today could decide your tomorrow, that in the silence of your own voice lies the architecture of your future? Look around you. Every building you see began as a word in the mind of its maker. Every song you love was once a word hummed in the stillness. Every empire that rose and every kingdom that fell was set into motion by a word released at the right time. Words are not mere sounds, they are spiritual commands, invisible blueprints etched into the unseen. They carry the power of creation and the weight of destruction. They heal, they wound, they open doors, they close gates. They are the language of the soul speaking directly to the substance of the universe. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand. What you speak, you summon. What you declare, you design. And what you continue to affirm becomes clothed in form." Imagine holding a wand that could part seas, move mountains, or call abundance from the invisible into your hands. That wand is in your mouth. That wand is in your breath. That wand is in your word. Visualize this, a silent city at dawn, the streets still asleep, windows dark, the world unawakened. Then one light flickers on, one window glows gold. A single word has been spoken inside, and that word carries the power to awaken destiny. That is how wealth begins, not with a contract, not with a strategy, with a word that pierces the silence and plants itself in the soil of the unseen. But here is the mystery. The word is not random. It is not chosen from the surface of thought. It is drawn from the deeper well, the place where divine law and your soul's compass meet. The right word, spoken in alignment with universal law, becomes unstoppable. It cannot be resisted. It travels like a golden arrow, guided by the divine orchestra of timing and placement. So I ask you, what word have you been speaking over your life? Have your words been the chains that keep you bound, or the keys that open your prison? Have your words been curses disguised as casual phrases, or blessings clothed in faith? Your life is the echo of what you have spoken. Look at your circumstances, and you will hear your own voice reflected back. There was a time when I was surrounded by lack. Every thought seemed chained to fear. Every conversation carried shadows of doubt. I would say, "I can't afford this. Nothing ever works out for me. I'll never break free." And the universe, obedient servant that it is, bowed its head and said, "As you wish." My words became my walls. My declarations became my delays. My language became my lack. Until one day, in the midst of despair, I spoke differently. I did not even know why, but something in me rose. Something in me broke through the noise of fear, and out of my mouth came a word that did not belong to the old me. It was not rehearsed. It was not planned. It was divine. That one word turned my whole life. Hear me now. You are never more powerful than in the moment you choose your words. When you say, "I am aligned with divine supply," the entire universe shifts to prove you right. When you say, "Money comes to me by the law of love and right action," doors begin to open in places you never knew existed. When you say, "My word carries the vibration of wealth, health, and joy," heaven and earth conspire to clothe your word in form. Do not let the simplicity deceive you. The greatest miracles have always begun with the smallest words. Let there be light. Just 3 words. And creation burst into being. Florence taught that when you speak with the faith, you set invisible forces into motion. You do not need to know the how. You only need to release the word. The how belongs to God. So let me ask again, what if the word you speak today could decide your tomorrow? What if a single whisper carried enough power to lift you out of debt, fear, and limitation, and seat you in abundance, peace, and freedom? Would you not choose your words carefully? Would you not release them with reverence, like seeds falling into fertile soil? Close your eyes and imagine this moment as your dawn. You are standing at the edge of your own silent city. The streets are waiting. The houses are waiting. The future is waiting. You hold in your lips the word that can awaken the golden light. Speak it, release it, trust it. Your life will answer. Affirm with me now, my word is divine law in action. I speak wealth, and wealth finds me. I speak freedom, and freedom clothes me. I speak faith, and faith carries me into my highest good. Let this affirmation not just pass your lips but enter your cells. Feel the vibration in your body. Feel the shift in your energy. Your subconscious is listening. The universe is listening. Your future is listening. Do not underestimate the sacred power of the tongue. It is the rudder of your ship. It is the architect of your destiny. It is the compass of your soul. And when you choose one word in alignment with truth, that word becomes flesh. That word becomes form. That word becomes fortune. I had only a word and it turned me into a millionaire overnight, and so will you. Now let us walk deeper. Let us uncover how this word carried the power to unlock the invisible gates of wealth, and how you too can choose the word that awakens your own breakthrough. A word is never just a sound. It is never just a passing syllable. It is a vibration, a force, a decree that leaves your lips and begins to shape the unseen substance of your reality. The universe is not moved by opinions or wishes. It is moved by the living power of words. Every spoken word is a seed. Every phrase you allow to escape your mouth is planted deep within the soil of your subconscious. When you speak without awareness, it is like scattering seeds carelessly across barren ground. Some land in places where they cannot grow, others take root but are choked by weeds of fear and doubt, and still others blossom into realities you never intended, because you forgot that your words are living blueprints, carrying within them the design of your tomorrow. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the law of the spoken word. She taught that what you declare, with faith and persistence, must appear in your life. The invisible realm of spirit always says yes. It does not argue. It does not hesitate. It receives your word as command and begins to form it in substance. If you say you are defeated, the law agrees. If you say you are blessed, the law agrees. If you say money never comes, the law agrees. And if you say wealth flows freely, the law agrees. This is the mystery that many ignore. People cry out for change while continuing to scatter words of lack. They affirm poverty without realizing it. They say, I can't afford it. They say, nothing ever works for me. They say, I'll never escape this struggle. And each word becomes a silent architect, building walls around their lives. The law of substitution could have rescued them, but they did not know how to use it. The law of substitution is the sacred practice of replacing the destructive word with the creative one. It is the decision to uproot weeds and plant roses. When a thought of lack rises, replace it with abundance. When a phrase of fear rises, substitute it with faith. Florence gave us the perfect example. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. This affirmation is not just a string of words. It is a declaration that summons divine right opportunity, aligns the heart with service, and opens the invisible channels of revision. Let this truth sink into you. A word spoken in alignment with spirit is a seed that cannot die. It may not bloom overnight. The soil may feel still, but underground, in the hidden places of the soul, roots are forming, life is stirring, the seed is pressing upward, and when the time is right, it will break the surface. The law of non-resistance makes sure of it. To resist is to delay, to force is to choke the growth, but when you release, when you allow the word to be planted and trust the divine process, you make space for miracles. A farmer does not dig up the seed every morning to see if it has sprouted. He plants it, waters it, and trusts the unseen work. So must you with your words. Speak it, release it, rest in it, and watch the harvest arrive. Yet here lies the inner struggle. Most people cancel their own prayers with doubt. They speak faith for 1 hour and fear for the next. They plant seeds of abundance in the morning and uproot them with complaints by night. Their words contradict, their vibration wavers, and their harvest becomes confusion. But when you steady your tongue, when you choose the higher substitution, when you resist the urge to undo your own planting, then your word becomes law. Pause and reflect. What are the words you speak most often? Do they build or destroy? Do they open doors or shut them? Imagine for a moment that every phrase you release becomes written across the sky in glowing light. Would you be proud of the sentences hovering above you, or would you shrink back in shame? This is how powerful your word is. Heaven hears. Your subconscious hears. The invisible law hears. Visualize now. You speak a word of blessing. In the silence, the letters rise like sparks. They hover in the air, radiant, before sinking into the soil of your being. Beneath the surface, unseen roots spread wide, drawing nourishment, weaving into the fabric of your destiny. Slowly, steadily, a stem pushes upward, leaves unfurl, and one day before your eyes the full flower blooms, a perfect match to the seed you spoke. This is the creative process of the word. You are not a passive being begging for scraps of fate. You are the divine gardener, planting with your tongue, watering with your faith, harvesting with your patience. So let us practice together. Let these affirmations rise in your spirit like holy fire. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. Divine substance flows freely into my life. My word is charged with life and brings forth good. Say them not as wishes but as decrees. Feel them vibrate in your body. Imagine them written in light upon the canvas of your destiny. Speak them daily until they shape the rhythm of your thoughts. Here is a prayer you may whisper when doubt tries to undo your planting. Spirit of truth, guide my tongue. May my words be aligned with your law. May every syllable I release carry the vibration of life, love, and abundance. I release resistance. I trust the unseen growth. I speak, and it is so. Now the question lingers. If a careless word can destroy, if a single phrase of fear can wither the harvest, then what miracle awaits you when your words are conscious, deliberate, and aligned? Imagine the wealth of heaven pouring forth not because of chance but because of the sentences you faithfully sow. Imagine doors opening not by struggle but by decree. Imagine a single chosen word shifting the course of your entire life. And this is the threshold we now approach. For if the destructive word carries such weight, the creative word carries unimaginable glory. The miracle of your life is not hidden in chance, but in the next phrase that leaves your mouth. So breathe deeply, place your hand upon your heart, feel the vibration that stirs within you even now. The law of the spoken word is alive, waiting for your command. Choose the seed you will plant, for what you plant must come forth. And as we step into the next chapter of this journey, hold this thought close. If the careless word can destroy, imagine the miracle of a conscious chosen word. There is a secret battlefield that no eye can see. It is not fought in the streets, nor in the marketplace. It is fought within the chambers of the soul. Imagine, for a moment, that your heart becomes a courtroom. On one side, the voice of fear rises like a prosecuting attorney, fierce and relentless. It points to your past failures. It lays out evidence of your struggles. It whispers, "You will never escape this cycle. Look at your debts. Look at your empty hands. Look at the world around you. You are trapped." And across the room, quieter but steady, stands another voice, the voice of faith. It does not shout. It speaks with authority that needs no noise. It declares, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. I am guided, provided for, protected, and supplied by an invisible law that cannot fail." And between these two voices stands your soul, torn, trembling, trying to decide which witness to believe. This is the daily trial of every man and woman. You pray for abundance, but the moment a bill arrives, fear rises and says, "See, nothing has changed." You declare healing, yet the ache in your body whispers, "The pain is still here." You speak prosperity in the morning, but by night, you cancel it with words of lack. "I can't afford this. I will never get ahead. Things never work out for me." This inner contradiction is why so many live in cycles. They plant the seed of faith, then dig it up with fear. They release a word of power, then cover it with words of defeat, and the subconscious listens. It does not argue, it simply obeys. If you speak lack, it builds lack. If you speak fear, it multiplies fear. If you declare faith, it prepares miracles. Picture it this way. Your subconscious mind is the fertile soil of a divine garden. Every word you plant is a seed. When you speak faith, you drop seeds of light. When you speak fear, you drop seeds of shadow. The soil does not judge. It grows whatever is planted. So if your words contradict, your harvest will be confusion. One row of wheat, one row of weeds, fighting for the same sunlight. And the result is a life that feels unstable, always pulled between two realities. You desire prosperity, yet you confess poverty. You want healing, yet you magnify symptoms. You long for love, yet you speak rejection. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn declared that every word you speak is a boomerang that returns multiplied. You cannot speak both blessing and curse and expect clarity. You must choose which voice becomes the judge in your inner courtroom. Feel into this. Fear sounds logical. It uses facts, evidence, statistics. It says, be realistic. The odds are against you. It thrives on what is seen. But faith, faith speaks from the unseen. It is not bound by evidence. It is rooted in a higher law. It declares, though I see nothing, provision is on the way. Though I feel weak, strength is rising. Though the door looks closed, God is preparing another gate. Let me paint it for you. Fear is a storm in the night, shaking the windows, rattling the roof. Faith is the sunrise breaking through, soft at first, then unstoppable, washing away the darkness. Fear is the shadow that grows when you turn from the light. Faith is the flame that burns shadows away, and yet most souls live as prisoners of the louder voice. They let fear dominate because it shouts. They let worry control because it feels urgent. But power is never in volume. Power is in truth, and truth is always on the side of faith. Consider this. Every time you say, I can't afford it, you are giving a command to your subconscious to keep you in lack. Every time you say, it's impossible, you are instructing the divine machinery of your mind to shut the gates of possibility. But every time you say, all things are working together for my good, I am divinely supplied, you open the floodgates of provision. Do you see the courtroom now? Do you see the battle? Your soul is not weak, it is simply waiting for you to choose which voice you will allow to speak the verdict of your life. Let us make this practical. The next time fear speaks, pause. Do not argue. Do not beg. Simply substitute. This is the law of substitution. Replace the statement of lack with a declaration of truth. When fear says, I don't have enough, speak back. The supply of the universe is endless. I am part of that supply. When fear says, this illness is too strong, reply, the light of God is flowing through every cell of my body. Wholeness is my birthright. When fear says, you will fail again, affirm, every step I take is guided. Success is already written in my story. Feel the shift. The voice of fear loses its power when you answer it with the word. Not many words, one clear, unshakable declaration that becomes the gavel striking in your courtroom. From this moment forward, you are no longer the defendant tossed back and forth by argument. You are the judge, deciding which word carries authority, and when you choose faith, heaven itself stands behind you. The divine orchestra begins to move, arranging synchronicities, opening gates, shifting circumstances in your favor. Remember this truth, the storm will always roar, the shadow will always whisper, but one who understands the law does not bend. He clings to the word like a sailor clings to the mast in the storm. She holds the word like a torch in the darkness, and in time the storm passes, the shadow dissolves, and only the light remains. So when the voices rise again, and they will choose carefully, for your word is not just sound, it is seed, it is law, it is the decree that shapes your tomorrow. And when you choose the word of faith, no matter the storm, your destiny begins to shift. This is the turning point. This is where the inner courtroom falls silent and the gavel strikes in your favor, because the word you hold is the word that holds your life. And now, we turn to the mystery of why one word, spoken in truth, can move mountains and rearrange a lifetime. There is a sacred secret that has been hidden in plain sight, not a library of books, not 1,000 complex affirmations, but a single word. One word, when spoken with conviction, carries the authority to rearrange the invisible forces of your life. One word, held like fire in the heart, can become the golden key to every locked door. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the power of the word. She taught that words are not empty sounds but living messengers. They travel into the unseen, into the very blueprint of creation, and they return carrying the shape of what was spoken. To most people, words are scattered dust. But to the one who knows, one word becomes the architect of destiny. Imagine a traveler standing at the edge of a vast kingdom. He has nothing but a single coin in his hand. That coin seems small, almost worthless, yet when he places it into the hands of the gatekeeper, something astonishing happens. The gates open wide, the coin becomes enough, it is the key, and suddenly the whole kingdom is his to walk through. That is what a word becomes when it is spoken with faith. At first it may look small, just a sound on the lips, just a whisper carried on breath. But when clothed in conviction, that word becomes the coin that opens every gate of supply, every door of wealth, every path of abundance. Florence told her students to cling to the word. She would say, hold fast to it, as if it were the rope that pulls you from stormy waters. Do not let go when appearances tell you otherwise. Do not release it when the world looks dark. The word is the lifeline, the law, the divine decree, and the moment you refuse to let go of it, it will manifest. Think of the words, wealth, supply, opulence, victory. These are not just letters arranged together, they are vibrations. Each one is a note in the divine orchestra. When you speak them, you summon that particular music into your life. Say the word wealth, as if it were the sunrise. Speak it not with desperation but with assurance. Let it roll through your being. Wealth is mine now. I walk in the riches of divine supply. That is no longer a sentence. It is a decree. It is a command to the universe. Close your eyes for a moment. See before you a golden gate. It looks heavy, impossible to move. On your lips rests only one word, wealth. You breathe it out like a flame, and the gate begins to tremble. The hinges glow. Then, with a rush of light, the doors swing open. That is the power you hold each time you choose your word and speak it without fear. The law of substitution makes this even clearer. You cannot hold two opposing thoughts at once. If fear whispers, I have nothing, you substitute with your word, wealth. If the mind says, it will never happen, you do not argue, you do not resist, you simply place your coin in the hand of creation again. You say, supply. This substitution is not denial, it is command, it is choosing the higher vibration every time a lower one tries to pull you under. Florence would remind her students that words spoken in faith carry the force of divine timing. You may not see the result in the same hour, but the word goes forth like a seed. It burrows into the soil of the invisible, and it cannot help but bloom. Every farmer knows the harvest belongs to the one who waits. So cling to the word until it manifests, and know this, it always manifests. Say aloud with me now, wealth is mine now. I walk in the riches of divine supply. Pause. Let that settle in your body. Notice the shift, however small. That is the rearranging of your inner world, and as the inner aligns, the outer must follow. If you are listening with a heavy heart, perhaps struggling with bills or the weight of uncertainty, here is your invitation. Choose your word, just one, not many, not scattered, but one word you will hold. As the coin in your hand, let it be victory, let it be opulence, let it be supply. Choose it, speak it, carry it, and when the storms of doubt rise, whisper it again. That word is your anchor, that word is your opening. Picture yourself walking through a vast hall of locked doors. Behind each one is a form of wealth, opportunities, ideas, allies, resources. You need not break the doors, you need not force them. You carry the master key in your mouth, and with one word, the locks yield, and the treasures are revealed. Affirm this with me. I speak the word of wealth, and doors open before me. I declare supply, and rivers of provision flow to me. I hold to opulence, and the world mirrors it back in radiant abundance. I proclaim victory, and every obstacle turns into a stepping stone. Do you feel the vibration shift as these words move through you? This is not imagination. This is law. Words are creative substance, and the universe is law-bound to obey. So from this moment, carry your millionaire word, not as a chant of desperation, but as a royal decree. Do not scatter it with doubt. Do not dilute it with complaint. Speak it as one who knows. And as Florence promised, when you cling to the word without resistance, life will rearrange itself overnight. And now, with the word burning bright within you, let us move deeper into the mystery of how the universe responds the moment you refuse to release it. For when the word is held without resistance, the entire fabric of reality bends to its sound. There is a mystery in the way life transforms. We call it sudden. We call it overnight. We say it came like lightning, out of nowhere, as if heaven cracked open for us in a single breath. But the truth is more delicate and more precise. What looks like a sudden miracle has been forming in silence for far longer than our eyes could see. This is the law of divine timing. It is too the unseen order that governs every manifestation, every answered prayer, every open door. Divine timing is not delay, it is not denial, it is preparation in disguise. The word you speak sets the law in motion, but the manifestation waits until your heart, your mind, your spirit, and the infinite currents of the universe align perfectly. Then it arrives, not slowly, but instantly. Think of a seed beneath the soil. For weeks it rests in darkness, invisible to you. You water it, you wait, you wonder if anything is happening. But beneath the ground roots are stretching, the seed is breaking open, life is gathering force. And then one morning, you see a fragile green shoot. It looks like it came overnight, yet it was being prepared in silence all along. So it is with your words. You may affirm for months, you may pray for years, you may declare the truth again and again, wondering if the universe has heard you. And then, in a single night, everything shifts. The call comes, the opportunity appears, the money flows, the healing begins. It is not by chance, it is the clock of divine order striking midnight. Visualize it now, a great clock, ancient and luminous, its hands moving with perfect precision. Each tick is a prayer you've spoken, each second is a word you've declared. The hour approaches quietly, unnoticed, and then midnight, the moment of sudden light. The doors open, not because they were forced, but because they were always scheduled to open at that exact instant. Divine timing does not miss its appointment. There was once a man who prayed for years to be free from debt. Every morning he declared, "God is my supply and my debts are wiped away." He struggled, he doubted, yet he held to the word. Month after month he saw no change. Then one evening, an old business contact called unexpectedly. A forgotten investment matured. Overnight, every debt was cleared. His years of faith were rewarded in a single hour. It may look like coincidence, but it is divine mathematics. The invisible equations of spirit were solving themselves long before the man received the phone call. When his mind finally stopped resisting and accepted the truth he spoke, the outer world rearranged itself instantly. This is the secret. Overnight is not magic, it is acceptance. It is the moment when the subconscious finally bows to the authority of your word. You speak, you affirm, you visualize, not to convince God, but to persuade your own inner chamber of truth. And once the subconscious receives the word as law, manifestation is immediate. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly." Faith is the bridge to divine timing. Faith holds steady when the outer world seems unmoved. Faith waters the seed even when there is no sign of growth. Faith says, "It is done," until the inner resistance dissolves and the miracle bursts forth in what looks like an instant. Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. From the outside, nothing seems to change. Days pass, then weeks. But inside, wings are forming. Structure is building. A creature of the earth is becoming a creature of the air. Then one morning, the cocoon breaks open, and the butterfly takes flight. Overnight transformation. Yet it was hidden preparation all along. This is why your word cannot fail. Once spoken with conviction, it plants itself in the soil of divine law. Your part is to water it with repetition, faith, and non-resistance. The universe's part is to bring it into form at the perfect hour. You are not waiting on the miracle. The miracle is waiting on your readiness. Breathe this truth deeply now. Whisper to yourself, my word is one with divine timing, and nothing can stop its swift manifestation. Say it again, letting the vibration enter your heart. This is not empty repetition, it is alignment. Each time you declare it, your inner gates loosen. Each time you affirm it, your subconscious yields. And then, suddenly, the word you spoke becomes flesh. So release the anxiety of when, release the doubt of how. Divine timing is not late, nor is it early. It is exact. The clock of heaven cannot be rushed or delayed. And when the hour strikes, what you once chased will chase you. What you once feared would never come will stand at your door. This is the hope that lifts you. This is the expectancy that strengthens you. The miracle is closer than it appears. Even now, the invisible currents are weaving threads of destiny, arranging meetings, preparing opportunities, aligning conditions. Your word is alive, moving silently toward its expression. Imagine it. Midnight approaches. The room is still. You are resting, unaware, and then the clock strikes. Suddenly, the door you prayed for opens. Light floods the path. The shift feels instant, but it was always in motion. This is the way of divine law, swift, precise, certain. And so I say to you, do not fear the waiting. Do not call delay your enemy. The hidden season is holy, for it is shaping you to hold the miracle when it arrives. The longer the root grows underground, the stronger the tree that rises above. Trust that your seed is not lost, it is alive, it is inevitable. The universe keeps perfect time, and when the inner word and the divine hour meet, you will step into a life that looks transformed in a single night. That is the mystery of overnight miracles. But to reach that moment, you must learn the sacred art of holding the word. There comes a moment on every spiritual path when the skies darken and the winds begin to howl. You have spoken your word, planted your declaration, aligned yourself with divine law, and then the storm rises. Circumstances contradict. The outer world begins to laugh in your face, whispering, "It will never happen." Yet this is not the sign of failure. This is the proof that your word has been heard, that it has gone forth into the invisible, stirring the atmosphere into movement. Think of your word as a torch lit from the eternal flame of spirit. When the storm comes, that torch must not be dropped. You hold it higher. Why? You shield it from the winds of doubt. You protect it from the rains of fear. You carry it as though it were the only light left in the universe. And in truth, sometimes it is. Because when you have only one word, one divine affirmation spoken from the depth of faith, that single word contains more power than every voice of opposition. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that words are not idle, they are seeds. They move substance, they create openings in the invisible, and when you affirm in faith, the old patterns of lack, fear and limitation are disturbed. The storm is not punishment. The storm is the evidence of construction. It is the scaffolding being moved, the invisible rearrangement that precedes manifestation. So when you feel the winds of resistance, remind yourself, the storm does not mean failure. The storm means the law is working. This is where resilience is forged. This is where you prove that your faith is not a feather blown by every breeze but an anchor tied to the eternal. You may feel the pull of fear, you may feel the temptation to speak defeat, but here, in the very eye of contradiction, you are given the holy task to hold the word. Let this be your inner dialogue. When the mind whispers, "I cannot afford this," respond with authority, "God is my instant and eternal supply." When circumstances cry, "There is not enough," you answer, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." When your senses shout, "It's over," you declare, "Nothing is ever lost in the mind of God. What is mine comes to me by divine right." Each time you replace the old thought with the word, you strengthen the torch. Each time you refuse to speak lack and instead affirm supply, you fan the flame of faith. Each time you decline fear and choose divine truth, you take another step forward in the storm with your torch burning bright. Here is a practice for this sacred moment. Take a journal and write the word that represents your desire. just one word: wealth, freedom, peace, supply. Write it at the center of the page, then surround that word with images, symbols, and declarations that give it form. Draw circles of abundance, rays of golden light, symbols of prosperity. Write phrases such as "My word does not return void," and "The universe rearranges for my good." Let this journal page become a holy shield, a reminder that no storm can erase a word rooted in spirit. Now close your eyes. Imagine yourself walking through a storm. The sky is heavy, the rain is sharp, the winds push against you, yet above your head, shining in golden light, is your word. One word, inscribed in letters of fire, burning with divine authority. See it hovering above you like a banner, a declaration written into the heavens. The storm tries to touch it, but it cannot. The winds roar, but the word does not move. You keep walking step by step, carrying yourself beneath that eternal inscription. And as you walk, the storm begins to weaken. The winds lose their voice, the rain lightens, and the light of your word remains, glowing even brighter than before. Let this visualization become a daily ritual. Whenever fear rises, whenever doubt tries to speak, return to the image of your golden word. Stand beneath it. Let it shield you, let it guide you, let it remind you that no storm has the power to extinguish what God has spoken through you. You may wonder, why does it have to storm at all? Why can't the word simply manifest in peace and silence? Because the storm is the clearing. The storm shakes loose the old structures of lack and limitation. The storm removes the debris of doubt that clutters your path. The storm tests the strength of your faith so that when the miracle arrives, it is not a fragile victory, but a permanent shift. So bless the storm. Speak to it as the invisible architect at work. Tell yourself, if I see winds, it means the walls of my old belief are falling. If I feel resistance, it means new ground is breaking open. If I see contradiction, it means the LA is moving in my favor. Let your soul reframe every thunderclap as music in the divine orchestra of manifestation. Affirm now. My word is my torch. No wind can put it out. No storm can break it. No circumstance can cancel it. What God has written through me stands eternal. Say it until your whole being vibrates with certainty. Say it until you feel a quiet strength that no outer condition can shake. Say it until your heart knows that your word is greater than any appearance of lack. And remember, the storm always passes. It cannot last forever. No wind can blow against divine law indefinitely. Sooner or later, the clouds break, the light returns, and what was once only a word becomes visible in your life. You may wake one morning and see that the very thing you spoke has taken form. The account is full. The opportunity arrives. The healing is complete. The door opens wide. And you will know, in that sacred moment, that the word you held in the storm was the seed of your miracle. So keep the torch high. Guard it with faith, hold it with strength, and walk through the storm as one who already carries the victory within. Because once the storm passes, the miracle breaks forth. I once lived by fear's word, but now I live by faith's word. That is the sentence that marks the crossing. That is the doorway into a life that is no longer bound by shadows but carried by light. Fear spoke to me for years, whispering its curses, chaining my imagination, convincing me that lack was reality. But today I stand on the bridge of transformation, and with one sacred word, I step into the golden city of divine prosperity. Poverty is not just empty pockets. It is an inner climate, a way the soul bends under the weight of false belief. Poverty is the dark valley where voices of doubt echo, voices that say you are not enough, voices that say abundance is for others but not for you. Poverty is that silent agreement you made with limitation when fear convinced you that life could not change. But hear me now, every agreement you made with lack can be broken by a new word spoken in faith. The tongue is the compass of destiny. Speak a new word and you walk a new path. This is the sacred shift. It is not an event outside of you. It is not a lottery ticket or a sudden windfall. It is the inner bridge you decide to cross. Picture yourself at the edge of that bridge now. Behind you lies the barren land of doubt, every step heavy, every breath uncertain. Ahead of you rises a city lit by golden light. Towers of divine promise, streets paved with certainty, doors of opportunity flung open. The bridge itself glows beneath your feet, sustained not by stone or wood, but by the invisible law of faith. Every word you speak is a step across this bridge. Say I am poor, and you walk backward. Say I am prospered by the divine, and you move forward into the city of light. Florence Scovel Shinn declared that the invisible words we speak sketch the architecture of our reality. You are the builder, you are the designer, you are the one who writes the script of your prosperity with the pen of your tongue. So today, begin to speak not as the one who is begging, but as the one who is crowned. Say it aloud with me now. The word of wealth is alive in me now. I am aligned with divine prosperity. Let this affirmation rise not as a chant of desperation, but as a declaration of truth. Say it slowly, feel its power. The word of wealth is alive in me now. I am aligned with divine prosperity. Each time you speak it, the bridge glows brighter beneath your feet. Each time you affirm it, the gates of the golden city swing wider open. Some of you are still standing at the edge, trembling. The valley of lack feels familiar. You may say, but I have bills to pay, but I have debts, but I have never known abundance. These are the chains fear uses to keep you tied to the valley. But listen, the bridge does not ask you for proof, it asks you for faith. The law does not wait for your circumstances to change, it waits for your word to change. The invisible responds not to your fear but to your declaration. Write this truth into your life with your own hand. For the next 21 days, take a journal and every morning write one line. The word of wealth is alive in me now. I am aligned with divine prosperity. Do not skip a day. Do not allow the valley to call you back. Each word written is another stone of gold laid in your path. In time you will feel the shift. Your inner atmosphere will clear. Your thoughts will no longer bow to fear. Your heart will no longer grasp for scraps. Instead, a quiet certainty will take root. And that certainty will manifest as opportunities, connections, and provision you could not have calculated. The sacred shift is not about money alone. It is about identity. It is about moving from slave to sovereign, from beggar to beloved child of God. Poverty told you that you are at the mercy of the world. Prosperity reveals that the world is at the mercy of your word. The divine law waits like a faithful servant, ready to clothe your life in abundance the moment you speak with faith. Close your eyes for a moment and visualize. See yourself walking across that radiant bridge. Behind you the valley grows dim, voices of fear fading until they are nothing but echoes in the distance. Ahead, the golden city shines. See the gates carved with sacred symbols, opening wide as you approach. Hear the sound of music carried on the wind, a divine orchestra announcing your arrival. Feel the weight lift off your shoulders, the old cloak of poverty falling to the ground. You walk forward clothed in light, crowned with confidence, carried by faith. This is who you are now. This is the truth that was waiting for you all along. Let us seal this moment with a prayer. Spirit of infinite supply, I align my word with yours. Where I once spoke lack, I now speak abundance. Where I once believed in fear, I now trust in your divine provision. Let every word I speak be a seed of prosperity. Let every thought I hold be a door to opportunity. The city of wealth is mine by divine right, and I step into it with gratitude, with trust, with joy. Now breathe, feel the shift within you. It is subtle, but it is certain. You have crossed. The bridge did not crumble. The golden city is not a mirage. It is your new home. Poverty is not your truth anymore. Wealth is the word that governs your destiny now. Hold this word like a torch in your heart. Protect it, speak it daily, write it faithfully, live it boldly, for when you change your word, you change your world. And when you walk in the word of wealth, you will discover that prosperity is not something you chase, it is something you carry, something you radiate, something that flows to you because it already flows through you. And this, beloved soul, is the sacred shift. The valley is behind you, the city of light is before you, and with every word of faith you speak, you prove to yourself and to the world that the invisible law is alive, that words do not simply describe life, words create it. This is your turning point. This is your passage. This is your proof that with one word you can step from poverty into prosperity forever. Now you are ready for the grand finale. For what begins as a declaration in secret soon becomes a testimony in the open. Your word will be made flesh, your unseen faith will become seen wealth, and your life will stand as living proof that words become worlds. I had only a word, and it turned me into a millionaire overnight. This same law is now yours. The same key that unlocked my doors of wealth is waiting to be lifted by your tongue. The word is not a sound. The word is spirit. The word is law. The word is the invisible architect writing tomorrow in advance. Pause. Let this truth burn through you. You have been carrying unspoken power inside your chest, power that has been waiting for your voice, not tomorrow, not next year, now. The word you release today will not remain in the air. It will build, it will travel, it will shape. What is your word? Is it wealth? Is it victory? Is it supply? Is it success? Is it freedom? Choose now. Do not hesitate. Your hesitation has cost you enough. Your silence has kept the gates shut. Today, the gates respond to your command. Say it. Speak it aloud even if your voice trembles. Wealth, victory, supply, success, freedom. I speak it, I live it, I am it. Feel the vibration echo in your bones. Every syllable is a golden hammer breaking chains you cannot see. Every declaration is a torch burning away fear. The law of substitution teaches that no two thoughts can hold the same place. When lack tries to whisper, you override it with your word of supply. When doubt rises like a shadow, you flood it with your word of victory. When fear pounds at your chest, you answer it with freedom. Your word is your shield. Your word is your sword. Imagine with me, all across the world, souls are lifting their voices. A woman in silence says, supply. A man in the dark says, victory. A child says, wealth. Doors swing open, phone calls come through, letters arrive, hands receive. The river of abundance flows where the word has been planted. The divine orchestra has been waiting for your signal. The instruments of heaven respond not to your worry, but to your decree. The silent gate of destiny opens not to your anxiety, but to your authority. You are not begging God. You are aligning with God. You are not asking for scraps. You are commanding the feast that was written for you before time began. Say it again, this time with fire, this time with certainty. Wealth, victory, supply, success, freedom. I speak it, I live it, I am it. This is not repetition, this is activation. Every word you speak is charged with the substance of the unseen. You are writing the script of your tomorrow with the ink of your now. Do not underestimate the simplicity of this law. The enemy of your soul always tries to make it complicated, but Florence Scovel Shinn was clear. Life is a game, and words are the moves. If you speak fear, you move toward chains. If you speak faith, you move toward freedom. The move is yours. Close your eyes. Picture the word you chose as light. See it hover before you, glowing with brilliance. Now see it expanding, filling your room, covering your street, flooding your city. Your word does not stay contained. It ripples into the universe, calling back everything that matches its frequency. Breathe deep, feel the alignment. You are not repeating after me. You are commanding your life. You are declaring your fortune. You are awakening your soul to its birthright. Say it once more with sacred force. Wealth, victory, supply, success, freedom. I speak it. I live it. I am it. Now hear me. Do not let this word fall silent after this moment. Take it with you into tomorrow. Write it in your journal. Whisper it when you wake. Declare it when you pay your bills. Announce it when you look in the mirror. Your word is not just a sound, it is a seed. Water it daily. Guard it fiercely. I bless you now. With divine authority I declare, your word is already working. The miracle is already in motion. Doors are already swinging open. Supply is already rushing in. Victory is already stamped upon your path. Freedom is already written across your life. You will remember this day. You will look back and say, that was the moment I spoke and the universe obeyed. So speak now, and never stop speaking. And when you do, remember this truth that has carried through time. I had only a word and it turned me into a millionaire overnight. This same law is now yours. If this message has awakened you, subscribe now for daily spiritual teachings and share your chosen word in the comments below. Let the world know what you have spoken into being. Together, we create a chorus that shifts the atmosphere of this planet. Your word is alive. Your word is working. Your word is law. The miracle has already begun. You are standing before the very door of God's wealth flow. The question is, will you enter? For years you have searched, you have prayed, worried, doubted, and tried to force the world to move in your favor. Yet all along, the true door was never locked. It was waiting in silence for you to recognize it. This door is not built of wood or stone. It is the golden door within the inner temple of your heart. It is the silent gate of destiny, waiting for the moment you choose to align with divine abundance. Wealth, as Florence Scovel Shinn revealed, is never a matter of outer chasing. It is a matter of inner alignment. When your soul comes into rhythm with divine law, money, opportunities, and provision flow like a river. They do not trickle, they stream in perfect measure. For wealth is spiritual before it is material. It is the evidence of God's endless supply moving through you. Look within now. Picture it. A golden door framed in light. Upon it is written in letters of fire, by divine right. This door does not open by force. It does not answer to desperation. It responds only to faith, to surrender, to the sacred habits that turn the key. And the moment you choose to live by divine law, the hinges turn, and the wealth of heaven flows into every corner of your life. You may feel as though you have knocked and knocked, but listen closely. The Spirit says, you are already standing at the entrance. You were guided here not by accident but by divine appointment. This message has found you because your soul is ready to cross over from struggle into flow, from confusion into clarity, from scarcity into supply. Pause for a moment. Feel the weight of this truth. Your lack was never punishment. Your waiting was never wasted. It was the shaping of your soul, preparing you to see the difference between chasing shadows and walking in the light. The world may have taught you that wealth is reserved for the ruthless or the lucky. But heaven teaches another law. The wealth of God flows through the obedient heart, the surrendered tongue, the soul that dares to speak with power. The doors of abundance swing open now. This is not ambition, this is alignment. If you feel this message stirring your soul, if you sense that something ancient and true is awakening within you, then I invite you to subscribe to this channel for daily spiritual teachings that keep you aligned with God's plan. Let every word you hear here be a step deeper into the temple of abundance, a reminder that you are not walking alone, but guided by divine law. Now breathe deeply and let your imagination see the scene. You are standing in a vast inner sanctuary. The air hums with light. Before you rises the golden door, radiant with promise. Place your hand upon it in your mind's eye. Feel its warmth, as if heaven itself is pulsing through the frame. And as you whisper the decree of Florence Scovel Shinn, I open the way for divine abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. The door shifts. The hinges stir, and a river of living wealth begins to flow towards you. Do you feel it? The fear that once clenched your chest begins to loosen. The doubt that clouded your vision begins to clear. You are awakening to the truth that wealth is not far off. It is here. It is now. It is waiting for your recognition. This is the beginning of a new walk, not the old path of striving, but the path of spiritual habits that unlock the door again and again. Habits of faith, of word, of vision, of release, of thanksgiving. Habits that turn your very life into a vessel of supply. Let the old story end here. The story where you wondered if you were forgotten. The story where you believed wealth belonged to others, but not to you. That story dissolves in the light of this golden door. From this moment you know, you are chosen to walk through. You are ready to live in God's wealth flow. And so we declare together, as a sacred seal upon this opening, God's wealth doors swing open now, and I walk through by divine right. Take a deep breath now and feel what I am saying. You are standing at the threshold of a new reality, a reality where wealth is not distant but present, not scarce but flowing, not withheld but overflowing. Say within yourself, God's wealth doors swing open now, and I walk through by divine right. And let this be more than words. Let it be the beginning of a new vibration, a new identity, a new life. For wealth is not something you chase, it is something you embody, it is something you allow, it is something you claim in consciousness until the outer world reflects it back to you in perfect form. Imagine the door opening now. Behind it, a river of golden light, flowing endlessly, streaming toward you, carrying every resource you need, every idea, every connection, every opportunity, every form of supply. You step forward and it flows to meet you. No more waiting, no more postponing, no more doubting. The divine right time is now, and the divine right door is open. Repeat after me with inner authority. I no longer stand in fear. I no longer stand in lack. I am the beloved of God. I am supplied by divine law. I am one with the river of wealth, and I walk boldly through the open door. And so it is. This is where your journey begins. The awakening, the recognition, the first sacred habit that opens everything else. And as we move deeper, you will learn the habits that not only open the door, but keep it open. Habits that make wealth your natural state. Habits that align your daily life with eternal supply. So remain present, remain open, remain willing, for the story of your wealth is just beginning to be written, and this time it is written with divine ink on the scrolls of eternity. The first sacred habit is the mastery of your word. It may sound simple, but nothing holds more power in shaping your destiny than the language that flows from your tongue. Every syllable you release carries weight, every phrase holds energy, and every declaration plants a seed. You are speaking your financial future into being each day, whether you know it or not. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the word is not casual, it is law. It travels into the hidden chambers of your subconscious mind and sets invisible forces into motion. Words are not mere sounds. They are chisels in the hands of the divine architect, carving the shape of your life, carving the door through which God's wealth will flow to you. But here lies the struggle. Most people do not realize they are speaking against their own prosperity. They say, "I can't afford that, money never lasts, times are hard." Each sentence is a command issued to the subconscious, and the subconscious obeys without hesitation. It does not argue. It does not pause to question. It simply manifests the blueprint given to it, and so many unknowingly construct walls of lack with their very own tongues. This is why the sacred habit of guarding your speech must be embraced as a discipline, as a holy practice. Words of poverty will always close the door of divine supply. Words of wealth will always open it. Think of your words as the keys to a sacred gate. Every time you say, "I cannot," the key breaks. Every time you say, "I lack," the door seals tighter. But when you declare, "God is my unfailing source, my supply is unlimited," you place a golden key into the lock, and the door of wealth swings wide before you. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. See a vast hall stretching before you, walls of shining marble, and at the end a great door etched with gold. Each word you speak is a stroke of the chisel carving the lock. Day after day, word after word, you are shaping the key that will either fit perfectly or fail to open it. That door is the passage into God's abundance, and your tongue is what determines whether you will enter. This is why we must retrain the tongue. It is not enough to silence negative words. You must replace them with declarations of truth. You must substitute every phrase of lack with words that sing of divine supply. The law of substitution is your ally. If you are tempted to say, "I cannot afford this," substitute it with, "God's wealth flows to me in perfect ways." If you find yourself saying, "Money is scarce," substitute it with, "Wealth is abundant, and I align myself with it now." Let this be your practice. Write down the words you often speak about money. Be honest. Do not soften them. Confront the reality of how your tongue has been shaping your world. Then, beside each phrase, write the divine truth that must take its place. Create your new vocabulary of wealth. This is not a casual exercise. It is the reprogramming of your subconscious. It is the rewriting of the story your life has been telling. Listen to these affirmations and allow them to enter your spirit. I speak only words of wealth, and wealth obeys my voice. My tongue is a key that unlocks divine supply. Every word I release is a seed of abundance that cannot return void. I command prosperity, and it manifests in my experience. Repeat them slowly, with conviction. Speak them aloud daily. Let your voice become the sound of faith. Because wealth responds not to begging, but to authority, and your authority is in the word you speak. You see, when you begin to speak with alignment, you are no longer arguing with circumstances. You are no longer bowing to appearances. You are standing in the higher law, the invisible law, the law that governs form. The spoken word is your decree, and heaven must obey it. There is also a healing that occurs when you practice this habit. Many people carry shame and fear around money. They grew up hearing words of limitation spoken by parents, teachers, or leaders. Those words still echo inside, shaping beliefs and emotions. But here is the good news. The tongue that once repeated those words can now erase them. Every divine declaration is like light dissolving shadows. Every word of truth you speak heals the old agreements of lack. So if your inner voice whispers, "Money is hard to come by," you reply aloud, "Money comes to me with ease. God is my source, and his supply knows no struggle." If you hear the echo of, "I never have enough," respond with, "I always have more than enough, pressed down, shaken together, and running over." This is not denial, it is declaration. It is the deliberate act of reshaping reality. Picture your life as a sacred garden. Every word you plant becomes a seed. Speak thorns, and thorns will grow. Speak flowers, and flowers will bloom. The harvest you desire depends on the seeds you sow today, and the soil never argues, it never says no, it simply produces what is planted. Your subconscious is that soil, your word is the seed, your life is the harvest. This is the first sacred habit. To master it is to change everything. For if your tongue speaks in alignment with divine law, the mind must follow, the emotions must align, the actions must shift, and the door to God's wealth will stand open before you. Remember this declaration as you move forward. When the word is mastered, the mind must follow. Habit 2. Guarding the inner temple of thought. There is a deeper chamber beyond the words you speak. Words are powerful, yes, but they are born from a greater source, the wellspring of thought. A man cannot speak what he has not first allowed to take root within. And here lies the second sacred habit. Guarding the inner temple of thought. Every thought is a visitor knocking at the gates of your mind. Some come cloaked in fear, whispering, "What if you lose everything?" Some arrive dressed in lack, murmuring, "There is never enough." Others come as angels of light declaring, "You are already supplied. You are already whole." The temple of your mind decides who is welcomed and who is cast out. Florence Scovel Shinn taught the law of substitution. You cannot think two thoughts at once. When a thought of fear rises, it cannot coexist with a thought of faith. One must replace the other. The question is, which throne will you allow to be built inside your temple? If you let lack enter and dwell, it builds a throne of scarcity. It sits, and from that seat, it commands your life. But if you allow abundance to enter, abundance builds not just a throne but a palace, and its halls overflow with riches. I want you to picture a person standing in the middle of a storm. The rain lashes, the winds roar, the darkness feels endless. They hold their arms up, demanding the storm stop. But the storm continues. Hours pass and still the storm rages. Only when they shift their gaze upward, beyond the storm, beyond the clouds, to the light breaking through, does the storm lose its grip. For the storm was never about the rain or the wind, it was always about the mind. Where you place your attention, there your reality strengthens. Your mind is not a battlefield to be left unguarded. It is the holy temple of creation, and you are its gatekeeper. Each thought that enters lays down a stone. A single fearful thought may look small, but one stone laid upon another builds walls, builds structures, builds prisons. Yet a single faithful thought can begin a palace whose gates shine with gold and whose floors echo with divine supply. This is why the practice of substitution is sacred. You cannot fight fear by wrestling it. You replace it. When thoughts of "I am not enough" rise, you do not argue with them. You declare, "God's infinite abundance flows through me." When the thought of "I will never get ahead" comes, you substitute, "Divine timing is arranging all things for my good." The temple does not resist darkness. It simply lights a candle, and darkness flees. Here is a tool for you. Each time a thought of lack or fear appears, imagine writing it down on a slip of paper. Hold it in your hand, see the words etched in your mind. "I can't pay my bills. I'll never prosper. Money is hard to come by. Now, in your vision, bring this paper to a great flame of light. Watch as the fire consumes the words until not a trace remains, and in that sacred moment, speak the truth of God. Replace the ashes with life. Declare, I am surrounded by divine supply. Wealth comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. God's plan for me is abundance. The mind believes what it is repeatedly told. Guard it with precision. Refuse to allow toxic thoughts to build residence. Welcome only what aligns with the riches of heaven. Say with me, my mind is a sacred temple, only divine wealth may dwell here. Every thought I think builds the palace of my abundance. You are not at the mercy of your thoughts. You are the keeper, the watchman on the wall, the priest of this temple, and when you practice substitution with faith, something extraordinary begins to happen. Fear loses its grip, anxiety dissolves, your energy lifts, doors open, people are drawn to you, opportunities flow like rivers, finding their way to the sea. The temple is guarded, and within its walls, the orchestra of divine thoughts plays without interruption. Every note is faith, every melody is abundance, every harmony is prosperity. And here is the mystery. When your thoughts align, heaven's supply has no resistance. There is no delay. There is no block, for thought is the blueprint, and heaven builds on the blueprint you provide. If your design is filled with cracks of fear and pillars of doubt, the structure cannot stand. But if your design is filled with walls of faith and arches of abundance, the palace rises swiftly, and its chambers overflow with blessings. Beloved soul, guard your temple well. Do not let the thief of lack climb over its walls. Do not let the voice of fear sit in its sea. Acred chairs, let your temple echo only with the songs of faith, for as your thoughts rise, your life must rise with them. And now, as you stand as guardian of your mind, the next truth awaits. For once the temple is secured, the very atmosphere of your life begins to change. The air grows lighter, the path grows clearer, and supply flows like a river without end. Once your thoughts align, heaven's supply has no resistance. Habit 3. The sacred act of giving and receiving. There comes a point in the journey where the inner sanctuary of thought must extend outward. You have guarded your temple, replaced fear with faith, and built a palace of abundance within your mind. But now the soul asks a deeper question. Will you let that palace breathe? Will you allow the wealth of God to move through you, not just to you? The third divine habit is the sacred act of giving and receiving. It is here that the law of circulation awakens. Florence Scovel Shinn often reminded us that whatever we withhold is withheld from us, and whatever we release in faith returns multiplied. The universe is a living current. It moves, it flows, it expands, and when you participate in that flow, your life becomes a channel for miracles. Think of wealth as a river. When it is blocked, it stagnates. The water grows heavy, still, lifeless. Fear of loss builds the dam. Greed builds the wall. The belief that you must hold tightly to what you have creates the very dryness you fear. Yet when the river is released, when it is allowed to move freely, it not only refreshes the land it touches, but it also gathers new streams, new rains, new fountains. The more it flows, the greater it grows. Perhaps you have felt the sting of holding too tightly, the paycheck that slips away the moment it arrives, the constant worry that if you give, you will not have enough left. That fear whispers lies, protect, clutch, hoard. But fear is a poor keeper of treasure. Fear builds walls so high that blessings cannot enter. Fear turns the stream of wealth into a desert of lack. The divine law is simple. As you give, in faith, you open the invisible gates of receiving. You declare to the universe, I am not limited. I am connected to infinite supply. Money is not my master. God is my source. Each act of giving becomes a proclamation of trust. It says, I believe that what leaves my hand does not leave my life. It returns multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Close your eyes and imagine this now. Picture money as golden light flowing through your hands. Feel it move like a river. It does not belong to you to cling to. It belongs to God who circulates it through you. As you give, more arrives. As you release, heaven refills your hands. Like a heartbeat, giving and receiving form one sacred rhythm. Inhale, exhale, flow in, flow out. This is divine circulation. But let us be honest, the struggle is real. There are moments when the thought of giving feels impossible. The bills stare back, the needs pile high, and something inside resists. Not now, maybe later. I must protect what little I have. It is in these very moments that the law is most powerful. Forgiving is not measured by amount but by trust. When you bless someone with even the smallest seed, whether it be a coin, a meal, a word of encouragement, you awaken the law. You set the current in motion. Practical tools make this law tangible. Tithing is one, not as a rigid rule, but as a joyful practice. To give the first portion back to God is to say, "You are my source, not this paycheck." Blessing others is another. Each time you share, do it with joy. See the smile of heaven upon your act. Declare the return. As I give, it is given back to me, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. My giving multiplies wealth in my life and in the lives of others. Imagine now that you stand at a riverbank. The waters sparkle in golden light. You cup your hands, fill them, and release the water back into the stream. The river does not diminish, it only grows stronger. And the more you release, the more it rushes back to meet you. This is not fantasy, this is divine law. Some of you listening have felt that life has withheld from you. Opportunities passed, wealth delayed, prayers unanswered. And yet, what if the delay was not punishment, but a gentle whisper inviting you to open your hands? What if the heavens have been waiting, not for you to grasp tighter, but for you to trust deeper? Take a moment now to heal your inner dialogue. Instead of saying, "I can't afford to give," declare, "I cannot afford not to give, for giving is my key to receiving." Instead of thinking, "If I give, I will lack," affirm, "If I give, I activate the abundance of heaven." Replace the fear of loss with the vision of multiplication. Every time you release, imagine God's divine storehouses opening wide, pouring back into your life streams you never saw coming. Let this become your daily practice. When money comes into your life, see it as a guest. Welcome it with gratitude. Bless it with purpose, release a portion with joy, and then watch as it returns with friends. More money, more opportunities, more blessings. For money, like all divine gifts, longs to circulate. It longs to be a river, not a reservoir. There is a sacred rhythm beating beneath all creation. It is the rhythm of circulation. Stars give their light and receive back energy. Trees release oxygen and receive carbon in return. The ocean gives vapor and receives rain. Everything in divine order flows. Why would wealth be any different? You are not meant to be a dam. You are meant to be a river. Let us seal this truth with prayer. Infinite Spirit, I open my hands in faith. I release with joy, knowing you are my source. I am not diminished by giving. I am multiplied. I am not emptied. I am filled. Make me a channel of circulation, that wealth may flow through me and return to me in endless waves of blessing. And as this prayer settles into your heart, declare once more, my mind is free from fear of loss. My hands are open to the river of God. As I give, I receive. As I release, I am filled. I am a vessel of circulation, and wealth flows endlessly through me. When you live this habit, you will no longer fear money. You will no longer worship it or run from it. You will walk in mastery, knowing money is but light in motion, and you are the sacred current through which it flows. And remember this eternal truth: when you open your hands, God opens his heavens. Habit 4. The Law of Praise. There is a hidden key that turns locked doors into open gates, and its name is praise. Praise is not flattery, nor is it blind optimism. Praise is the language of faith in action. It is the sacred act of declaring light in the middle of darkness, of lifting your vibration to the frequency of answered prayer before the evidence appears. Praise says, I know who my source is, and I know that source never fails. The law of praise is a living current of divine power. When you lift your words in thanksgiving, you become a magnet for the miraculous. Praise shifts the atmosphere. Praise realigns the inner compass. Praise transforms delay into divine timing. It is impossible to hold bitterness, fear, or lack in the same space where true praise is alive. For praise is not just words, it is vibration, it is spirit in motion. Think of a singer in an empty room. At first the sound may seem small, but as the notes continue, the whole room begins to vibrate. The walls echo, the air moves, and soon the singer's own body feels the resonance. So it is with praise. When you speak words of gratitude and exaltation to God in the midst of need, your inner temple begins to vibrate with supply. The vibration grows until it reaches the very conditions around you, and matter itself begins to rearrange. Praise lifts what was stuck, it opens what was closed, it draws the divine orchestra into harmony with your life. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn declared that praise expands and fear contracts. Fear shrinks your world, but praise multiplies it. When you say, "Thank you God for supply even now," doors appear where. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn declared that praise expands and fear contracts. Fear shrinks your world, but praise multiplies it. When you say, "Thank you God for supply even now," doors appear where there were none. When you say, "I bless the wealth I cannot yet see," the invisible becomes visible. Praise does not wait for the harvest, it waters the seed. There are those who say, "But how can I praise when my pockets are empty, when bills are piled, when nothing seems to move?" My friend, that is precisely when praise carries its greatest power. Anyone can give thanks when all is well, but the soul that sings in the midnight hour is the soul that calls down dawn. When you choose to praise in lack, you are not lying to yourself, you are aligning yourself with God's eternal truth, that lack has no reality in spirit. You are declaring that you live in the kingdom where supply is infinite, and by that declaration, you invite heaven's economy into earth's appearance. Affirm these words with me now. I praise my way into wealth, I sing my way into divine supply. Speak them not as empty chants but as living decrees, for the tongue holds power, and what you praise multiplies. If you praise the problem, it grows. If you praise the promise, it unfolds. Section 5. Habit 5. The Law of Non-Resistance. Now, hand in hand with praise comes its twin, non-resistance, for it is not enough to praise while still clinging to control. It is not enough to sing while still wrestling with the outcome. You must learn the sacred art of release, the law of non-resistance. Resistance is subtle. It hides behind worry. It disguises itself as control. It whispers, "If I don't hold this tight, it will fall apart." Yet resistance does not protect you, it imprisons you. The more you push against what is, the stronger it grows. The more you wrestle with the locked door, the more your strength, Dr. Ains. But when you step back, surrender, and allow, the door swings open by itself. Let me give you an image. Imagine a person standing before a massive wooden door. They push, they pull, they strain with sweat and frustration, but the door will not move. Hours pass and their body is weary. Finally, in exhaustion, they step back, and in that very moment, without effort, the door swings open, not inward, but outward, because all along it was designed to open in the opposite direction. This is the mystery of non-resistance. What you cannot move by force will move by surrender. What you cannot change by control will change by release. When you let go, God takes over. Florence Scovel Shinn taught, "I do not resist, for what I resist will persist." Resistance creates more of the very condition you fear, but release invites divine solutions you could never design. To resist is to fight with shadows. To surrender is to let the sun rise and dissolve them all. Practice this daily tool. Whenever a worry grips your mind, speak aloud, "I resist not, I release it to God." Say it once, say it twice, say it until your body feels the loosening. Feel the chains fall. Imagine the heavy stones of fear, doubt, and control resting in your hands. One by one, see yourself carrying them to the altar of God. Place them there. Step back, walk away free, for the altar is the only place strong enough to transform them into light. Close your eyes now and visualize this. You are carrying a sack filled with heavy stones. Each stone is a worry, your debt, your health, your relationships, your future. The weight bends your back. The sack cuts into your shoulders. You feel weary, but up ahead you see a golden altar glowing with divine fire. You approach and lay the sack down. You watch as the fire consumes the stones, turning them into radiant sparks of light. Suddenly you realize, you are free. You are lighter than air. And as you step away, joy rushes into your being. This is the gift of non-resistance. When you praise and release, you create space for miracles to enter. Praise opens the gate. Non-resistance removes the chains, and together they form the path where wealth must flow. Declare with me now, I resist not, I release it to God. I praise, and wealth multiplies in my life. Say it until it becomes the rhythm of your day. Whisper it when fear arises. Sing it when gratitude wells up. Let praise and surrender become the melody and harmony of your life, and watch how wealth answers. For when praise fills your mouth and resistance leaves your heart, heaven's treasury has no choice but to pour. The windows open, the rivers flow, the chains break, and wealth, in all its forms, must find its way to you. Habit 6. Vision. Before wealth arrives in the hand, it must be born in the heart. Before the outer form appears, the inner picture must be painted. This is the law of vision. It is the silent law that governs manifestation, the unseen architect that builds palaces from thought. Every fortune, every creation, every divine success was once only an image carried by faith within the unseen chambers of the soul. Imagine an architect who has never lifted a single stone. His palace does not yet stand upon the earth, but on his table lies a blueprint, a sacred design drawn in lines and symbols, yet more real to him than the empty field before his eyes. He walks among the halls in his imagination. He runs his hand across banisters that have not yet been carved. He sees fountains flowing through no water yet falls. To him, the unseen is more alive than the seen. So it must be with you. Wealth begins in the temple of vision. If your inner picture is small, your outer results will shrink to fit it. But if your inner picture is vast, overflowing, unshaken by doubt, then nothing can stop its arrival in time. Do not say, I will believe when I see. Say instead, I see, therefore it must be. This is the reversal that separates those who wander in lack from those who command abundance. Your mind is the canvas, your faith is the brush, and your words are the colors that fill the form. Each morning, sit with your divine blueprint. Write your financial vision in detail, not as a wish, but as though it already lives in your world. Let your hand declare what your heart already knows. I live in abundance. I move with freedom. I serve with wealth. See the bank accounts filled. See the doors of opportunity swing open. See your debts dissolved like mist under sunlight. See yourself walking in the garden of divine provision. Now hold this vision with gratitude, not with grasping. Gratitude is the cement that sets the vision in place. The universe answers not the cry of desperation, but the song of thanksgiving. Each time you feel the temptation to doubt, return to your sacred picture. Lift it up before your mind's eye like a holy offering. Whisper within, this is my palace, and in God's perfect law it already stands complete. Affirm with me, my mind carries the vision of divine wealth. I see only God's perfect plan unfolding now. Every day my inner picture becomes my outer reality. And as you guard this inner sight, know this, no force of lack, no storm of circumstance, no delay of time can erase what has been carved in spirit. Vision is eternal. Once you have seen it with the eyes of faith, creation has already bowed to your decree. Habit 7. Divine timing. But vision alone is not enough. For the seed must not only be planted, it must also be allowed to grow. This is the law of divine timing. The universe does not answer to haste. Heaven is not moved by panic. The divine clock ticks in silence, yet it never falters. At the appointed hour, all things appear, and no hand can delay them. Look to the farmer. He does not plant his seed and demand harvest in the morning. He trusts the seasons. He knows the rains will fall when hay are meant to fall. He knows the sun will shine when it is meant to shine. So too must you trust that your vision, once planted in spirit, will ripen at the perfect moment. Impatience is the thief of miracles. When you attempt to force the fruit before it is ripe, you destroy the flow. But when you rest in faith, when you release the need to control, the harvest comes with power and beauty. There is a divine clock ticking in heaven. You cannot hear it with your ears, but your soul feels its rhythm. At this very moment, it is counting down to the hour of your breakthrough. When the hand of God strikes the appointed second, no person, no obstacle, no limitation can hold your supply back. What is yours by divine right will arrive like a river overflowing its banks. Do not be deceived by delays. A delay is not a denial. It is simply heaven rearranging circumstances so that your blessing arrives in the highest form. Sometimes the closed door you lament is the very protection that prepares the greater door ahead. Sometimes the silence you endure is the tuning of the divine orchestra, readying the music of your wealth to burst forth in harmony. When you feel weary of waiting, whisper this prayer. I release the calendar. I release the clock. I release the urge to control. God's timing is perfect, and I trust the hour of my supply. Feel the peace that enters when you let go. That peace itself is proof that the divine order is already working. Affirm with me. At the appointed time, nothing can stop my wealth from arriving. I trust the rhythm of heaven's clock. I walk in peace, for divine timing governs my life. And so we arrive at the great union of vision and timing. You must see with unwavering eyes, and then you must trust with unshaken heart. To see is to plant the seed. To trust is to water it with patience. Together they open the gates of abundance. When you see and trust, you hold the final key. You stand at the threshold of your palace. The blueprint has been drawn. The foundation has been laid. The hour of manifestation ticks closer with each breath you take. And soon, at the precise moment heaven has prepared, your wealth will no longer be vision but reality. Habit 8. Sealing with declaration and faith. There comes a moment when the seed must break through the soil, when all the watering, tending and waiting culminates in a single undeniable bloom. That is the moment of declaration. For words are not mere sounds, they are seals upon the unseen. They are the key that locks the door of doubt and opens the treasury of faith. You have walked through 7 sacred habits. You have guarded your tongue. You have trained your thoughts. You have chosen gratitude. You have released resistance. You have walked in praise. You have aligned with vision. And now, beloved soul, you stand at the threshold of sealing it all. Habit 8 is the crown upon the structure, the fire upon the altar, the habit of declaration and faith. Declaration is not whispering your hope. It is commanding your destiny. It is standing in the invisible court of heaven and saying with certainty, so it is. When you declare, you stamp divine law onto matter. You write the decree that angels hasten to perform, and when faith stands behind your word, mountains bow. Think of it this way. A king may own vast lands, but until he speaks a royal decree, nothing moves. Armies wait. Courtiers wait, merchants wait. His power is silent until his word is spoken. You are the king or queen of your inner kingdom, and until you declare, your abundance stands waiting in stillness. But the moment your tongue seals the word, heaven's orchestration begins. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn said the game of life is a game of words. Words are not suggestions, they are commands. Declarations seal energy. Declarations tell your subconscious what to build. Declarations echo into the divine field and summon wealth to your path. So now, let us step into this together. I invite you, not as a passive listener, but as a co-creator of your destiny, to speak aloud with me. Let your voice rise, even if only in a whisper, for heaven hears every syllable. Repeat after me. God's wealth doors are open, and I walk through now. Feel those words not as hope, but as truth. The doors are open, not tomorrow, not someday, now. Speak it again. God's wealth doors are open and I walk through now. Again. Every habit I keep unlocks the riches of heaven, not in theory but in reality. Every act of praise, every word of faith, every release of resistance is a golden key, and now the treasury is open before you. Close your eyes for a moment and enter the visualization. See before you a great golden door, tall, luminous, etched with divine symbols that only your soul understands. You place your hand upon it, and with your declaration it swings wide. Beyond it is a chamber without end, a room where wealth flows like rivers of light, where every need is met, where abundance is the very air you breathe. Step through it now. Feel your feet touch the sacred ground of provision. See angels carrying gifts into your hands. See every debt dissolved. See your life radiant with overflow. This is not imagination. This is alignment with reality unseen. And here is the truth. These 8 habits are not theory. They are not spiritual ornaments to admire from a distance. They are living laws. Like gravity, they operate whether you acknowledge them or not. But when you practice them, when you seal them with your declaration, they become rivers in your favor. Hear me now. Your word is law unto your life. Your faith is the fire that ignites it. The habits you have learned are the channels through which the divine supply rushes forth. And when sealed by declaration, they cannot be undone. Lack cannot argue against a faith-filled decree. Fear cannot stand against a tongue of fire. Doubt cannot enter a temple sealed with God's word. So here is my call to you. Choose one habit today, one sacred action you will not just hear but embody. Write it in the comments. Act it aloud. Claim it as yours, for declaration is not complete until it is embodied. Perhaps you choose praise. Perhaps you choose guarding your words. Perhaps you choose non-resistance. Whatever it is, declare it, make it living, place it into the soil of your day and water it with faith. And now I seal this teaching over you. Your wealth is in motion now. Doors are swinging wide. Supply is rushing forth. You are walking not into scarcity, but into divine overflow. Every habit is alive within you. Every declaration is echoing in heaven. Every step you take is guided by unseen hands of provision. So go forth, child of light. Go forth and live in divine flow. For it is written upon you now. Your wealth is not on the way. It is here. It is now. It is sealed. I commanded wealth, and it obeyed. I did not beg, I did not plead, I did not chase. I commanded, and the law bowed before my voice. This is the secret that shakes the soul awake. Fear says impossible. Doubt says, not for you. The world says wait your turn. But the law does not listen to fear, doubt, or the world. The law listens only to the word spoken with authority. The moment I spoke, creation shifted. The air carried my command. The invisible substance of spirit rearranged itself. The divine architect took my words as a blueprint and began to build wealth in my name. Now pause and ask yourself, how many words have you scattered like seeds on rocky ground? Idle words, casual words, words of lack. You thought they vanished into silence, but every word is a decree, every syllable a chisel carving your reality. The law does not forget, the law records, and the law fulfills. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn called the tongue a mighty weapon, because your word is either a sword that carves a pathway to abundance, or a dagger that cuts your destiny short. I tell you this, wishing is weak, hoping without faith is hollow, but commanding carries the vibration of divine authority. When you command, you are not pleading with the universe, you are not asking for permission. You are standing as a child of the infinite, declaring what is already written in the invisible. Before we go deeper, subscribe to this channel for daily teachings that will guide you into divine wealth and breakthrough. Now, hear this truth in your spirit. Every word you speak is a law of wealth fulfilled. My voice carries the vibration of prosperity. Speak it with me. Let it roll across your tongue. Feel the current of energy change as the word becomes flesh. Close your eyes for a moment and see it, a sunrise breaking through clouds, gates long locked suddenly bursting open as light pours through. This is what happens when you align your word with the law. The divine architect moves without delay. The structure of your wealth is laid stone by stone, brick by brick, at the instant of your decree. Imagine your voice as a key. Every syllable turns a lock, every declaration opens a gate, and when you speak lack, you slam the doors shut. When you complain, you pour cement over your own treasure. But when you command, the gates swing wide and angels of supply rush to deliver what is already yours. So I ask you, what happens when you speak lack instead of law? When you say, I can't afford it, the law says, as you decree, so it is. When you whisper, money is hard to come by, the law builds walls around your flow. When you mutter, I'll never make it, the divine architect takes that blueprint and constructs limitation. The law is not emotional, it does not pity, it does not pause to ask if you meant it. It obeys, perfectly, consistently, absolutely. This is the paradox. The same law that can chain you to poverty is the same law that can make you a multimillionaire. The difference is not the law, the difference is your word. Hear me well, you are always commanding. Every complaint is a command, every fear is a command, every idle phrase is a seed in the soil of spirit. But most live as if their words are powerless. They speak curses casually and wonder why their lives are barren. Not you, not anymore. From this day forward, your mouth becomes the throne of wealth, your voice becomes the trumpet of abundance. Every word you release carries the weight of law. Repeat this until it becomes your marrow. Every word I speak is a law of wealth fulfilled. My voice carries the vibration of prosperity. Feel how your inner dialogue shifts when you make this your foundation. No more small talk of struggle, no more gossip of failure, only decrees that carve a highway for your supply. See yourself standing before a vast gate of gold. The crowd around you knocks timidly, hoping it will open, but you do not knock, you do not wait, you do not hope, you lift your head. Speak your decree and the gate swings open on command. This is who you are, this is what the law recognizes, authority. And yet, here is the challenge. How many years have you been speaking lack into your bones? How many times have you said, I can't, until it became the rhythm of your heart? This is why your first work is awareness, to catch every word that does not serve you, to tear up the old blueprint and hand the divine architect a new one. Begin with this practice. When you hear yourself speak lack, pause, replace it instantly. Speak substitution. Instead of I can't afford it, declare, wealth is flowing and the way is opening. Instead of it's hard, declare, the law makes all things easy and complete. Instead of I'll never, declare, my wealth arrives in divine timing and it cannot be delayed. This is not pretending, this is commanding, this is law. I commanded wealth, and the law made me a multimillionaire. That is not arrogance, that is alignment, that is remembrance of who I am, and it is who you are, if you dare to speak as one who carries divine authority. So again, I ask you to reflect deeply. What happens when you speak lack instead of law? And more importantly, are you ready to tear down the blueprint of poverty and draft the architecture of abundance? The law is waiting. The divine architect is listening. Your voice is the command. Imagine for a moment that every word you have spoken today is not lost in the air. It does not vanish. It does not dissolve. It is gathered, recorded, and entered into an invisible court. A sacred courtroom where your voice is law, your sentences are testimony, and your phrases are decrees that shape the evidence of your future. This is not poetry, this is spiritual law. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your word is your wand, and every time you speak you are not simply making conversation, you are standing before the divine court of justice declaring what you believe life to be. If you say I can't afford it, you have submitted evidence against your own prosperity. If you whisper, nothing ever works out for me, you have filed a decree for delay and disappointment. If you complain, money slips through my fingers, you have signed your own order for lack. Do you see it? Most people are not judged by others, they are judged by their own words, not because God is punishing them, but because law is law. Your words are creative forces. They do not float, they construct, they summon, they testify. The law of divine justice does not bend to sentiment. It listens, it records, and it fulfills. Like a cosmic judge, it takes every syllable seriously, for life is not casual, destiny is not casual, your words are not casual. Pause, reflect. What case have you been arguing? Are you defending your wealth, or are you prosecuting your own prosperity? Most people live as their own harshest prosecutors. They argue against their divine inheritance. They list their limitations as if they were reading a verdict. They recite the reasons they cannot, instead of affirming the truth that they can. This is the inner tragedy. They use their mouth as a weapon against their own future. But you, right now, you are being invited to take the witness stand differently. You are being invited to speak not as an accuser, but as a commander, to testify on behalf of your wealth, your freedom, your healing, your destiny. Let us reframe. Instead of, I can't afford it, you declare, wealth finds me in perfect timing. Instead of, "It's too late for me," you speak, "My life unfolds on God's divine clock and I am always on time." Instead of, "I always lose money," you affirm, "Every dollar I touch multiplies and strengthens my prosperity." Feel the shift. Each reframe is not just positive thinking. It is evidence submitted into the divine record. It is testimony that aligns you with law. It is the sound of your soul remembering its authority. Now let's make this personal. Take a pen, take a notebook, and write this down. If the last 24 hours of my words became my wealth tomorrow, would I be rich or poor? Do not rush past this. Sit with it, examine it, replay your conversations in your mind. Did you complain? Did you doubt? Did you fear? Or did you affirm, declare, and expect? Your wealth, your opportunities, your peace are always echoing what you have most consistently spoken. And here is the truth most overlook. Even silence testifies. If you stay silent in fear instead of declaring in faith, the court records your silence as hesitation, and hesitation attracts delay. So choose to speak, choose to declare, choose to testify. Your word carries the same power whether it condemns or blesses, so why not let it bless? Affirm this with me now. I am always testifying for my prosperity. Say it again and feel it reverberate. My every word is a command that wealth obeys. Do you feel that? It is not imagination, it is energy aligning with law. Words vibrate, they create resonance in the unseen realm. They send out a signal to which substance responds. The universe is not deaf, God is not silent, life is not random. Each time you declare with faith, you submit sacred evidence into the invisible court. Each time you choose wealth words over limitation words, you shift your verdict. Each time you speak with intention, you step closer to the manifestation that is already waiting for you. Let me give you an image. Picture a great hall filled with scrolls. Every scroll carries the imprint of words you have spoken. On one scroll your complaints are written, on another your prayers are inscribed, on another your doubts are recorded, on another your declarations shine with light. Now imagine angels as scribes transcribing every phrase with perfect accuracy. Which scroll do you want delivered to the throne of justice? Which testimony do you want fulfilled? Eled. Your life is a collection of spoken decrees, and at any moment you can shift the record. You can create a new testimony, you can file a new decree. This is where your power lives. This is where transformation begins, not in the distant future, not in waiting for a miracle, but in the words you choose this very hour. So I ask you, what will you command now? Begin with simple but absolute affirmations. I testify today that wealth belongs to me. I testify today that abundance is my birthright. I testify today that money, ideas, and opportunities align in my favor. Speak these daily. Speak them when fear rises. Speak them when bills come. Speak them when you are tempted to doubt. And watch as the courtroom of the unseen shifts its judgment in your favor. Remember, the invisible court is always open. There is no recess. There is no delay. Every word is entered. Every phrase is honored. Every decree is fulfilled. Once you learn to speak as a commander and not as a victim, once you understand that every syllable shapes your verdict, a new law unfolds before you. And this is where the journey leads next, the law of command, the divine authority that moves wealth itself at the sound of your word. Wealth does not answer to whispers of doubt. It does not respond to anxious pleading. It does not bow to desperation. Wealth bows to command. The law of command is not about arrogance. It is not about shouting at the heavens or demanding with ego. It is the sacred authority of the soul recognizing its divine inheritance and speaking it into the atmosphere with certainty. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the power of the spoken word. Others have named it decree, declaration, divine command. But the essence is the same. Wealth does not move when you beg. It moves when you declare. Think of it this way. A king does not plead with his servants to fulfill his request. He does not wring his hands in worry, asking, "Will you please go, if it's not too much trouble?" A king commands. His authority is woven into his words. His words move action, and you are no different. You are not a beggar in the courts of heaven. You are royalty. You are heir to divine supply, and your words carry the same authority when they are aligned with the law. Here lies the great mistake many make. They pray, but they pray in fear. They say the right words, but behind the words is trembling. They ask for wealth as though they are unworthy of it. They repeat affirmations but with doubt still whispering in their chest, and so nothing moves. The heavens hear fear as resistance, but the heavens hear command as certainty. When you command, you align with the truth that all things are already prepared for you. You do not command as one trying to create wealth. You command as one who knows wealth already exists in the invisible, waiting to be revealed. Let me speak directly to the struggle many feel in this moment. Isn't it wrong to command God? You ask. Shouldn't I be humble and wait quietly? Beloved soul, humility is not silence when the law asks you to speak. Humility is obedience. If God has written abundance as your inheritance, then humility is claiming it with the authority He has already placed in your tongue. A soldier who refuses to act on his commander's orders is not humble. He is disobedient, and a child who refuses to step into his inheritance is not holy. He is afraid. So today I remind you, commanding is not arrogance. Commanding is obedience to the law of your being. Picture this now. Close your eyes if you will. Imagine yourself standing in a great inner temple. The walls gleam with golden light. In this temple you are not dressed in rags of fear or garments of lack. You are clothed as royalty. A robe of deep velvet rests on your shoulders. A crown of light is set upon your head. You step to the center of this temple, and you raise your voice, not with begging, not with trembling, but with the certainty of one who knows. As the decree has already been written in heaven, you command, I am wealthy now. Money moves toward me in perfect order. Wealth is already mine, and it answers to my voice. Do you feel the shift? Do you sense the atmosphere responding? That is the law of command. Here is your practice for today. Speak these words aloud, not timidly, but with authority, as though heaven itself is leaning in to hear. Affirmation 1. I command money to serve my highest good. Affirmation 2. I speak with authority and wealth responds without delay. Affirmation 3. I decree abundance flows to me now, for it is already written. Do not whisper them as though you are testing if they work. Do not say them like a half-hearted prayer. Declare them like a sovereign addressing the court of life. Every syllable must carry conviction. When you do this, you will notice a strange resistance rising. Your mind may whisper, this feels arrogant. Your chest may tighten. Your past conditioning may tell you, you can't just speak like that. This is the old self clinging to survival. This is the shadow of lack protesting because it knows its reign is ending. Do not bow to it. Command again. Every time you command with faith, the old voice weakens. Every time you declare as royalty, the chains of poverty loosen. Now, I must tell you the deeper truth. Command alone is not enough. If you command with doubt in your heart, your words are hollow. If you decree but still look at your life with fear, you are like a king speaking with no throne behind him. Command must be wed to trust. Decree must be rooted in surrender. Authority must walk hand in hand with faith. So yes, wealth obeys the command of certainty, but command without trust becomes empty sound. And this leads us to the next great principle, for the law of command stands only because there is a divine clock, a timing written beyond your sight. You can command with power, but you must also trust that heaven releases it in perfect season. So as you close this part of the journey, hold these words as a seal over your life. I am a sovereign soul. I command wealth with divine authority. My words are law, and my faith makes them flesh. Now let us step into the next truth, where we discover the rhythm of the unseen, the divine clock that ensures every command is fulfilled in perfect order. There is a law written in silence, a law that humbles impatience and heals the restless heart. It is the law of divine timing. Every command you give, every word you speak, every vision you hold is received by the infinite. Yet the universe is not hurried by human hands. It operates by a divine clock, a perfect rhythm, a sacred calendar where nothing is ever late and nothing is ever early. This is where so many lose their faith. They speak wealth, they command prosperity, they declare their freedom, and then, they look around and see no change. Doubt creeps in. Fear whispers, it is not working. Impatience stirs the mind, and suddenly the word that was planted begins to be uprooted by disbelief. But hear this truth. The moment you spoke, the seed was planted in the soil of spirit. Just as a farmer does not dig up the ground the next morning to see if the roots have formed, you too must trust that what you commanded is alive beneath the surface. The harvest is sure. It ripens in its season. God's clock is not like your clock. You measure minutes and days. Heaven measures readiness and alignment. You ask, when? Spirit answers, when it is perfect, and that perfection is not a delay, it is a protection. The delay you feel is often the divine arranging circumstances, shaping people, shifting paths so that your wealth arrives in fullness, not fragments. Imagine yourself standing before a great cosmic clock. Its hands are steady. They do not tremble. They do not rush. Every tick is precise. Every strike is sacred. This clock governs the flow of your blessings. It is never confused, never hesitant. When the hour is struck, doors open with such ease that you will marvel and say, of course it could only happen this way. So the struggle is not with wealth itself, but with waiting. The struggle is with impatience, with the thought that nothing is happening. Yet the truth is, everything is happening. Invisible shifts are unfolding while your eyes see nothing. Roots are deepening before the sprout breaks through the soil. The silence is not absence. The silence is construction. This is where your inner dialogue must be transformed. For the impatient mind says, it is not happening. The aligned soul says, it is unfolding in perfect speed. The impatient mind says, I am waiting too long. The aligned soul says, every moment is preparing me. The impatient mind says, I fear it will never come. The aligned soul says, what is mine cannot be delayed. Let these words become your inner compass. Each time your heart races with doubt, pause and speak. The divine clock brings my prosperity in perfect order. What is mine cannot be delayed. My command is heard, and my harvest ripens at the right hour. Feel how these words soothe your spirit. They are not idle phrases. They are keys that quiet the storm of impatience and lock you into divine trust. Now close your eyes for a moment. See before you the great clock of heaven. See its golden face, its radiant hands moving with precision. Each tick is a movement of divine order. Each strike is a step closer to manifestation. Whisper to yourself, I walk in the rhythm of God's time. I am not early. I am not late. I am exactly where I must be. When you align with this rhythm, peace washes over you. Anxiety dissolves. You begin to notice small confirmations that your wealth is on its way. Unexpected favor, a new idea, a surprising connection. These are the first fruits, signals that the clock is advancing. And when the hour arrives, it will arrive suddenly. Just as winter turns to spring, just as the night gives way to dawn, there is no resisting the moment when God's timing is revealed. It will not trickle in. It will rush like a river breaking its dam. You will look back and understand why it could not have come a day sooner or a day later. So trust the process, trust the seed, trust the soil, trust the clock. Every law of spirit is working for you, not against you, and every word you have spoken is already on its way, carried by time that cannot be hurried and cannot be stopped. Affirm again with conviction, the divine clock brings my prosperity in perfect order. What is mine cannot be delayed. Let this law anchor you, for when you stop struggling against the timing of heaven, you enter the rest of faith, and in that rest, you attract faster, easier, more abundantly than in the restless struggle of fear. You have learned the law of divine timing, the silent gate of destiny that opens when the hour strikes. But there is another force that shapes the journey of wealth. Even with perfect timing, even with a steady clock, there is a current that must be mastered. That force is resistance, and now, we step into it. There comes a moment on the path to commanded wealth when the heaviest chains are not outside of you, but within. They are the invisible chains of resistance, the endless struggle against appearances, the battle with the bills stacked on the table, the fear that rises when a debt collector calls, the restless tossing in bed when money delays its arrival. You fight, you push, you resist, yet the harder you fight, the heavier the chains grow. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the law of non-resistance. She saw clearly that what you resist does not weaken. What you resist grows in shadow, expanding its grip over your mind and heart. Resistance feeds the very condition you are trying to dissolve. It is like pushing against a locked gate with all your strength, when in truth the gate only swings open when you stop pressing against it and step back in surrender. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture that gate. You are standing before it, drenched in sweat, exhausted from the pushing. Your hands ache, your breath is shallow, your heart pounds with frustration. You have tried every angle, every ounce of human strength, but the gate refuses to move. Now imagine that in one quiet breath you stop, you let go, you loosen your grip, and in that instant the gate swings open with the gentleness of a whisper. It was never locked, it was never your enemy, it simply responded to your surrender. This is the secret of non-resistance. When you resist the late bill, you bind yourself to lack. When you curse the delay, you freeze the flow of good. When you fight against circumstances, you magnetize more of the same. But when you release the struggle and say with calm certainty, "This too is working for my good," the universe reorganizes itself around that vibration. The very thing that once seemed against you becomes your stepping stone. I want you to hear this truth with your whole soul. Lack is not defeated by fighting. Fear is not dissolved by force. Prosperity is not commanded through clenched fists. It is birthed through release, through faith, through the sacred courage to stop pushing and let God move. Take a slow breath with me now. Inhale peace, exhale resistance. Inhale trust, exhale struggle. As you breathe, imagine laying down every financial burden you have been carrying. Picture yourself walking to a great altar bathed in golden light. In your hands are the debts, the bills, the fears, the delays, the weight of all your financial battles. Lay them on the altar. Watch them dissolve like mist in the morning sun. You walk away lighter, freer, stronger. This is the inner act that opens the gate. The law of non-resistance is not passivity, it is not weakness, it is the highest strength, for when you stop fighting appearances, you give divine law permission to act. You step aside so that the greater power may work on your behalf. Florence often said, "Nothing stands between man and his highest good but resistance," and she was right. The moment you stop clutching, life's flow can finally move. Affirm this now. I release resistance and money flows like water. Let the words sink into your chest like sacred medicine. Feel them dissolving the knots of tension. Feel the waters of abundance beginning to move again. Say it again, this time slower. I release resistance and money flows like water. Now declare with faith, every obstacle is turned into a stepping stone by divine law. Yes, every single obstacle, even the one you thought was impossible. Even the one that has followed you for years. Divine law wastes nothing. It transforms all things for your good the moment you stop fighting against them. Think of water. It never resists the rock. It flows around it, over it, under it, and in time it wears the rock down into smoothness. Non-resistance is the way of water. It is the way of divine wealth. You too can flow instead of fight. You too can move instead of being stuck. Resistance binds. Release frees, resistance blocks, surrender opens. The law is simple, yet the human mind makes it complicated. Your ego wants to fight, but your spirit longs to release. Which voice will you follow? Consider the story of a man burdened by endless bills. Each time he opened the mailbox, he cursed the sight of another envelope. He declared, "This is too much, I cannot bear it." His words, charged with resistance, multiplied his struggle. One day he remembered the law and tried a new approach. Instead of fear, he spoke faith. Every bill is already paid by divine supply. He released the struggle, gave thanks for the circulation of money, and refused to resist. Soon unexpected income arrived, debts were lifted, and he was free. Not by force, but by release. I ask you now, where are you still resisting? What appearances are you fighting? What locked gate are you pressing against in frustration? Be honest with your for honesty opens the way. Pause, take another breath, say quietly within, I let go, I trust divine law, feel the chains falling away. Feel the burden leaving your shoulders. Feel the gate opening before you. Your command of wealth is not weakened by letting go. It is strengthened. For when you stop resisting, your words and thoughts align with divine power instead of human fear. And aligned with power, your command carries weight in the invisible. This is why so many never see their wealth manifest. They command with their lips but resist with their hearts. They declare abundance but cling to fear. Their words go forth, but resistance ties them down. Today, that ends for you. You are learning the way of the gate. Visualize again that altar of golden light. Lay upon it every worry, every struggle, every memory of lack. Leave it there. Walk away lighter. Walk away free. Walk away certain that divine law is at work in your favor. Affirm with me once more. I release resistance and money flows like water. Every obstacle is turned into a stepping stone by divine law. Let these words be your shield. Let them be your practice. Each time fear rises, each time delay appears, each time lack knocks on your door, return to these declarations. Resist nothing. Flow with faith. And watch the wealth that has always been yours come rushing into your life. Because when resistance ends, substitution begins. The sacred art of transforming thought itself. Imagine for a moment that your mind is a temple. Within this temple there is sacred silence, high vaulted ceilings, and a great altar in the center. Every thought you entertain is like a worshipper who enters. Some come clothed in radiant garments of faith, carrying lighted lamps of hope. Others creep in with shadows draped across their faces, whispering the words of fear, lack, and doubt. The temple does not decide who enters. You do. This is the essence of the law of substitution. Your mind cannot serve two masters. It cannot bow before both fear and faith. It cannot host both lack and abundance at the same time. One thought always substitutes for another, and you, the keeper of the temple, hold the power of choice. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that whenever fear knocks at the door, you must send faith to answer. Because the mind, like the temple, will not remain empty. It will be filled with one thought or another, and if you do not choose, the lower thought will claim its place by default. This is the struggle most souls carry in silence. The bills stacked on the kitchen table, the numbers written in red ink, the quiet shame of feeling behind, the fearful loop whispering, there is never enough. Every day those shadowed worshippers enter the temple without resistance, and the altar of the mind is covered in prayers of lack. But here is the divine shift. You are not helpless before these thoughts. You are the master of substitution. You can open the temple gates and decree, no longer will fear be given the incense of my attention. No longer will doubt be crowned with authority. Only wealth, only faith, only the living word of abundance may stand before my altar. Think of it this way. When the sun rises, darkness cannot argue with it. The shadows do not resist. They dissolve. So it is with substitution. When you consciously speak a command of wealth, the fear thought evaporates. It has no ground to stand on when light floods in. Let us make this practice living and real. The next time fear rises, when the thought says, "How will I pay this bill?" do not argue with it. Do not resist it. Simply substitute. Speak aloud. I choose wealth, and wealth chooses me. Say it with authority, like a decree echoing through the temple walls. Say it until the fear dissolves, because it must, because light always substitutes darkness. This law is not about denial. It is not about pretending you have no fear. It is about mastery. It is about lifting your eyes above the shadows and choosing to place your worship on faith instead. Every time you substitute, you are recarving the grooves of your subconscious. Every substitution is like planting a seed of wealth in the soil of your mind, and in due season, that seed must bring forth harvest. Close your eyes and enter this visualization. You are standing in your sacred temple. Fear approaches, cloaked in gray, whispering, "There is not enough." But in your hand is a golden lamp. You lift it high and declare, every fear is instantly substituted with faith. The lamp glows brighter, and the shadow dissolves into nothingness. At the altar, wealth appears, clothed in light, speaking, "I choose you, as you have chosen me." Feel this image until your whole body knows it is truth. Now let us anchor this practice with a tool you can carry into your daily walk. Each morning take a journal and write, What fear thought will I replace with a wealth command today? Do not rush. Let the question linger like incense. When the answer rises, whether it is fear of debt, fear of rejection, fear of failure, write it down. Then directly beneath it, write the substitution. Turn every shadow into light. Turn every fear into wealth. Make this your daily offering at the altar of your temple, and let us declare together now, every fear is instantly substituted with faith. I choose wealth, and wealth chooses me. My temple belongs to light. My altar burns only with abundance. Speak these not as hopes but as laws. Speak them as the architect speaks the blueprint. Speak them as the conductor commands the divine orchestra. Speak them until your temple is filled only with radiant worshippers of wealth, faith and abundance. This is the sacred law of substitution, and when you live it, fear cannot remain. Doubt cannot linger. Every shadow dissolves in the light of your sea, command. And now, as the temple grows brighter, as substitution becomes natural, we move toward the highest law. Because when words align with divine timing, when non-resistance is practiced, when substitution is mastered, only one thing remains, the law of manifestation itself, the visible wealth born of invisible faith. That is where we now turn. You have walked through the laws, you have unlearned fear, replaced doubt with faith and spoken words that carried the fire of creation. Now you stand at the doorway where prophecy becomes proof, where the invisible becomes visible, where the law of fulfillment, eternal and exact, reveals its hand. The law of fulfillment is not a promise waiting on time, it is a principle that answers alignment. What is spoken in faith, trusted in silence and lived with certainty, cannot remain hidden. It must manifest, it must take form. The word made flesh, that is not poetry, it is law. Picture yourself now, not the old self who begged for wealth, but the true self who commands it. You stand as a new creation. The ground beneath your feet no longer trembles with uncertainty. It is solid. It is the foundation of divine order. Above you, the vault of heaven opens wide, not as a faraway myth, but as a reality pouring into your very life. Streams of abundance flow like golden rivers, winding through your days, touching every corner of your being. This is not a promise of tomorrow, this is the unveiling of today. You are no longer chasing money, you are money in motion. You are no longer fearing bills, you are the soul who pays with ease, with gratitude, with power. Debt dissolves in your presence, because lack cannot survive where divine wealth has taken its seat. Fear flees because light and fear cannot share the same temple. And your temple, your mind, your heart, your words, is now filled with wealth and expression. Let me guide you into your vision. Close your eyes if you can and walk with me. See yourself as you have prayed to be. You rise in the morning without the weight of debt pressing again. Saint your chest, you breathe freely because bills no longer dictate your peace. You check your accounts and smile, not because of numbers alone, but because those numbers are the echo of your alignment. They are proof that the law of fulfillment has obeyed your command. See yourself giving, generously, without hesitation. Feel the joy of writing a check to help a family, of funding a dream, of blessing a stranger because wealth has multiplied in your hands. Your life is no longer small. It is a river flowing outward, touching others, expanding with every gift. That is wealth. That is divine law embodied. Now speak these commands with me, not as hope, but as decree. Every word you release is an instrument in the divine orchestra, tuning your world into harmony. First command, I command the vault of heaven to open over me now. Wealth, pour into every area of my life. Second command, I command every seed of faith I have spoken to bear visible fruit. Prosperity, manifest in form and in spirit. Third command, I command every chain of debt and limitation to break and dissolve into nothing. I walk free in divine abundance. Fourth command, I command my words to multiply wealth wherever I go. Opportunities, doors and miracles rise to meet me. Fifth command, I command my life to testify of divine riches, generosity and peace. I am the evidence of God's infinite supply. Feel the vibration of these words. They are not sounds floating in the air. They are living currents, seeds charged with creative power. Every command you spoke is already carried out by the law. The unseen is already rearranging. The visible is already aligning. And you, right now, stand in the field of manifestation. Let us go deeper. Let us step into your future self. Not a dream but a vision rooted in truth. See yourself walking into a room filled with light. There is no shade of worry on your face. There is no heaviness in your body. Your shoulders rest easily. Your heart beats with calm strength. You wear the robe of wealth, not stitched with fabric, but with confidence, clarity, and divine certainty. You carry yourself as one who owns the ground they walk on, not with arrogance but with quiet authority. Your wealth is not noisy. It is steady. It is eternal. It is law embodied. Listen to the sound around you, the sound of peace, the sound of doors opening before you, the sound of others calling you blessed. That is your life. That is your reality. That is the fruit of fulfillment. Now, let us anchor this with affirmations, not shallow words, but spiritual commands clothed in certainty. Repeat them within yourself, or aloud if you can. I am wealth in expression. The law has made me a millionaire in spirit and in form. I walk in divine supply and supply walks with me. My words create rivers of abundance that never run dry. I am chosen. I am called. I am established in wealth. Let these words press into your spirit. Feel them shaping your inner dialogue. The inner voice that once doubted now obeys the higher truth. The voice that once feared is silenced by certainty, and certainty itself has become your wealth. I speak this blessing over you now. May every shadow of lack dissolve from your life. May clarity light your path, so every decision is made with wisdom and ease. May doors of opportunity open, without struggle, without delay. May wealth rise to meet you, flow through you, and remain with you. May generosity be your natural state, joy your constant companion, and freedom your eternal inheritance. You are not hoping to be wealthy. You are wealth. You are not praying to be free. You are freedom walking. From this day forward, your life testifies that the law has made you a multimillionaire, not only in form, but in soul. This is your reality. This is your identity. This is your fulfillment. And now, beloved soul, do not let this fire grow dim. Return here daily. Every word spoken here is not entertainment. It is seed. Seed of divine wealth, seed of breakthrough, seed of freedom. Subscribe now and come back every day, because each word is a living key, unlocking the gates of your destiny. The vault of heaven has opened, the rivers have begun to flow, you have commanded wealth, and the law has answered you. Wealth does not come by chance. Wealth flows only to those who know the law and dare to speak it aloud. These words are not a suggestion, they are a command to the soul. Now, lean in, because what I am about to reveal is not common knowledge. It is not taught in schools, nor whispered in ordinary circles. Yet it is the very secret that determines who walks in wealth and who stumbles in lack. The truth is this: the words you speak are not empty, they are alive. They move with invisible vibrations. They shape the atmosphere around you. They call forth abundance or they summon resistance. Every sentence that leaves your lips either builds your palace of prosperity or tears down the very walls you have been trying to raise. Imagine your words as golden keys. Every time you speak in faith, every time you declare wealth, every time you affirm the goodness of God, you insert a key into a divine vault. With each declaration, the lock begins to turn. With each affirmation, the door begins to open, and one day the vault swings wide, pouring into your life the prosperity that was waiting all along. But imagine the opposite. Imagine words as poisoned arrows. Every time you say, "I can't afford it," you shoot an arrow into the soil of your own wealth. Every time you say, "I'll never get ahead," you pierce the very roots of your prosperity tree. The harvest that could have been sweet is poisoned before it ever grows. Most people do not understand this. They curse their wealth every day without realizing it. They speak of struggle, of lack, of not enough. They rehearse their fears with their lips. They do not know that their tongue is the pen of destiny, writing the very script they are forced to live out. Let me give you a vision. Two people wake up on the same morning. One looks at the bills on the table and sighs, "I'll never make it. Things are only getting worse." The other sees the same stack of bills and says, "These are opportunities for God to show me his provision. Money is on its way to me now. My supply is endless. My needs are already met." What do you think happens to each of them? One draws deeper into the pit of lack, the other calls forth unseen streams of wealth that begin to flow in unexpected ways. The difference is not talent, it is not education, it is not luck. The difference is the law of words. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand." That is not poetic fancy, it is divine truth. Your word is the rod of authority. Your word is the invisible architect shaping tomorrow. Every time you speak, you are laying down a brick in the house you will one day walk through. And here lies the awakening. Wealth is not something you chase, it is something you summon. It is not an accident, it is a law. Just as gravity pulls you to the ground, words pull experiences into your life. When you speak in alignment with truth, wealth must obey. When you speak against the law, lack must arrive. This is the silent gate of destiny, your own tongue. The world trains you to believe that effort alone builds wealth, but the invisible law reveals that words come first. Action follows speech. Manifestation follows declaration. Creation begins with vibration, and the vibration is born from your lips. Close your eyes for a moment and feel this. Imagine your words leaving your mouth as ripples on a lake. They spread further than you can see. They touch shores you may never walk upon, and in time, those ripples return to you multiplied. The blessing or the burden you experienced today began with ripples you spoke long ago. Now here is the great tragedy. Many have been taught to guard their actions, but few have been taught to guard their words. They pray for wealth while speaking of lack. They desire abundance while confessing debt. Their lip is cancel what their heart longs for. And so they live in conflict, wondering why nothing changes. But you right now are awakening. You are hearing the call. You are learning that the power has been in your mouth all along. You do not need to wait for permission. You do not need to wait for circumstances. You hold the divine key already. Let this truth settle deeply in you. Words are not just sound. Words are substance. Words are spirit. Words are law. When you say, "I am prosperous," you are not pretending. You are aligning with divine reality. When you say, "Wealth flows to me with ease," you are not making it up. You are commanding the law to arrange itself in your favor. Feel the shift even now. Notice how your body responds when you speak life versus when you speak defeat. The shoulders lift, the breath deepens, the heart feels lighter, your cells listen, your subconscious listens, the universe listens. All are waiting for your command. Do not miss this moment, for this is the separation line. There are those who will continue speaking lack and live in it, and there are those who will dare to speak wealth, to declare abundance, to align with truth and watch the flow begin. I invite you to subscribe to this channel for daily motivational videos. Each day you will receive the reminders, the truths, and the divine affirmations that can shift the entire course of your life. You are not alone on this journey. You are part of a community of awakening souls, learning to live by spiritual law, the invisible law of spoken wealth. Every word you speak is a seed cast into the invisible garden of life. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the tongue is not casual, it is creative. It is the brush that paints destiny, the architect's pen that drafts the unseen. Words do not vanish, they vibrate, they travel, they take root, and in time they return as the shape of your circumstances. The universe is not deaf to your voice, it is obedient. It listens as a divine architect, standing ready with infinite resources. Every sentence you utter is taken as a blueprint for construct it on. When you declare, "I can never get ahead," the architect receives it as a design for limitation. When you whisper, "Money comes to me in perfect ways," the architect begins carving the halls of abundance that you will one day walk through. This is the invisible law of spoken wealth. Wealth obeys vibration, and vibration is summoned by the command of your words. It does not negotiate, it does not argue, it simply fulfills. Your speech is the signature on the contract of your life. Consider how many people unknowingly curse their own harvest. They say, "I'm always broke," not realizing they are renewing a spiritual contract with poverty. They say, "It's so hard to make money," and wonder why life keeps proving them right. They do not see that their tongue is both their jailer and their liberator. Words are contracts with the divine. When you speak, you bind heaven and earth to perform what you have declared. Imagine standing in a sacred court, signing documents that the universe itself will execute. That is the weight of each phrase. This is why Shinn insisted, never speak defeat, never repeat lack, never confess limitation. Every careless word is a seed sown in the soil of tomorrow. So I ask you now, what words have been shaping your world? If the walls around you echo with shortage, if your days seem built on struggle, trace the blueprint back to your own speech. What have you been commanding? Here lies the turning point. You are not bound to repeat old declarations. You can tear down faulty blueprints and draft anew. You can speak life where you once spoke death. You can declare wealth where you once declared want. Say it aloud with me. I speak wealth, therefore wealth finds me. Again, I speak wealth, therefore wealth finds me. Let the rhythm of these words strike your inner temple. Let them echo as a holy bell calling forth the reality you are worthy of. Visualization makes this law even stronger. Picture your words as radiant golden threads. Each syllable you release weaves into a living design. When you affirm abundance, you see beams of light, forming bridges, doors, and treasures ahead. When you curse yourself with doubt, you see shadows building barriers. Which design do you choose to live inside? This is why affirmations are not empty phrases. They are blueprints of unseen architecture. The carpenter of the universe does not build from silence, it builds from speech. Wealth flows to the one who dares to command it rightly. Here is a simple practice. For one day, become deeply aware of your words about money. Carry a journal. Write down every phrase you speak regarding your finances. At night, return to the pages. Ask yourself, were these commands of lack or declarations of abundance? Did I sign a contract with scarcity or with supply? Awareness is the first shift. Correction is the second. Each time you catch yourself saying, I can't afford this, pause, erase, and replace. Say instead, the money I need comes to me in perfect timing. If you hear yourself declare, money is always a struggle, gently reframe. Money flows to me with ease, for I am aligned with divine supply. This is not denial. This is higher law. You are not ignoring reality. You are commanding a greater one into being. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the power of the spoken word, and she warned that careless speech is like carelessly signing contracts you never meant to honor. But now, you are awake. Now, you choose your words with the reverence of one who knows they hold a sacred pen. Let your new affirmations rise like a chorus. I am rich in divine ideas, and rich ideas bring rich results. I speak the language of wealth, and wealth answers me. My words are gates, and I choose gates that open to abundance. What I declare in faith becomes the form of my life. Say these not once, but daily, until they imprint your subconscious like carvings on stone. Remember, the subconscious is the builder. It does not argue, it does not reason. It simply obeys the last word spoken with conviction. When you declare I am supplied, your subconscious begins arranging conditions to match. When you repeat I am always lacking, it fulfills that too. Which master do you appoint over your inner temple? Your words are not just sounds, they are living vibrations. They travel into the divine orchestra, where every note aligns to your command. Speak wealth, and the strings of destiny hum in your favor. Speak lack, and the same orchestra plays a dirge of limitation. This law is invisible but unbreakable. The wealthy do not stumble into prosperity by chance. Consciously or unconsciously, they have learned to speak the language of wealth. They affirm opportunity, they declare increase, they speak as though the treasure is already theirs and life rushes to prove them right. Once you understand this law, you see why wealth cannot help but move toward those who speak it rightly. The architect is waiting, blueprint in hand, the orchestra is listening, instruments poised. What will you command? Because the next step is not just about words, it is about aligning the heart behind them. For when speech and belief move in harmony, nothing can resist the flow of wealth toward you. Listen closely for a moment, not to me, not to the world around you, but to that voice inside your chest that whispers when no one else can hear. You know the one. It rises when you make a bold affirmation, when you dare to declare wealth and freedom over your life. You speak with power, yet underneath, something fragile echoes back. A quiet resistance, a murmur of doubt. This is the secret battlefield. not the economy, not the outer circumstances, not even the people who misunderstand your dreams. The true struggle lies in the inner dialogue you carry when no one else is watching. Think of it like this. Imagine planting seeds in a rich garden. Why? Oh, water them with affirmations, speaking words of abundance each morning. You declare, money flows easily to me, I am provided for. Yet at the same time, you pour poison into that very soil by whispering another story. What if I'm not worthy? What if this never works for me? What if wealth is meant for others, but not for someone like me? The soil listens, and the soil cannot discriminate between nourishment and poison. It will grow whatever is planted, whatever is poured in, blessing or curse, faith or fear. Many live this silent contradiction every day. Outwardly, they declare truth. Inwardly, they rehearse defeat. Outwardly, they write affirmations in journals. Inwardly, they tally up reasons why it can never happen. Outwardly, they sing songs of prosperity. Inwardly, they hum the tune of lack. And what happens? The garden reflects back the mixture. A sprout here, a wither there, a little progress followed by disappointment. It feels like taking one step forward, two steps back. Not because God withholds, not because the law is broken, but because the inner voice has not been brought into alignment. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the law of substitution. You cannot simply tear out a negative thought and leave the soil bare. The mind, like the garden, will always grow something. Remove the weed, and you must immediately plant a flower in its place. Remove the voice of fear, and you must substitute it with divine truth. Otherwise, the fear returns, often stronger than before. So let us look at the voices, the ones that quietly sabotage, the voice that says, I don't deserve wealth, the voice that whispers, if I receive, someone else will lack. The voice that insists, I always lose, nothing ever works for me. Do not shame these voices. They are not your enemy. They are wounded echoes from the past, beliefs you inherited, words spoken over you, moments of lack that branded themselves into memory. But hear me, they do not speak divine law. They do not carry the authority of truth. They are ghosts, not guides. Now comes the shift, the sacred substitution. Whenever the old voice arises, it must be met with a higher decree. This is not willpower, it is alignment. It is the conscious choice to invite heaven's language where fear once lived. So when the whisper says, I can't afford this, you gently, firmly replace it with, I am guided to all that is mine by divine right. When the echo says, wealth is selfish, you substitute with, my prosperity blesses others and expands the good of the world. When the fear says, it's too late for me, you declare, divine timing makes all things new in perfect order. This is how the soil begins to change, not by fighting the weeds, but by refusing to leave space for them, by flooding the ground with living water until every dry root surrenders. Pause here, reflect deeply. What is the loudest voice inside you when you think about money? Is it faith or fear? Is it the voice of your higher self, or the echo of yesterday's disappointments? Take a breath, listen honestly. This is the moment of revelation. Because wealth does not flow to mixed signals, the law is precise. It responds to clarity, not confusion. It mirrors what you consistently hold, not what you occasionally speak. If your outer words sing one melody, but your inner voice hums another, the result is dissonance. But when they unite, when the voice inside joins the voice outside, creation harmonizes. Wealth flows like a river finding its course. Here is a simple exercise. Imagine a golden thread connecting your tongue to your heart. Every word spoken must travel through this thread. If the heart trembles with doubt, the thread frays. If the heart beats with faith, the thread glows and strengthens. Each time you substitute fear with truth, the thread grows brighter, carrying your words into the unseen with unstoppable power. Let us practice together. Whisper deepens, the chest expands. This is not empty affirmation. It is the healing of inner contradiction. It is the marriage of inner and outer decree. And remember this sacred law. The subconscious is a faithful servant. It does not argue. It only obeys. If you speak lack long enough, it will guard lack. If you speak wealth with conviction, it will build wealth. The subconscious is the soil. The words, both silent and spoken, are the seeds. Now imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast field. You hold a basket of golden seeds. Some are fear, some are faith. Every thought, every phrase, you scatter across the ground. The field will not choose for you. It will grow what you plant. Today, in this moment, you are choosing the harvest of your future. So guard the seed. Guard the voice. Guard the inner dialogue as if it were sacred scripture. For it is, because wealth, true wealth, flows only when the voice of the tongue and the voice of the heart speak the same truth. The law cannot be deceived. It listens to both, and it responds in kind. And this is the truth. The struggle of the inner voice is not a punishment. It is the invitation. The very tension you feel is proof that you are standing at the threshold of breakthrough. You are learning to substitute shadow for light, doubt for faith, fear for divine decree. Let your words become a single symphony. Let your inner garden be planted only with what you desire to harvest. For when inner and outer words unite, no power can stop the river of wealth that flows in your favor. Now, as we continue, understand this. The soil has been prepared. The inner voice has been revealed. The substitution has begun, but the next step is vital. Aligning not just words, but the entire rhythm of your being with divine flow. And that is where we go next. The sacred story of wealth and truth. There is a story, both ancient and ever new, above all. What a man who spoke carelessly and wondered why his life turned barren. He had once known abundance, once walked with confidence, once carried the fragrance of ease, but he let words of fear spill from his lips like poison into a cup. He said, "Money slips through my hands." He declared, "I never get ahead." And the universe, being a faithful servant, mirrored back the decree. His garden of prosperity withered, not because destiny had abandoned him, but because his own tongue had become the thief. One day, weary from lack and tired of watching doors close, he sat in silence and cried out from the depths of his soul. In that stillness, a whisper arose within him, a sacred compass pointing to truth. The voice said, "Your words build the house you live in. Tear down the walls of fear, and a new dwelling will rise." In that moment he remembered, creation moves by word, and he began to speak again, but this time with reverence. Each phrase became a seed. "I am aligned with divine wealth. All that is mine by right appears with perfect timing." Slowly, the soil healed, and as his words changed, his life shifted. What was once barren began to bloom. This parable is not about him alone. It is about you. It is about every soul who has unknowingly cursed their own harvest with phrases of doubt, and every heart that can be restored by declaring divine truth. The tongue, Florence Scovel Shinn said, is a creative instrument. When you misuse it, you block your blessings. When you consecrate it, you open the gates of heaven. Consider wealth as a river. It flows effortlessly, without strain, without fear, carrying abundance in its current. You do not beg a river to move. You do not plead for water to trickle. It simply flows. Yet many place dams in the stream with words like, "I can't afford that. Nothing ever works out for me. I'll never be free." Each phrase piles stones across as the current until the river stands still, and then the soul wonders why thirst persists. But there is another way, the way of non-resistance, the law that Florence taught with unshakable. Stop fighting circumstances. Stop wrestling with appearances. Wealth does not come because you struggle for it. It comes because you align with divine order. To resist is to dam the river. To affirm truth is to open the channel. The moment you release fear and declare divine supply, the waters rush again. Imagine standing before that river, hear its roar, feel its mist on your face. Now imagine speaking words that break the dam. Say quietly in your heart, "I release resistance. I open the channel. I let divine wealth flow." With every repetition, stones are lifted, waters surge, and abundance begins to move toward you. Let me tell you another sacred story. A woman once labored day and night, chasing money like a shadow she could never catch. She said, "I work so hard, yet I am always behind." Her body grew weary, her spirit heavy. One evening she stumbled upon an old book of metaphysical truth. She read the words aloud, "Do not resist, declare divine order." At first she did not understand. How could she stop resisting when bills pressed in like storm clouds? Yet something stirred within her. She began to experiment. Instead of saying, "I can't manage," she declared, "Infinite supply sustains me now." Instead of groaning, "I'll never have enough," she affirmed, "All that I need arrives by divine right." Slowly, like dawn breaking through the night, things began to shift. Unexpected income appeared. Debts dissolved with ease, work became lighter, opportunities brighter. She had stopped damming the river, and the river had come rushing to meet her. This is the law of non-resistance. It is not passivity, it is power. It is the courage to release struggle and replace it with faith-filled speech. The universe cannot resist a heart that is aligned with truth. It must answer, because divine law is exact. What you speak with conviction becomes flesh. What you resist persists. What you affirm in truth must appear. So I ask you now, what story have you been telling? Have your words built dams or opened gates? Do you curse your wealth with silent decrees of lack, or do you consecrate it with declarations of abundance? Your inner dialogue is not hidden from the law. Every thought and phrase is an architect drawing the blueprint of your reality. Close your eyes for a moment and picture wealth not as numbers, not as paper, not as coins, but as living water, flowing, moving, cleansing, nourishing. See yourself standing in the current. Feel it wrap around your ankles, rushing toward your knees, lifting you with power. Now speak into that vision. Say, "Wealth flows through me, wealth flows to me, wealth surrounds me." Again, louder within. Wealth flows through me, wealth flows to me, wealth surrounds me. Each phrase opens another gate, and the waters rise. Do not whisper doubt over this river, for it hears you. Speak life, speak truth, speak as one who knows the current belongs to them. This is not fantasy, this is divine law, the same law that governs seed time and harvest, the rising of the sun, the rhythm of the ocean's tide. You are not begging for scraps, you are aligning with eternal order. You are no longer the one who dams the flow, but the one who opens the floodgates of truth. Remember, wealth is not outside of you waiting for permission to enter. It is already within the great river of spirit, circling, ready, abundant. Your words, your declarations, your inner alignment determine whether that river reaches you or bypasses you. Every moment you stand at the banks, every moment you choose to block or to allow. So let today mark the turning point. Let today be the day you cease fighting shadows and begin affirming light. Stop saying, "It's too hard." Stop saying, "It never works." Stop saying, "I'll never catch up." Those are stones across your river. Instead speak, "I am in perfect rhythm with divine wealth." Each declaration is a hand lifting stones, each affirmation a gate opening wide. Let your words become a divine orchestra, each note harmonizing with the music of heaven. Let your affirmations rise like trumpets declaring victory. Let your silence carry only peace, for silence too is a language, and in that symphony, watch how life rearranges itself, how opportunities glide toward you, how doors that were once sealed swing open as if they had been waiting for your permission. The sacred story of wealth and truth is not only told in parables, it is written in your own life the moment you align your words with divine law. It is written when you refuse resistance, when you choose faith, when you let the river move. And as you live this story, you will discover that wealth was never about struggle. It was about flow. It was never about chance. It was about law. And now, as we step forward, remember this. The current you release within becomes the abundance you see without. Wealth flows through you. Wealth flows to you. Wealth surrounds you. This is the truth. And when you live it, life shifts. The moment of breakthrough. 1200 words. There comes a point in every soul's journey when the invisible veil begins to lift. A moment where years of struggle, confusion, and silent prayers meet the golden current of divine order. This is the moment of breakthrough. It does not arrive with warning. It does not arrive with logic. It comes like the dawn breaking across a horizon, inevitable, radiant, unstoppable. I want you to feel this moment now, not as something distant, but as something alive in your very breath. Because the truth is, your breakthrough is not on the way, it has already been spoken into existence. And when you align your words, your thoughts, and your expectation with that divine law, the current of wealth cannot help but flow to you. There was once a woman who lived under the shadow of lack. Bills piled at her door. Fear whispered every night that she would never rise above survival. She prayed, but her prayers were laced with worry. She spoke, but her words were heavy with doubt. And then, something within her shifted. She came across a simple truth. Florence Scovel Shinn's teaching that, your word is your wand. For the first time she chose to speak not from fear, but from faith. Every morning, she declared, I walk in abundance. I am provided for by divine right. She held fast, even when her outer world still looked barren. Within weeks, opportunities came, debts dissolved, a door opened into a career she had once thought impossible. Her life moved from survival to overflow, not because of luck, but because she spoke her world into being and expected the law to answer. That is the law at work. That is the law alive in you. This is the same divine law that governs the sunrise, the tides, the seasons. It does not forget. It does not fail. It moves when you move in faith. Florence called it the law of expectancy. You cannot half believe. You cannot whisper a prayer of wealth and then cradle doubt in the same breath. You must expect abundance as surely as you expect the morning light. You do not question if the sun will rise. You do not fear that the ocean will forget to return to shore. And in the same way, you must not question the flow of your wealth. Expectancy is the magnet. Expectancy is the command that pulls the unseen into form. So hear me now, speak with me now, lift your voice not as a request but as a decree. Declare aloud with me, I now command wealth in perfect ways. Say it again with the fire of certainty, I now command wealth in perfect ways. And again, until the vibration takes root in your spirit. I now command wealth in perfect ways. Now say with me, I expect abundance, and abundance expects me. Let it echo like a chorus within your chest. I expect abundance, and abundance expects me. This is not empty recitation, this is alignment. Every syllable carries weight in the invisible. Every word spoken in faith creates form, the way a sculptor's hand brings marble to life. And as you speak, the universe rearranges itself to obey the authority of your expectation. The moment of breakthrough is not passive. It is not something you wait for like a guest at the door. It is something you embody. It is something you stand in now. Wealth does not arrive to the hesitant. Wealth bows to the commanding. And you, child of the infinite, carry the authority to command. Visualize this with me. Close your inner eyes and see the city before you at the edge of night. The sky is dark, but the horizon begins to glow. Slowly, light unfurls across the skyline, painting the towers with gold. This is the wealth rising in your life. The dawn cannot be stopped. The darkness cannot resist. It yields, it fades, it makes room for light. Your breakthrough is the same. The lack you feared cannot withstand the decree of your soul. Now imagine the ocean. Waves crash with a rhythm older than time. They retreat and they return. They may pull back for a moment, but always they return with force. This is the flow of wealth. Even if life seemed to withdraw for a season, even if it looked as though opportunity passed you by, the tide is returning. It is rushing back with more power, more provision, more blessing than you have ever seen. Now see before you a great gate, gilded and radiant. It has stood silent, waiting for your arrival. This is the gate of destiny, the gate into the treasury of divine supply. For years you have pressed against it with hesitation, with fear, with doubt. But today, you no longer knock timidly. Today your voice carries the authority of one who knows. You speak, and the gate swings open. Beyond it is not scarcity, not struggle, but a treasury overflowing with everything appointed to you by divine right. Every need met, every dream resourced, every vision funded. This is your inheritance, and the moment you align with expectancy, the gate yields. Do you feel it? The shift, that subtle trembling within your spirit? That is the moment of breakthrough stirring. It is not waiting for next year, not for the right economy, not for someone else's permission. It is here. The moment you believe, the moment you expect, the moment you command, the shift is made. Hear this truth. Wealth cannot resist you when you speak from alignment. The flow cannot be stopped when you release words rooted in divine law. Fear cannot bind what faith has commanded free, and lack cannot dwell where expectancy has built a home. This is not theory, this is law. Just as surely as gravity holds the earth, just as surely as the tides obey the moon, wealth obeys the command of a soul aligned with its creator. You are not begging, you are not waiting, you are standing in your rightful place as heir to divine abundance. So rise now in your inner being, let the rhythm of expectancy carry you, let your words thunder with authority. Say it once more, with every fiber of your being, I now command wealth in perfect ways, and know this, the universe has already answered, the orchestration is already in motion, the divine orchestra is playing your song, and the notes are carrying provision to your very doorstep. Breathe, feel the release, feel the certainty. The moment of breakthrough is not ahead of you, it is within you. And as you walk in it, as you stand in it, as you claim it, you will see doors open, resources flow, and opportunities align with a precision that can only be divine. Now you see why wealth cannot resist you when you speak the truth. The journey you have taken through these words has not been a casual walk. It has been a crossing, a passage from shadow into light, from the scattered confusion of careless speech into the majestic clarity of divine law. You began believing perhaps that destiny was beyond your influence, that wealth belonged to others, not to you. But now you stand awakened, clothed in revelation. You see the law written across the fabric of your own being. You feel the rhythm of truth echoing in your chest. You know that every word you speak carries the vibration of destiny. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that the tongue is not a mere instrument of sound. It is the scepter of the soul. To speak is to build. To declare is to lay foundation stones for your palace of wealth. The moment you understood this, something shifted in you. It was the revelation that careless words keep the gates of prosperity sealed, but deliberate truth, spoken with conviction, swings them wide. This was not an intellectual idea, it was a living key placed into your hand. Now we arrive at the sacred summit of this journey. This is not just the end of a teaching, this is the closing of a ritual, the sealing of a covenant between you and the infinite. The divine orchestra has been tuning, the notes of doubt, fear, and delay have been dissolved, and now, the music rises, the finale is here. I invite you to lift your spirit, to feel the majesty of this moment, for when you declare truth aloud, heaven bends to listen and earth reshapes itself to obey. Say with me, slowly with power, wealth flows to me because I speak divine truth. Wealth stays with me because I live in divine order. Let the words settle into you, let them become the riverbed through which abundance flows without interruption. These are not temporary phrases, they are eternal decrees, they are not wishful thoughts, they are laws spoken into motion. Do not whisper them timidly. Command them as the architect of your own life. Feel how your cells respond, how your mind grows steady, how your heart beats with authority. This declaration is not just about attracting money, it is about aligning your entire being with divine order so that wealth recognizes you, respects you, and remains with you. For too long you may have believed that you must chase, strive, or grasp, but today you step into a higher truth. You are magnetic. You are appointed, you are chosen by divine law to be a channel of provision. Wealth is not outside of you, it has always been coded within you, waiting for the moment when your words unlock the gate. Write this affirmation, not once, not twice, but daily. For 21 days, let it be the sacred seed you plant into the soil of your subconscious. 21 days of discipline will break the old chains of fear and plant new roots of expectancy. Each time you write it, imagine yourself engraving it into the book of destiny. Each time you speak it, see it echoing in the unseen, drawing into form the opportunities, connections, and resources that belong to you. Say it again, with rising energy. Wealth flows to me because I speak divine truth. Wealth stays with me because I live in divine order. Feel the victory in your voice. Feel the walls of limitation crumbling. Feel the silent gate of destiny swinging wide. This is your declaration, your covenant, your seal. From this day forward, you are no longer the seeker of wealth. You are the vessel of wealth. You are no longer chasing money. From this day forward, wealth will chase you. It will locate you. It will pursue you in perfect ways. It will run to you because your words have given it permission. Pause for a moment. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper within, I receive. This is the whisper of release. This is sacred surrender. You do not need to know how. The divine intelligence knows. You do not need to outline every detail. The law of divine order arranges it. Your task is simple. Speak truth. Live in alignment. Expect the sunrise of abundance as surely as day follows night. This is the beauty of spiritual law. It does not fail. It does not falter. It does not waver. The same law that causes the ocean to kiss the shore, the same law that causes the stars to burn with light, is the law that governs your provision. Trust it, rest in it, command it with reverence. We have walked together from ignorance into revelation. You have seen how careless words create chaos. You have felt how divine speech creates harmony. You have witnessed the shift from doubt into expectancy, from longing into certainty, and now you carry the torch of truth. So as we close, I do not simply offer you an ending. I extend to you a beginning, a new chapter of wealth, written with the ink of your own words, spoken into being with the authority of your own spirit. Speak with me once more, as a final seal upon this sacred journey. Wealth flows to me because I speak divine truth. Wealth stays with me because I live in divine order. This is not a hope. This is a law. This is not a wish. This is a decree. And as you walk from this moment, you walk in majesty. May your words build your palace of wealth. May your truth keep the river of abundance flowing forever. May your life become the evidence that divine law is real, that divine order is unshakable, and that divine wealth is unstoppable. And now, as you carry this energy, I ask you to make your declaration known. Speak it in the comments, not as routine, but as ritual. Write it to engrave it deeper into your subconscious, like this message to signal your agreement with divine order. Subscribe so that this wellspring of truth continues to flow into your life. Let this be your act of sealing the covenant. For today, you have not only heard words, you have spoken law, you have entered the divine orchestra, and the music of wealth has begun to play through you. Remember always, your words are bridges, your declarations are gates, your truth is the compass. From this day forward, walk as one who commands wealth, and watch as life bends in reverence to your voice. This is your sacred declaration. This is your divine closing, and this is your victorious beginning. Before you go, tell me in the comments which part of today's message spoke to your soul the most. Was it the moment you realized the power of your words, or the final declaration of wealth flowing to you? Your comment not only locks the truth into your subconscious but also blesses others who read it. And remember to like this video and subscribe for more daily wisdom that awakens your divine wealth. The lottery is not chance, it is law, and today, you will learn exactly how to command that law. Have you ever felt the ticket in your hand but fear in your heart? You looked at the numbers, hoping, praying, trembling, wondering if the heavens even heard you. Have you ever asked why some seem chosen by fortune while others wait in silence? Why one person holds a golden slip of paper and another walks away empty? Here is the truth Florence Scovel Shinn revealed. Nothing is by chance. Every win, every loss, every delay moves by divine law. There are no accidents. There are no mistakes. Life is precise. Life is governed by principles deeper than statistics, stronger than luck, older than time itself. The world calls it probability, but the soul knows it as the divine order. You are not waiting on chance, you are aligning with certainty. The ticket is not paper, it is a mirror of your vibration, a reflection of your inner decree, and when you speak with the authority of spirit, even numbers obey. This is not about games, this is not about gambling, this is about entering the temple of divine wealth, where unseen forces bend to the word you carry in your mouth. It is about awakening to the truth that the same infinite power that moves planets can arrange patterns on a ticket. The same law that grows a rose can open the gates of abundance. So I ask you, do you believe in accident, or do you believe in law? Do you believe in luck, or do you believe in the divine hand that governs every breath? Every longing you have ever felt is a prophecy. Desire is not an empty ache, it is a signal. It is the soul's compass pointing to the wealth already prepared for you. The question is not whether it exists. The question is whether you will align yourself with the vibration that calls it forth. This is where Florence's wisdom meets your destiny. She taught, nothing stands between man and Maya, his highest ideals, but doubt and fear. And when you learn to dissolve those shadows, you step into the light where wealth flows naturally, not as a struggle, not as a strain, but as a certainty. You are standing now at the silent gate of destiny. Imagine it, a golden door that does not swing open by force but responds to the sound of faith. Behind it is the pattern of your winning, the shape of your wealth, the design already written in the invisible. This door is not moved by begging, it is moved by command, it is moved by alignment, it is moved by your word. And so before we unlock this sacred teaching, pause with me for a moment. Breathe. Allow yourself to feel the mystery of what is coming. You are not here by accident. You were drawn to this message because your spirit is ready. You were led here because the divine clock has struck your hour. But first, make sure you subscribe to this channel for daily spiritual guidance and motivational truth that awakens your power. Each word, each teaching here is a key, and the more keys you hold, the more doors you can open. Close your eyes if you can. Picture a ticket dissolving in your hand, not as paper, but as light. See it breaking apart into beams that rise into the air, weaving patterns like a divine orchestra tuning its instruments. Each note is a number, each vibration is arranging itself according to the decree you speak. The ticket is not outside you, the ticket is inside you. The universe does not play dice, it follows decree, it follows law. And as you learn these laws, the chaos dissolves, the fear dissolves, the doubt dissolves. You stop wondering if, you start declaring when. Affirm with me now, softly, but with certainty. I am aligned with divine law. I am one with the pattern of wealth. What is mine cannot be withheld. I step through the gate prepared for me. Feel the weight of those words. They are not wishes. They are commands, and as these words echo through your mind, see the gate before you, a radiant temple door glowing with light. It is not locked, it is waiting, waiting for your consciousness to rise, waiting for you to know who you are, waiting for you to stop asking and start claiming. Today is not about hoping for luck, today is about aligning with law. This journey you are about to take will show you the invisible architecture of winning. It will reveal the sacred blueprint of manifestation where wealth is not random but inevitable. The lottery is not numbers, the lottery is vibration, the lottery is law, and as we walk together through these teachings you will see what Florence saw, that the outer always bends to the inner, that no ticket is greater than your consciousness, that the true jackpot is the alignment of soul and law. Let us step into the temple of law, where luck dissolves and certainty begins. When most people think of the lottery, they imagine chance. They imagine cold machines spinning numbered balls, randomness ruling the outcome, and fortune smiling on only a chosen few. But spiritual law tells us otherwise. Nothing is random. What the world calls luck is simply law in disguise. Spirit governs every number, every outcome, every door that opens in human affairs. The mind that understands this truth stops bowing to chance and begins to stand in dominion. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your words are your wand, and with them, you carve invisible patterns in the ethers that later take form. If your inner dialogue is one of lack, the pattern you carve is broken, jagged, incomplete, and what returns to you will mirror that confusion. But when your words ring with certainty, with unwavering trust, the ethers rearrange. What seemed unlikely becomes inevitable. What appeared impossible begins to move toward you as though summoned by divine order. This is the law of substitution at work. Whatever image dominates your mind is what you invite to stay. If you dwell on fear, fear rules. If you choose the thought of abundance, fear has no place to remain and must dissolve. One picture always replaces another. You cannot stare at both poverty and prosperity at once. The image you hold, nourished by the words you speak, becomes the unseen magnet drawing your outer life. Imagine the lottery not as numbers in a machine, but as notes in a divine symphony. Each number is a sound. Each sound is part of heaven's music. You do not win by fighting against the odds. You win when your inner song matches heaven's score. It is not about grasping, struggling, or pleading. It is about tuning your instrument until your vibration plays in perfect harmony with divine wealth. Think of it like a cosmic lock. The numbers are not obstacles, they are sacred symbols. And just as a lock opens only when its tumblers align, so too does divine wealth release when your thoughts, words, and feelings align with the frequency of abundance. The lottery is not resisting you, it is simply waiting for you to align with its rhythm. I once heard of a man who lived his life in constant desperation. Every payday he bought tickets with trembling hands, whispering prayers rooted in fear. Please let me win, or I'll never survive. Year after year, disappointment grew heavier on his soul. But something shifted when he came across a simple spiritual teaching. Instead of begging for money to rescue him, he began to affirm each morning, God is the unfailing source of my supply. I am aligned with divine wealth. My winnings flow without struggle. He stopped playing the lottery from desperation and began living from alignment. He treated each purchase not as a desperate gamble, but as a sacred declaration that his supply was infinite. Within months, unexpected breakthroughs arrived. A debt was cleared, a business opportunity opened, and yes, one day, a ticket he purchased carried winnings that changed his life. It was not the ticket that carried the power. It was his vibration. The numbers were simply the mirror. This is why Florence said your word is your wand. The outer always bends to the inner. If your language is filled with phrases like, I never win, I'm unlucky, the odds are against me, then the ethers take that as your order. They simply deliver the harvest of your speech. But when your tongue becomes the instrument of faith, when you speak as though wealth is your divine inheritance, spirit rushes to confirm your decree. The truth is, lottery wins are not about mathematics, they are about metaphysics. Divine timing is the unseen clock of the universe, ticking in perfect rhythm. Sometimes a door seems closed, not because you are denied, but because the hour is not yet struck. When your inner frequency rises to the appointed time, what once seemed distant appears suddenly at your feet. That is not chance, that is law. Think of your life as an orchestra. Every desire is a note waiting to be played. The conductor is spirit. Your role is not to seize the baton or force the tempo. Your role is to listen, to attune, to play your instrument faithfully. When your note is in harmony with the score, the music swells, and what you seek appears naturally within the song. So let us practice aligning now. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture a golden pattern of numbers swirling like stars in the night sky. See them forming, not randomly, but purposefully, like constellations guided by the hand of God. Feel them click into place, one by one, like the tumblers of a lock turning smoothly under your touch. Whisper within yourself, I am aligned with divine wealth. My winnings flow without struggle. God is the unfailing source of my supply. As you say it, notice the shift. Fear loosens, striving quiets, a calm certainty begins to rise. This is the inner song that unlocks outer fortune. The world will tell you that winning is rare, that luck is scarce, that fortune is unfair. But Spirit says otherwise. Spirit whispers that there is no scarcity in divine law. The harvest is abundant, the supply infinite, the verse unfailing. You do not need to chase luck, you only need to align with law. And remember this, alignment is not a frantic grasping, it is a sacred rest. Just as a flower opens in its appointed season without force, so too does your blessing unfold at the perfect hour. Desperation is resistance. Faith is surrender. When you release fear and rest in divine certainty, you step into the vibration where miracles gather. Your inner speech is the brush painting tomorrow's landscape. Choose carefully what words you let stay. Replace the inner voice of doubt with a new voice that commands truth. Say to yourself often, I am wealth in motion. Every number aligns in my favor. The universe conspires with me. These are not empty affirmations, they are vibrational codes, seeds planted in the soil of spirit, destined to bloom in visible form. Visualize often, see yourself standing before the numbers as they turn, not with anxiety, but with reverence, as if watching a divine orchestration unfold. Imagine each number glowing with golden light, each one responding to your inner frequency, each one moving not randomly, but rhythmically, like dancers keeping time with your song. See yourself already celebrating, already free, already living in the flow of abundance. Feel it until it becomes more real than the outer scene. The law does not respond to begging, it responds to being. When you become the embodiment of wealth inwardly, wealth must find its expression outwardly. You are not waiting for fortune to arrive. You are allowing fortune to reveal what has always been yours. This is the mystery unveiled. The lottery, like all things, obeys spirit, and spirit obeys law, not human law, but divine law. The law that says your thoughts shape substance. The law that says your word is the decree that forms destiny. The law that says harmony within creates harmony without. Now that you see the law behind the lottery, we must confront the real enemy. It is not odds, it is fear. Most people never realize what truly stands between them and their answered prayer. They think it is luck. They think it is chance, but the true barrier is not outside of them, it is within. Picture this moment. A man walks to the counter. He buys a lottery ticket with trembling hands. His heart pounds with both hope and dread. As he clutches the slip of paper, his thoughts race. What if I lose? What if I waste this money? What if life once again proves I am unlucky? He may smile outwardly, but his vibration speaks louder than words. The language of energy cannot lie, and the vibration of fear always calls forth more loss. This is the silent blocker, fear of losing, desperation that tightens the grip, doubt that whispers that good things are for others, not for you. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed the law of non-resistance. Whatever you resist, persists. The more you fight the fear of losing, the stronger the hold of loss becomes. Resistance breeds more of the very condition you dread. It is like clutching a ticket so tightly that it crumbles in your hand. What was once full of possibility is crushed under the weight of fear. Pause and see it now. A ticket in your palm, but instead of holding it with joy, you hold it with desperation. The corners fold, the paper tears, your energy suffocates the very channel through which supply could reach you. Fear is not harmless. It is a magnetic field. It repels abundance. It shuts the gates of divine timing. It says to the universe, I do not believe, I do not trust, I am alone in this. And so the universe echoes back, as you believe, so shall it be. But here lies the sacred truth. You were never meant to fear losing, because in divine law you cannot lose. What belongs to you cannot be taken away. What is yours by divine right must come. If not through this ticket, then through another. If not today, then at the perfect hour when the divine clock strikes. Now breathe into this realization. Imagine yourself standing once again, with a ticket in your hand. This time, there is no trembling, no desperation, only calm assurance. You smile softly because you know that abundance is your birthright. You know that wealth does not hang upon a slip of paper but flows through the infinite channels of God. See yourself placing the ticket gently in your wallet, not with tension, but with quiet certainty. The energy feels different now, light, expansive, magnetic. This is the frequency of allowing. This is the power of non-resistance. Speak these words within. I cannot lose. What is mine by divine right must come. If not this ticket, then a greater one. If not this way, then a higher way prepared for me. Repeat it until your heart softens. Repeat it until your breath deepens. Repeat it until you feel the invisible law shifting around you. Non-resistance is not weakness, it is spiritual strength. It is the art of stepping aside so that God may work. When you release the clutch of fear, you make space for miracles to enter. Detachment does not mean apathy, it means knowing so deeply that you do not beg, you do not chase, you do not tremble, you stand still in faith. Think of water. When you cup your hands too tightly, the water escapes. But when you open your palm, the water rests gently within. So it is with wealth. The open hand of trust holds more than the clenched fist of fear. Now, allow yourself to imagine a visualization. You are seated in a quiet room. A soft golden light surrounds you. In your hand rests a ticket, glowing with possibility, yet you do not cling to it. You simply hold it as though it were already fulfilled. In your mind's eye, you see the numbers align, you see the outcome in peace, you breathe as if it is already done. Then you release the ticket into the light, you let it float upward, carried by the wings of divine timing, and you say, if not this, then greater still. If not now, then at the appointed hour. And in that moment, the burden lifts. You are free. This is the shift that magnetizes wealth. Detachment is the sacred doorway. Need repels, peace attracts. When you need nothing, everything flows toward you. So let your heart learn this rhythm. No fear of losing, no resistance to delay, no desperation for proof, only faith that knows, only faith that trusts, only faith that rests in divine law. Hear these words and let them be your prayer. Spirit within, I release my fear of loss. I release the trembling of doubt. I open my hands. I open my heart. I open my life. What is mine comes to me with ease. Nothing can block my good. Nothing can withhold my supply. I rest in divine law, and I am safe. Say it again, but this time, feel it. Let your voice carry it like music. Let it rise through you as an anthem of freedom. You do not need to clutch. You do not need to grasp. You only need to stand in the knowing. Wealth cannot escape you, for it lives within you. The ticket is only a symbol. The true lottery is already won. The moment you align with faith. When fear dissolves, faith must rise, and faith is the bridge to the miracle. There comes a moment when the soul must decide whether it will remain at the door of desperation, or whether it will walk boldly into the temple of faith. Many stand outside, rattling the lock, shaking the door, begging it to open. They plead with life, they plead with God, they plead with chance, and yet the vault does not yield to shaking hands. It opens only to the steady hand of faith. Faith is the key that unlocks the vault. Without it, you can shout, you can cry, you can exhaust yourself in longing, but the door remains closed. Because faith does not bargain, faith does not beg, faith claims, faith knows. This is the essence of the law of assumption. That which you assume as real, that which you inhabit with the full weight of your inner conviction, becomes your world. The universe bends to the shape of your certainty. When you carry the vibration of wealth, wealth cannot help but find you. When you walk as though chosen, life crowns you as chosen. But here is the truth. Desperation cannot magnetize what you seek. Desperation is a repellent. It shouts lack. It declares separation. It proclaims, I do not yet have. And so, life echoes back, you do not yet have. The echo of your inner cry becomes the outer condition. The sacred shift is this. You no longer chase the miracle. You stand as if the miracle has already found you. You no longer say, one day. You say, this is mine now. Not in arrogance, but in divine right. Not in force, but in alignment. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the lottery numbers already drawn. Imagine your name already spoken, your account already filled, your hands already touching the paper, the ticket, the proof. Feel the silence after the announcement. Feel the air shift. Feel the weight of sudden knowing. It has happened. Let your body catch up with that reality. Let your chest expand as though abundance has already landed. This is not fantasy. This is rehearsal. This is soul alignment. Because manifestation is not about asking life for a future, it is about collapsing the future into now. The mind that says, I will win, keeps the win forever ahead, like a horizon that recedes as you walk. But the soul that says, I have won, brings the horizon to the present moment. The promise becomes the possession. Say within yourself, it is mine by divine right. The wealth of the universe answers me now. The current of abundance already carries my name. These are not words of pleading. These are words of command. Spoken not with desperation but with calm authority, spoken as one who understands that divine law does not argue, it only executes. The law of assumption is not about arrogance, it is about alignment, it is about stepping into the garment of the thing you desire and wearing it with dignity. Florence Scovel Shinn T. Ought that whatever you desire is already finished in the invisible. Your task is not to create it, your task is to accept it, to assume it, to say with full heart, I am already there. Feel the difference between these two inner voices. One voice cries, please let it happen, please let me win, please I need this. The other voice declares, this is already written, my wealth is already secure, I walk in it now. One voice sends a signal of emptiness, the other sends a signal of possession. And the universe, like a divine mirror, reflects whichever voice is steady within you. Let us shift now. Right where you are, place your hand upon your heart. Speak softly but firmly. I release desperation. I release fear. I release the energy of waiting. I step now into divine faith. I know it is done. I know it is mine. I know the law cannot fail me. Take a deep breath. Inhale the certainty of abundance. Exhale the weight of doubt. Inhale the feeling of winning. Exhale the feeling of waiting. Inhale ownership. Exhale longing. Your mind may resist. It may whisper, but I don't see it yet. And to that voice you say, I do not need to see the seed to know the harvest is coming. I do not need to touch the blueprint to know the building is rising. Faith is my proof. Assumption is my receipt. Every day you must rehearse this, not as hope, but as possession. When you wake in the morning before your feet touch the floor, close your eyes and feel the wind. Walk through your day as though the tide of abundance already carries you. See yourself paying, giving, sharing, living from wealth, not one day, but today. Each time the thought of waiting comes, replace it with the command, it is mine now. By divine right, the universe delivers. You may even keep a small practice. Write your name on a piece of paper with the words, winner, chosen, abundant. Place it where you can see it. Each time your eyes meet it, allow the assumption to deepen, not as play acting, as truth, because the subconscious mind does not distinguish between rehearsal and reality. It accepts the dominant impression, and when faith becomes the dominant impression, life reshapes itself in that mold. Remember, fear shouts, faith whispers, fear trembles, faith stands, fear asks, faith claims. Which voice will you live by? The sacred shift is not an event, it is a stance. Each day you stand in faith, the vault of divine supply swings open a little wider. Each day you hold the key with steady hand, the lock surrenders more easily. Soon the door is not just ajar, it is wide open, and what once felt like a dream becomes the air you breathe. Say with me now, the wealth of the universe flows through me. My name is written in abundance. I do not chase, I do not beg, I command with love, and it answers with generosity. It is mine, it is done. Feel how these words settle in your spirit. Feel how they carry no strain, no desperation, no trembling, only calm certainty. This is the tone of divine faith. This is the vibration that magnetizes wealth, and when your faith is steady, your vision clear, and your assumption unshaken, the external must bow. Life has no choice but to conform, because divine law is precise, it cannot be mocked, it cannot be delayed, it cannot fail. Now that your faith is set, let us give it form through words, the greatest tool of creation. Step into this moment as though you have entered a temple. Here, silence is not empty. It is charged with power, waiting for the first word you choose to speak. Every syllable you release is not casual, it is law. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that words cut patterns in the unseen. They move through the invisible like a chisel against stone, carving your destiny with precision. You are not speaking to air, you are engraving reality. Think about this. The words you whisper in fear, the phrases you repeat in doubt, are etching failure into your subconscious like grooves in marble. But the words spoken with faith, clarity, and command, they cut patterns of wealth that no circumstance can erase. This is the dividing line, begging words versus commanding words. When you say, I hope I win the lottery, you are speaking from a place of lack. You are telling the divine that you do not have, that you may never have, and you are reinforcing uncertainty. But when you declare, I claim my win now, you step into the throne room of spirit and issue a decree. You are no longer a beggar at the gate of life, you are the heir who walks through the gate with rightful authority. Say these words with me, not timidly, but as though heaven itself is listening and recording each decree as eternal law. I now draw my winning by divine right. My words are seeds of wealth and I speak only increase. The door of prosperity swings open now. These are not empty affirmations, these are commands. When spoken with reverence, faith and consistency, they summon forces beyond the physical eye. They ripple through the unseen and return with form. Close your eyes for a moment. See your words as radiant sparks leaving your mouth, each syllable a glowing symbol of light. Watch them rise into the infinite like sacred hieroglyphs, arranging themselves into perfect harmony. As they align, notice how they settle into the precise numbers of your lottery ticket. This is not fantasy, it is imagination disciplined by faith, the very tool through which spirit creates. Feel it. Your words are not just sounds, they are vibrations weaving the architecture of your tomorrow. They are shaping events, bending probabilities, and calling forth divine appointments in ways your mind cannot track but your spirit knows. If you wish to anchor this power, take up a pen each morning, write down your decree as though heaven's angels are transcribing it into the eternal record. Write with certainty, write with command, say it aloud as you write it, feeling each word settle into your bones. The journal becomes your covenant, a testimony that you chose to be a co-creator with divine law. Let your inner dialogue transfer. Aram as well. Replace every doubtful whisper with sacred declaration. When fear says, what if it never happens? Answer with the voice of command. It is already happening by divine order. When lack says, you do not deserve it, answer with truth. I am heir to infinite supply, and all good is mine now. This is how you re-script the conversation within, until your soul no longer entertains the language of defeat. Words open the way, words summon the vision, words unlock the gate. But do not forget, once the decree has been spoken, divine law governs the unfolding. Timing is sacred. The harvest cannot be rushed. The seed does not argue with the soil. It trusts the rhythm of the invisible. And so we move forward. We have spoken the word. We have planted the decree. Now, the next step is to understand the holy rhythm of manifestation, the divine timing that ensures every win arrives at its appointed hour. The greatest victories of the soul are never forced. They unfold like dawn breaking over a quiet horizon, slowly, naturally, without struggle. You may look at your desire, whether it is wealth, freedom, or even the hope of a lottery win, and feel an urgency rise within you, a voice that whispers, when will it come? Why has it not arrived yet? That voice is the child of fear, not the child of faith. And fear never quickens the hand of heaven. The law of divine timing is clear. All things arrive when the sacred clock declares the hour. Not one breath sooner, not one heartbeat later. Imagine a fruit upon a tree. If you pluck it before its season, the taste is bitter. It resists your hunger. But if you wait until the sun has kissed it into ripeness, that same fruit is sweet, nourishing, abundant with life. Such is the nature of every true manifestation. Your desire ripens in unseen realms, it gathers strength in silence, and though your human eyes cannot perceive it yet, the divine orchard has already set it in motion. Florence Scovel Shinn often reminded us that what belongs to you cannot be withheld. Delay is never denial. Delay is preparation. The delay is the polishing of your vessel so you may hold the blessing without spilling it. Think of a farmer sowing seeds. He does not scream at the earth demanding immediate harvest. He trusts the seasons. He trusts the hidden soil. He trusts the mystery of growth that no human hand controls. This is the peace of divine timing. And yet, many souls become restless in waiting. They attempt to force the doors open before heaven has unlocked them. They chase, they grasp, they cry, why not now? But the truth is clear. The door of destiny only opens from within, and the one who knocks too early often finds only silence. Let me share a story. A man once prayed for sudden wealth. He longed for a lottery win, believing it was his one path out of struggle. but the heavens had prepared a larger design. For years nothing seemed to move. His prayers echoed unanswered. Yet, in the waiting he grew, he studied, he served, he refined his words, he became still. Then, at the appointed hour, an opportunity came, not through a lottery ticket, but through a partnership, a calling, a divine idea that multiplied into far greater riches than any lottery could have offered. Looking back, he understood, the delay had been protection, the timing had been perfection. This is the mystery of the sacred clock. While the human heart counts minutes, the divine hand aligns eternities. You must trust that your good is already on its way, wrapped in the perfection of its season. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine before you a great clock suspended in light. Its hands glow with gold, moving in rhythm with your soul's eternal design. Each tick is not a delay but a sacred alignment. With every movement of the hand, doors you cannot see are opening. Threads you cannot touch are weaving, and when the clock strikes the appointed hour, your manifestation will stand before you as if it had always been waiting at your side. Do not wrestle with impatience. Do not poison your soil with despair. Rest in the law. Trust the rhythm of heaven's timing. The orchestra of the universe is never offbeat. Every note is played in harmony with your destiny. Say these words with me now, as a holy decree. I rest in divine timing. What is mine cannot be withheld. I release urgency. I trust the clock of heaven. Breathe those words into your heart. Let them soak into your mind like rain into thirsty ground. Feel the release. Feel the surrender. Feel the peace that comes when you no longer chase, but allow. In this trust, miracles ripen. In this surrender, the soil blooms. When urgency fades, abundance flows with ease, for the divine clock does not run on human time. It runs on eternal wisdom. Patience, then, is not passive. It is powerful. It is the deep knowing that even in silence God is moving. Even in stillness, the law is working. Even when nothing seems to shift, everything is being shifted for you. You do not need to beg heaven. You do not need to pry open locked gates. You are simply asked to stand in faith, to rest in trust, to sing your song of gratitude before the blessing appears. That song becomes the magnet that draws your manifestation home. So when your heart aches with waiting, remember the fruit, remember the farmer, remember the man whose delay birthed a destiny far greater than his request, and know that your story too is unfolding with the same wisdom. Affirm this within. My life is in rhythm with divine order. I will not force. I will not fear. I will not faint. I wait as one who already holds the promise, and I trust the sacred clock to reveal it at the appointed hour. And when trust is complete, the miracle is already in motion. All that remains is your sacred decree of victory. You have walked through a journey today, from uncertainty into clarity, from asking if you are worthy into knowing that you are chosen, from gambling on chance into standing inside divine law. This is the moment where the circle closes, the place where fear dissolves, the place where your voice becomes command, and where heaven itself bends to your spoken word. Pause now, take a breath, feel the truth settling in your chest like fire and light. You are not here by accident. You are not listening to these words as coincidence. You are here because your soul has prepared you for this moment, the moment where you no longer wait for luck, the moment where you stand and decree law. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that what you decree, you receive. She said, "Your word is your wand, and now that wand rests in your hand. It is time to wield it with certainty." So together we step into the sacred declaration. Let it be call and response. Let it be a rhythm between your soul and the infinite. When I speak, repeat it out loud or within. Let your voice carry it as a vibration into every unseen corner of your life. Say with me, I cannot lose. Say it again, I cannot lose. Feel the weight of those words. You are declaring the end of fear. You are dissolving the illusion of loss. You are commanding the truth that the law cannot fail you. Now declare with me, I live in the law of divine wealth. Again, I live in the law of divine wealth. Let those words shape your inner world. See yourself standing in the center of a golden circle. Every step you take is on ground already blessed. Every move you make is carried by divine orchestration. You are not chasing money. You are aligned with law. Now the final decree, the highest vibration. Say with me, the lottery of heaven is already won. Again, the lottery of heaven is already won. See the vision, gates of gold opening before you, rivers of light pouring out, streams of abundance flowing like living waters toward your hands, your home, your life. You no longer ask, will it come? You live inside, it is done. Close your eyes for a moment, visualize it. With me, you are standing before those gates. They open, not with resistance, but with ease. The treasures of heaven flow without limit, every need supplied, every desire aligned, every blessing multiplied. You are carried in a river of divine provision. This is not fantasy, this is law, and now you anchor it. Take your journal, write these declarations down. I cannot lose, I live in the law of divine wealth. The lottery of heaven is already won. Repeat them daily, not as superstition, not as wishful thinking, but as sacred law. Speak them in the morning as you rise. Speak them at night before you rest. Let your heart know, your subconscious know, your very cells know, this is truth. Remember, you are not waiting for luck. Luck is unstable, luck is fleeting, but law is eternal. You are commanding law, and the law never fails. Your journey does not end here. This is the closing of one circle, but every circle becomes a new beginning. You now carry the sacred declaration of wealth inside you. You no longer fear loss. You no longer chase chance. You stand as one who knows the unseen order is working for you. So rise from this moment victorious. Carry these words with you like armor. Let them echo in your spirit like the sound of a great divine orchestra playing the score of your life. Move forward in triumph. Move forward in certainty. Move forward knowing you cannot lose. If this teaching has spoken to your soul, subscribe now for daily guidance and sacred motivation. Join this community of souls who are walking the same path of faith, wealth, and divine alignment, and thank you. Thank you for stepping into this sacred journey today. Thank you for declaring with courage. Thank you for becoming a living testimony of divine law in motion. Your wealth is already written. Your victory is already secured. Your circle is now complete. Right now, you are commanding money, whether you realize it or not. Every thought, every word, every silent whisper of fear or faith sends out a decree. You are a ruler issuing orders to an invisible servant. The question is, what kind of orders are you giving? Most people never pause long enough to notice. They wake up already thinking of lack. They worry about bills. They fear tomorrow. They mutter, I can't afford this, as if it were a sacred prayer. And without knowing, they are commanding money to stay away. They are telling their invisible servant to shut the gates, to withhold, to resist them. That is the great shock. You are already powerful. You are already commanding. But instead of wealth flowing toward you, your hidden commands may be pushing it away. Pause here. Breathe. Let this truth sink into the very core of your being. Money is not your master. It was never created to rule you. Money is energy, a servant, an obedient force designed to carry out your decrees. Yet for generations, humanity has bent its knees to it, worshipped it, chased it, feared it, and in doing so made itself a slave. If you are ready to command money by divine law and walk in daily abundance, subscribe now for daily teachings that awaken your soul. Now, let us return to the truth. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "You are always decreeing, whether by faith or by fear. There is no neutral ground. Every thought you hold, every word you speak carries creative power. You may think you are only describing your situation when you say, I'm broke, or I never have enough. But in reality, you are not describing, you are prescribing, you are giving a divine order, and the law has no choice but to obey. Picture this with me. Imagine a great hall, a throne room in your inner world. Upon the throne sits your word, every decree you speak. Before the throne stand legions of invisible servants, waiting, ready, listening. The moment a command is given, they move without question. They shape, they gather, they rearrange the invisible substance of life to match your decree. If you whisper lack, they bring you lack. If you declare abundance, they bring you abundance. This is not imagination. This is law, divine, unbending, precise. Look honestly within. How often have your words betrayed you? How often have you said, "I can't get ahead," or "money always slips away from me"? Those words were not harmless. They were commands, and the universe, ever faithful to your voice, delivered. Do you see the tragedy? People spend their whole lives praying for money while simultaneously commanding it to leave them. They chase after it as if it were a cruel master, never realizing that it was created to obey them. But today, you awaken. Today, the chains break. Today, you rise from servant to commander. Hear me, money is not a tyrant. Money is not an enemy. Money is not a god. Money is a servant, a divine servant waiting for you to step into your rightful authority. It cannot refuse a true command spoken in faith. You may ask, but how do I command? How do I issue the decree that changes everything? It begins with your inner dialogue, with the whispers no one else hears but God and your soul. Every complaint must be turned into a declaration. Every fear must be replaced with faith. Every doubt must be exchanged for a decree of certainty. Here is a sacred reframe for you. The next time you feel lack press against your chest, do not say, "I am broke." Instead, declare, "I am divinely supplied. All that I need flows to me in perfect time and order." The next time fear tells you there will not be enough, do not give in. Speak. Money is my servant. It comes to me. It multiplies for me. It works for me 24 hours a day. Let these words roll through your mind like thunder. Let them shake old patterns loose. This is how you command, not by begging, not by chasing, but by standing in divine authority and issuing the decree. Can you feel the shift? That trembling in your chest? That awakening in your spirit? That is power returning to its rightful throne. See this in your mind's eye. The dark clouds of fear begin to part. The sunlight of divine truth shines through. You are no longer running after money. Instead, money turns, notices, and begins to move toward you. Chains fall from your wrists. The burden of fear dissolves. You stand upright, regal, commanding, awake. Now let me give you a vision. Imagine yourself walking through a vast marketplace. At first, you are lost in the crowd, chasing, desperate, clutching. Money seems slippery, always beyond reach. But then you stop. You lift your head. You remember. And suddenly the marketplace changes. The merchants turn toward you. The flow reverses. The very coins seem to leap from the tables to your hands. The invisible law bends to your decree. That is the power you hold. That is the awakening call. So now, let us speak together a sacred affirmation. Say it aloud. Let your words cut through the air. I am the commander, not the servant. Money is my obedient servant. It comes to me, it flows through me, it multiplies for me, it cannot resist me. By divine law, I decree wealth now. Feel the weight of that declaration. Feel how it vibrates through the chambers of your being. You have just issued a command, and the law has already begun to move. But this is only the beginning. To awaken is one thing, to remain awake is another. You must train your lips to decree, your mind to hold the picture, your heart to trust the unseen. And so, as we move deeper into this teaching, we will explore how to shift fully from servant to commander, from fear to divine authority. The journey is just beginning, and your throne of abundance awaits. Your word is not casual, your word is not weak, your word is the invisible command that money, circumstance, and universal law must obey. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "Your word is your wand, and like a wand in the hand of a magician, it summons into form what has been resting in the invisible. Each syllable you speak carries energy. Each phrase is a decree that shapes your wealth, your opportunities, your destiny." Think about this. When you casually say, "I can't afford this," you are writing a law upon your subconscious. You are chaining money with invisible ropes, commanding it to remain distant. When you sigh and declare, "I'm broke," you have unknowingly sentenced yourself to lack, giving money no permission to enter your life. The universe is obedient. It does not argue. It only executes. The subconscious mind is like fertile soil. It does not question whether a seed is good or poisonous. It only grows what is planted. So when words of lack are spoken, seeds of poverty take root. And when words of command are spoken with faith, the soil brings forth abundance with precision. Imagine your words as golden keys. Each statement unlocks a door. When you say, "I command wealth to serve me," a door of opportunity swings open in the unseen. When you declare, "Money flows to me freely and joyfully," rivers of provision begin their journey toward you. But when you murmur, "There's never enough," you close the gate, bolting it shut with your own tongue. Words are not sounds drifting in air. They are blueprints written by the divine architect within you. What you speak, you build. Your finances, your relationships, your inner world, all rise or collapse according to the architecture of your speech. Let me ask you, what buildings are you constructing in the invisible right now? Are your words laying foundations of wealth or walls of limitation? The law of command is impartial. Just as gravity does not choose whom to pull, the power of your spoken word does not choose whom to bless. It obeys the one who dares to speak, and it obeys with exactness. Picture this. Golden light streams from your mouth with every phrase you utter. When you say, "I am guided to divine opportunities," that light moves into form, aligning circumstances like pieces on a cosmic chessboard. When you whisper, "I live in overflow," the light travels, weaving itself into situations, people, and chances you cannot yet see. This is the unseen artistry of command. But here is the danger. Careless speech produces careless results. Many are unaware that they are architects of their own lack. They joke about being broke, not realizing they are etching limitation into the walls of their subconscious. They complain about bills, not understanding that every complaint is a command for more struggle. They say, "I never catch a break," and the law obeys, arranging life so that no break ever comes. If you want to shift your financial destiny, begin not with action, but with language. Words are the first movement of creation. Before wealth can be held in the hand, it must be spoken by the tongue. Before money can serve you in the material, it must be commanded in the spiritual. Let me guide you through a practice right now. Pause for a moment. Bring to mind the last phrase you spoke about money. Did it carry faith or fear? Did it invite provision or resist it? Now take that phrase and rewrite it as a command. If you said, "I can't afford this," replace it with, "Money serves me in divine order. What I need is already provided." If you said, "I'm always behind," replace it with, "I am always supplied. I am always ahead of need." Do you feel the difference? One drains, the other commands. One enslaves, the other liberates. The law of command is the invisible employer of money, and you are the one giving orders. The question is, are you commanding with authority or begging with doubt? Declare these affirmations with me now. Money serves me in divine order. Money flows to me freely and joyfully. I command prosperity now. Speak them not as a wish, not as a hope, but as a decree written in the land. Gauge of authority. Because the universe does not respond to pleading, it responds to command. There is a sacred difference between saying "I want money" and declaring, "I command money to serve my highest good." One leaves you in longing, the other establishes you in sovereignty. You were never meant to beg from life. You were designed to decree with power. Every spiritual master has known this truth. Creation begins with a word. The divine itself spoke light into existence, and in that same pattern, you speak wealth into existence. Your word is the first cause. Money is the effect. So guard your mouth as you would guard a treasure. Let no careless decree slip through your lips. Every phrase is either a key that opens or a lock that shuts. Every statement is either a servant calling wealth to your door, or a thief turning it away. The law of command is active now. It is working as you listen. It is shaping the next chapter of your financial story, and the pen it writes with is your voice. Say it again with me. Money serves me in divine order. Money flows to me freely. I command prosperity now. Feel the resonance, not a wish, not a plea, but a law spoken. Your subconscious accepts it as fact. Universal law receives it as order, and money obeys. But a question remains. If words are this powerful, why do so many people's commands seem unanswered? Why do some decree abundance and yet live in lack? The answer is hidden not in the words themselves, but in the emotional state behind them. And that is where we must journey next. You speak affirmations in the daylight. But when the silence of night comes, something else whispers, a thought creeps in. What if it doesn't work? What if the money never arrives? You try to silence it, but the echo remains, and without even knowing it, that echo becomes the louder command. This is the hidden battle. On the surface, the lips declare abundance, but deep within, the heart trembles in lack. And it is not the surface that the universe answers to, but the secret vibration of the soul. The law hears your true command, and if fear is sitting on the throne, it is fear that rules your kingdom. The law of non-resistance tells us that energy flows where it is allowed, not where it is forced. Fear is resistance in disguise. It tightens the chest, clenches the hand, and closes the gate of receiving. Faith, on the other hand, is a gentle opening, a surrender that allows divine substance to flow in. When you fear, you are resisting the very thing you are trying to attract. When you trust, you release the grip and let the current carry wealth toward you. Imagine a king upon his throne. He wears the crown, he holds the scepter, he speaks the words of command, but inside he doubts. He trembles that his army will not obey, and so his orders scatter like leaves in the wind. Confusion rises in the ranks, chaos spreads, and his kingdom weakens. That is the picture of a soul trying to command prosperity, while secretly bowing to fear. Authority without belief is no authority at all. Look at the garden of your inner life. In one corner, a seed of faith is planted. In the other, a seed of fear. Each day you water them both. Every time you repeat affirmations without trust, you are watering the plant of fear. Every time you worry about tomorrow, you sprinkle doubt on the soil, and soon that plant towers high, overshadowing the tender shoots of faith. Which one have you been feeding? Here is the reframe that cuts like lightning through the fog. Every worry is a prayer for lack. Every doubt is a decree of delay. Every fearful thought is a command written in invisible ink, summoning the very thing you dread. If your words say one thing but your inner dialogue says another, the law does not follow the lips, it follows the heart. The vibration of fear is louder than the sentence of faith spoken without belief. The divine law cannot be deceived. It hears what you truly worship. So we begin to shift. We begin to speak, not as beggars hoping for scraps, but as masters of divine authority. Stop saying, I hope money comes. Stop whispering, maybe abundance will notice me. Those are the timid commands of a trembling king. Instead, rise to the throne within and declare, I command money now by divine law. I do not ask, I do not hope. I establish the decree and the universe obeys. Close your eyes for a moment. See yourself at a sacred gate, holding the keys of command. One key is carved with the word fear. The other is carved with the word faith. Each time you speak, you turn one of those keys. When you speak in fear, the gate opens to lack. When you speak in faith, the gate opens to supply. Which gate are you unlocking today? Try this prayer in the quiet of your heart. Divine Spirit, dissolve the grip of fear. Let my tongue only speak commands rooted in trust. Let my inner chamber be filled with certainty so that every decree I release is established in your law. And now, imagine the current of supply moving toward you, like a river responding to the call of its source. See yourself not straining, not resisting, but opening the channels. Breathe deeply and whisper, I release fear, I release resistance, I open fully to divine provision. Feel how the energy shifts in your body. The tightness loosens, the doubt thins out, what once felt like a wall begins to feel like a door. This is the law of non-resistance in motion. Wealth flows when you stop fighting with fear and start standing in faith. Because the truth is simple, you are already commanding the law. The only question is, who have you placed on the throne? Fear or faith? Poverty or prosperity? Delay or divine timing? So how do we take back authority so that every command we give is rooted in unshakable faith? Imagine this with me. You stand in a radiant palace, its walls shimmer, airing with golden light, its atmosphere charged with reverence and silence. Before you is not emptiness, but a scene of divine order. Treasure chests line the marble floor, sealed but waiting. And at the center of this great hall kneels a servant, humble, loyal, unwavering, waiting for your command. That servant is money. Too long, you may have treated money as your master, fearing it, chasing it, or believing it has power to control you. But in truth, money was never designed to be master. It was created to be servant, a faithful helper in the divine orchestra of life. Like a servant awaiting the king's word, money does not act until it is commanded. If you hesitate, it waits. If you whisper confusion, it pauses in silence. But if you speak with clarity, authority, and faith, money bows and obeys. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "You must make the statement, 'Money is my obedient servant.'" These words are not arrogance, they are alignment. They declare a universal truth, for money has no will of its own. It is energy shaped by the vibration of your words, the direction of your belief, and the certainty of your spirit. It cannot rule you unless you abdicate your throne. Pause for a moment and feel the shift. You are not a beggar hoping coins will drop into your hand. You are a sovereign soul in a palace of infinite supply. God did not create you to crawl in fear of provision. He created you to reign in dignity, stewarding resources as a master directs a servant. When you realize this, your entire posture toward life changes. Picture again that throne room. You sit upon the seat of divine authority, the soul's compass steady in your hand. At your feet kneels money, patient and attentive. When you declare, "Go forth and serve me," money does not resist. When you command, "Flow into this work, this dream, this purpose," it obeys with precision. The law of non-resistance makes it so, for energy cannot fight against divine clarity. But if your words tremble with doubt, money hesitates. If you command with fear, it scatters. For a servant cannot outrun a master's confusion. This is why Florence insisted that the tongue is power. The spoken word shapes the destiny of money itself. Every phrase you utter becomes the blueprint by which money takes form in your life. Listen now to your inner dialogue. Have you said, "Money never stays with me. Money is hard to come by. Money slips away"? If so, you commanded your servant to flee, but today you awaken. Today you shift the order. Today you step back into the throne room of divine law. Here is the healing refrain. Whisper it gently at first, then let it rise into the marrow of your being. Money is my obedient servant. It moves at my word. It comes when I call. It serves my highest purpose. Speak this until your inner atmosphere vibrates with command. You will feel a subtle dignity descend, as though invisible robes of royalty clothe your shoulders. This is not greed, this is divine balance, for when money serves the soul, it multiplies purpose, it builds, it nourishes, it liberates. When money bows, humanity rises. That is why you must never fear commanding it. You are not ordering a tyrant, you are guiding a servant, and this servant was created for you. Let us now seal this truth with practice. Speak aloud with authority. Money, I command you to serve me with joy, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You cannot resist, for this is divine law. You flow where I direct you. You multiply where I send you. You return with increase, for I am master and you are servant. Say it again. Feel it as decree, not plea. Sense the shift as the atmosphere around you aligns. Visualize the treasure chests in that palace opening one by one at your word. See streams of gold and provision pouring out, flowing exactly to where you direct them, into your home, your purpose, your dreams, your giving. Watch the servant bow and move swiftly. Notice the absence of resistance. This is how divine law works. No strain, no chase, only command and response. In this moment, lift your head. You are not at the mercy of chance or the whim of economy. You are seated in the throne room of spirit. And your words write the orders that money must follow. The whisper of release echoes, command, and it shall be done. And as you begin to live this truth, clarity becomes your greatest tool, for a servant cannot obey vague orders. You must decide, you must declare, you must persist. The more direct your command, the swifter the obedience. Now the transition awaits. Once you see money as a servant, you must learn to command it with clarity and persistence. Not once, not casually, but consistently, as a master directs with calm certainty day after day. For only then does the servant of money become an unbroken stream, flowing in perpetual obedience to the divine law you speak. When you understand the law, you no longer live as a beggar of circumstance. You rise each morning as the master of your house, and money, yes, money itself, becomes your faithful servant, awaiting your instruction. The world has trained you to chase, to strain, to hope money notices you. But Florence Scovel Shinn revealed the higher law: what you command with authority and consistency, the universe must obey. The subconscious, like fertile soil, receives the seed of your words, and money, shaped by that inner law, responds. This is not theory, it is practice, a daily discipline that transforms invisible truth into visible wealth. Morning command: the first word shapes the day. When your eyes first open, before the mind remembers yesterday's burdens, you stand at the gate of creation. What you speak here writes the script for your day. Do not begin with complaint. Do not rise in fear, rise in command. Say aloud with full breath and certainty: money serves me faithfully all day. Every channel opens, every flow finds me. I am supported by the law of supply. Do not whisper as if uncertain. Speak as the one who knows their authority. The subconscious is listening, and like a perfect stenographer, it records your decree. The first command becomes the vibration that orders unseen forces. It is like striking the first note in a divine orchestra. Every instrument aligns with it. Night command: the final word governs the invisible hours. As the sun sets and your body prepares for rest, your subconscious grows most receptive. In this quiet threshold between waking and sleep, your word descends deeper than logic. This is not a time to recount losses or debts. It is the sacred moment to plant the seed of perpetual flow. Say, money flows to me even as I sleep. The universe works while I rest. My supply is endless, my channels ever expanding. Repeat until the words feel like a soft current carrying you into dream. Imagine golden rivers of wealth moving toward you through unseen paths: investments, ideas, opportunities, favors, gifts, even miracles. The law does not rest. While you dream, it works. Journaling the command, writing as sacred seal. Words spoken are power. Words written are power sealed. Each day, choose one command and inscribe it as though it is already fulfilled. Do not write, "I want money." That is the voice of lack. Write instead, "Money obeys me. Today it showed up in perfect ways. Wealth surrounds me, answers me, and never departs from me." Write with conviction, as if reporting an event that already happened. For in the invisible, it has. The subconscious reads written words as final law. Every sentence you write is a brick laid in the temple of wealth. Visualization: the flow that bows to your voice. Close your eyes. Picture money not as numbers on paper, but as living streams of energy, streams that bend and curve the instant you speak. See yourself standing by the riverbank of infinite supply. With one command: flow to me now. The waters rush toward you, carrying gifts, opportunities, and provision. See bills paid, doors opening, debts dissolving, savings multiplying. Feel gratitude before your mind asks how. The picture you hold, infused with the authority of command, becomes the mold reality must fill. Each time doubt enters, return to the stream. Remind yourself, the waters answer my voice. Affirmations of authority: let your tongue repeat words that ingrain authority into your being. Not weak recitations, but declarations filled with fire. Say, "I give thanks that money obeys my command. I am aligned with divine supply. Every word I speak becomes substance. I do not chase, I command, and money serves me in joy and abundance." Affirm until the words no longer feel separate from you, until they become the rhythm of your breathing, the music of your heart. The power of consistency: do not measure this practice by one day's result. The law honors repetition. Just as a servant follows repeated orders, the subconscious bends with what you persistently declare. The scattered man speaks one day in faith, another in fear, and wonders why nothing changes. But the steadfast man, who commands morning and night without wavering, soon sees the invisible take shape. Wealth responds not to hesitation but to certainty. Let your commands be daily, rhythmic, unbroken, a drumbeat of authority that the universe cannot ignore. Healing the inner dialogue. Still, there will be moments when old voices rise. You cannot command money. You have failed before. Nothing changes. Do not fight these whispers. Replace them. When the inner voice says, "Money is scarce," declare, I live in infinite supply. When it says, you are unworthy, declare, I am the chosen vessel of divine wealth. When it says, it never works for you, declare, the law works unfailingly on my behalf. Each reframe is an act of substitution. You uproot the weed and plant the seed. Over time, the inner garden becomes lush, fertile, obedient to your word. A brief prayer of alignment. Pause now and let your heart pray. Divine Source, I command in alignment with your law, not from fear but from trust. I declare that money serves me in righteousness and joy. Let every word I speak return multiplied, for I am one with the rhythm of supply. The shift of identity. Understand this. Wealth is not sustained by scattered commands alone. It is carried by identity. If you still see yourself as powerless, your words will falter. But when you embody the identity of one who commands, when your emotions match your words, you become the vessel through which the law flows unhindered. This is why you practice morning and night, journaling and visualizing, affirming and substituting, not just to call money but to reshape the self. The servant obeys not only the command but the master who gives it, and you, beloved, are the master. Now that you know the practice, the words, the rituals, you stand at the threshold of deeper alignment. But command without identity is a hollow sound. To truly embody wealth, your emotions and self-image must unite with your spoken word. That is where we now journey. There comes a moment in every soul's journey where hope is no longer enough. Hope whispers of possibility, but command speaks with certainty, and certainty is the language the universe cannot resist. You have lived long enough seeing yourself as the seeker, as the one who waits for blessings to fall like drops of rain. But the law of substitution demands a higher image. You must exchange the identity of the beggar for the identity of the commander. For as long as you carry the vibration of lack, you summon lack. But when you wear the vibration of authority, you call forth abundance as naturally as the sun calls forth day. Picture this. A general once stood in the shadows of uncertainty, waiting for orders that never came. He pleaded, he doubted, he wondered if destiny had overlooked his name. But one day he rose. He remembered who he was, not a follower of chance, but a commander of destiny. He stepped into his place. He issued his commands, and the entire field of life shifted in response. That general is you, and the battlefield is your mind. The law of substitution makes it clear, you cannot hold two identities at once. You are either the one who waits for money, or the one who commands it. You are either the servant of fear, or the master of faith. The law allows no confusion, no overlap. So today, right now, you replace the small self with the divine self. You release the timid voice of will it come, and awaken the strong voice of it cannot refuse me. Close your eyes for a moment and see yourself as you truly are. See the inner temple of your being. Within its sacred halls, there is a robe waiting for you, woven of divine authority. There is a crown, not of jewels but of unshakable truth, placed upon your head by the law itself. And as you wear them, something within you changes. Your spine straightens, your voice deepens, your words carry the weight of heaven. You are no longer a seeker, you are a commander. Whisper now, not as a wish but as a decree. I am a divine commander of wealth. Money cannot refuse me. Prosperity serves me in perfect obedience to divine law. Feel those words echo through your body like sacred thunder. They are not empty affirmations. They are orders written into the fabric of spirit. Each time you speak them, you etch your authority deeper into the subconscious. Each time you repeat them, you carve away the last fragments of doubt. The beggar vanishes, the commander emerges. Understand this truth. Money is not a wild, untamable force. It is energy, and energy follows command. When you approach it with fear, it scatters. When you chase it with desperation, it hides. But when you command it with divine authority, it comes in obedience, not because of arrogance, but because of alignment, not because of ego, but because of law. Think of the sun. It does not plead for the day to begin. It simply rises, and the world responds. That is how you must now live, no longer hoping for wealth to notice you, no longer begging, oh, opportunity to find you, but rising with the identity of divine commander and watching as money answers the call. Let me tell you a story. A woman once lived her life praying desperately for financial relief. Her words were soaked in begging. Every prayer was a plea, and so her reality matched the tone of her prayers. She always received just enough to survive, never enough to thrive. But one day, she encountered the law. She learned that God responds not to begging, but to faith expressed as command. So she changed her prayer. She stood tall, lifted her chin, and declared, "I command wealth to serve me, for I am one with the source of all supply." Within weeks, opportunities opened, debts dissolved, and money began to move toward her without resistance. Why? Because she shifted her identity. She stopped identifying as the seeker of scraps and began living as the divine commander of plenty. This is the shift now being asked of you, to walk into every room, every conversation, every choice, not as one who hopes for wealth but as one who knows wealth is already assigned to you. To carry the certainty of law in your voice, to embody the posture of divine command in your body, to declare without hesitation, "Money, you serve me now. You move through my life with ease. You flow to me 24/7, and you cannot refuse me." Breathe those words. Let them sink into your bones. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. You are not demanding of God. You are agreeing with God's law. The law decrees that lack is an illusion. The law decrees that abundance is your birthright. The law decrees that your word is your wand, and that what you speak with certainty you create. So speak now with no hesitation. Speak as one awakened to identity. Speak as one who no longer waits. In this moment, you step beyond fear. You step beyond begging. You step into the robe and crown of command, and as you do, something shifts forever. Money becomes your servant, not your master. Prosperity becomes your companion, not your pursuer, and abundance becomes the natural climate of your life. When you embody this authority, money must obey. It has no choice, for law bends to certainty. But there is one final seal to this command, one final key that locks it in place so it cannot be shaken, and that key is gratitude. Gratitude is not an afterthought, it is the sacred seal. It is the invisible wax upon which the royal stamp of spirit presses down and declares, "Finished, complete, unchangeable." Gratitude is not passive, it is the most active force of multiplication the soul can ever release. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that praise and thanksgiving multiply supply. The moment you give thanks, you are no longer asking, you are no longer doubting. You are standing at the altar of certainty, declaring that what you spoke has already taken form in the unseen. Gratitude makes the invisible visible. It shifts the prayer from a request to a decree. Think of a king who sends forth a royal command. His words are powerful, yes, but they require a seal to make them law. The hot wax is poured, the golden ring is pressed, and in that instant the decree becomes binding. Gratitude is your golden ring. Without it, the words may float as intention, but with it, they become destiny. When you command money to serve you, you must always seal it with gratitude. For gratitude does not wait for evidence. Gratitude is the evidence. Gratitude does not need proof, it creates proof. It is the divine orchestra tuning before the music begins, ensuring that every instrument, every chord, every note aligns with harmony. So I say to you, after every word of command, pause and whisper within, "Thank you, it is done." That is not mere politeness, that is divine law. Those words draw the unseen wealth into visible circulation. Let us practice together now. Breathe deeply, place your hand over your heart and speak. I command money to serve me faithfully, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you, it is done. Feel the shift. Notice how the command no longer feels suspended in the air but rooted, anchored, sealed. That is the power of thanksgiving. Gratitude rewires the mind. Where fear once said, "What if it does not come?" gratitude declares, "It already has." Where doubt once whispered, "Am I worthy?" gratitude answers, "It is already given." Gratitude replaces the frantic vibration of lack with the steady rhythm of sufficiency. It is the soul's compass, forever pointing to abundance. Florence reminded us, praise precedes increase. When you thank before receiving, you open the divine vault. You call forth opportunities, unexpected blessings, and sudden doors that no human hand could have opened. Gratitude is the universal language of agreement. When you give thanks, heaven nods back. Here is your practice. Each time you receive money, no matter how small, say aloud, I give thanks that money serves me faithfully now and always. Speak it when a dollar arrives, when a paycheck comes, when a gift is placed in your hand, and speak it even when nothing visible has yet appeared, for the invisible always precedes the visible. Do not overlook this law. Some command boldly but forget to seal the decree. They wonder why manifestation feels delayed. The answer is simple. The seal was missing. Gratitude is what locks the manifestation in place, preventing the winds of fear and the doubts of the mind from scattering it. Gratitude is also surrender. It is saying, I trust the law, I trust divine timing, I release my grip for it is already mine, and in that release, you are lifted into peace. Notice how gratitude never leaves you anxious, it leaves you calm, it leaves you radiant, it leaves you expectant. Imagine for a moment, you walk into a banquet hall prepared by the divine. The table is overflowing with food, drink, and joy. Would you sauce tea down, look at the feast and beg for a plate? No, you would take your seat and say thank you. That is what commanding money feels like when you seal it with gratitude. The banquet is already set.